what's happening on the market and how they see the future of education.
Okay, so everyone, can you hear me? Okay, perfect, great. So I'll share the screen in order to start the second day. Thanks everyone for joining us today that early. We really appreciate that. And thank you, Alex, for joining us today, also that early. Let me just share the screen so that we can start. So hello again, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone from all parts of the world. This is Mohammed Nabil, the founder of Educast International and the host of this conference. And today I'm joined by Blanka Polak from Poland, Dr. Moraine from Germany. And of course, they will be moderating the sessions today, just like yesterday. They are an essential part of this success. So our conference is Educast International Conference 2025. It's about shaping the future of education, exploiting advancements to shape the future of global education. So again, we would like to welcome you to this global gathering, and we would like to introduce some important and fruitful sessions today. So again, it's an amazing thing to have people from 147 countries from different parts of the world. It's amazing, right? The number of attendees yesterday was just great. So again, here are the conference moderators of today: Dr. Ramarain, me, Blanka Polak, and Dr. Ling. She's going to join us later because she's in a totally different time zone. Perhaps it's too early for her to join us now. And these were the sessions of yesterday. It was just an amazing day. And today we have also, you know, great sessions from great speakers. Today we're starting with Alex Warren from National Geographic Learning, and he's talking about turning information into insights, driving student progress with online platforms. So we hope that you enjoy today, or the second day, the 8th of February, 2025. And let me tell you some rules about, or that you have to be aware of before starting this conference. And sorry for the repetition of these rules, because we need to ensure that you have the best learning experience ever. So regarding the comments and questions, please use the chat box to make comments. Write your questions and at the end of the talk using the feature of Q&A. So there is a button, you have to click on it and drop your questions, and we will gladly answer them. Only ask relevant questions to the topic being discussed. Regarding the safeguarding, please be respectful and polite. Don't write harmful or offensive comments, and please don't share links of personal information. Regarding the famous question about the certificates, yes, you will all get certificates of attendance, 2 certificates, 1 for each day, via email, using the email address that you already used to register to attend the conference. And regarding the recordings, yes, the conference is being recording and being live streamed on YouTube, which means that you can access it anytime you want after the conference ends. Not that only, you can also get back to the recordings of the previous conferences and events on our YouTube channel. And we're going to drop the links of our social media platforms in seconds. So, moving to Blanka Polak, who is going to introduce our first speaker, Alex Warren. Blanka, please, the floor is all yours.
I'm here. Thank you, Mo. Before I introduce Alex, I just wanted to underline what Mo said in terms of using the chat. We wanted to thank you because yesterday's chat was on the fire, and this is what we really love to see today. And if you ever joined Alex Warren's any session, you know that he's going to squeeze the most out of the chat. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's make it officially Educast 2025. Alex, today with us, is a Delta trained teacher and teacher trainer with over 20 years experience of working in ELT as a teacher, teacher trainer, and academic director. He has presented in, yes, that number is correct, 50 countries throughout Europe, Africa, the Middle East, Asia, and Latin America. So true and natural traveler. Alex is currently the academic and professional development manager at National Geographic Learning EMEA. Welcome, Alex. You will be presenting Turning Information into Insights, Driving Student Progress with Online Platforms. Hello.
Good morning, Blanca. Good morning, Mohammed. Good morning, Ron. Thank you all so much for joining us today. It's an absolute pleasure to be invited and to open the second day of this year's Educast International Conference. So as Blanca said, we have got a lot to get through. There will be lots of interaction throughout the session. So I think we should probably get started. So let me just share my screen. Okay, there we go. Hopefully everyone can see that okay. Just give me a thumbs up and we will...
Yes, all good. We hear you perfectly. We see your presentation, Alex.
Okay, perfect. So let me just do something very quickly. And we are good to go. Okay, so yeah, we're here today to talk all about turning information insight into insights, driving student progress with online platforms. So we're going to just start off with a kind of little brief backdrop to the current educational landscape and where we find ourselves now. So looking at this brave new digital world. And then we're going to jump into the main theme of the topic, which is looking at the benefits of online assignments and tests. But then more importantly, how we can use that information that we get from those tests, from those assignments, into actionable insights or actionable action through analyzing the data. So this is where we find ourselves now, a brave new digital world. And I like starting off with this photo because I think it really summarizes just where we're at nowadays with technology in the classroom. You know, if we look closely at the photo, it represents so much of people's feelings in terms of where we are with digital technology. So if you look closely at the photo, you'll see that they've got their tablets out, but how do you think they're feeling about technology in the class? Have a look at those faces and let me know in the chat. What emotions, what feelings are the different students feeling? What do you think they're feeling? Puzzled, maybe annoyed, overwhelmed? Absolutely. Enthusiastic? I mean, there's a range of emotions going on there, right? Yeah, confused, tired, engaged, enthusiastic. And I think the key thing here is that they all have different reactions. They have different feelings about technology in the classroom. And I think this is somewhat representative of teachers to an extent and how they are accepting of using technology in the classroom and how much they want to use it in the classroom. Because we all have different viewpoints, and different capabilities with technology in the classroom. But I think, of course, one thing that is for sure is that technology is without doubt here to stay. But you know, there's so much technology out there. You know, technology is no longer a nice to have, it's a must have. And there are so many different kinds of digital content to use in our classes. And this might range from using programs on a micro level, like Kahoot, Quizlet, Quizzes, Padlet. We all have our favorites, right? And then, of course, there are other ones there as well. But also, we have to look at it from a more macro view as well. Things like learning management systems, classroom presentation tools, things like Google Classroom, Moodle, Blackboard, Canvas. And equally, feeding into that as well, publishers' own digital platforms and how they can support our learning or our students' learning and our own teaching. So with so much choice, with so many digital options in the classroom, so many things to think about, it's often really hard to know where to begin. What are the advantages? What are the disadvantages? How can these platforms, the macro ones, the micro ones, how can they help us on a day-to-day basis? And of course, there's no single answer to that question. There's multiple benefits to these systems. And by no means is this an exhaustive list. But I think digital, of course, improves accessibility and flexibility. It facilitates an anytime, anywhere learning approach. With digital learning management systems, they enable learners to access material and resources from anywhere with an internet connection, promoting flexibility, convenience for the students. But equally, in terms of delivery, it opens up many options. Not only does it supplement face-to-face learning, it facilitates a blended learning approach. It makes fully online learning an easy option. They're also able to access or increase access to resources. Students can access so much content online that, supports their whole learning journey. In addition, of course, it makes language practice more interactive. Digital tools, platforms, they are more engaging, especially now for the digital generation. They are used to doing things on computers all of the time as much as possible. So this idea of gamification aspect of online content makes it more motivating, makes it more engaging. And show me a student who does not enjoy doing a Kahoot quiz, and I'll eat my own hat. I'll even eat Harry Waters hats as well. And add to that, these kind of platforms incorporate adaptive learning technologies, tailoring content, tailoring assessment to individuals' learners' needs, pace, and proficiency levels. So, it is a game changer. Furthermore, platforms often include virtual classroom features, enabling real-time communication between teachers and students, offering synchronous collaboration opportunities as well. So discussion forums, shared documents, allowing them to do project work, real-time communication, fostering that sense of community among learners. And then the last thing I'm going to mention, and this, like I said, this is not an exhaustive list by any stretch. I think online platforms, they really, really significantly impact on how we approach assessment, both formative and summative, and of course, the feedback process as well. And this is what we're going to explore more of in this session. So, before we move on, I just want to start with this quote here. Education has changed dramatically with the distinctive rise of e-learning. One of the few silver linings of the pandemic is that it has transformed the field. And without doubt, I think we can all agree that it has transformed the field. So let's do a very quick poll, okay? Let's see where you guys are at. So let me launch the poll, if I can find it. Okay, poll one. So there are two questions here. Off you go. So first question is, do you use online platforms or learning management systems? And the second question is, do you think they make your life as a teacher easier? Yes, I think so. Not really, not at all. I'll give you 30 seconds to answer those questions. Okay, I think the vast majority of us have voted. So I'm going to end the poll. Share the results with you. So, unsurprisingly, the vast majority of us say yes, we do use some kind of online platform or learning management system, which is great. And then in terms of making your life easier, a solid 55% yes, 100% it does make your life easier, which is great. 38%, I think so. And a smaller amount, 9%, not really. And I think that's representative of, let's say a global view of how platforms can support us. And I think it is a personal choice a lot of the time. And those opinions, those views will vary. But really what I want to look at now is the benefits that they can bring to the classroom. And so anybody who's the not really, hopefully we can see how you can become an I think so or a yes to that question. So another question, this one's for the chat box. Thinking about sort of your everyday teaching, what teaching jobs can digital platforms, learning management systems help you with? What kind of everyday jobs can learning management systems help you with? And there's multiple answers to this question. Okay, great. Planning and activities, lesson planning. Thank you, Rodina and Rania. Planning, correction. Thank you, Sarah. Assessment as well, correction, planning, lesson planning. Thanks, Ezra. Sarah. Planning activities, assessment, fast planning. Again, Layla. Teaching methods, personalized learning. Group assignment, Goodford, formative assessment. Okay, good. So at National Geographic Learning, we actually asked this question to educators from over 50 countries around the world, across the US, Latin America, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. And we basically interviewed around 3,000 teachers. So what did they say? Did they say the same as you? Or did they say something slightly different? So we collated all the information and we identified the top 5 teaching jobs that could be done digitally. What were those results? So number 1 was this idea of planning and conducting live sessions. So many of you said about planning lessons, but it's also about conducting live sessions through an online platform, through classroom presentation tools, the digital versions of the book. That was number 1. Number 2 on the list was this idea of assigning and grading exams and tests. Making that process much faster, much smoother. But also, number 3, similar to number 2, was the grading and assigning outside of class assignments and or homework. So slightly different to exams and tests. This was about homework. Number 4 was about identifying and supporting struggling or high achieving students. So using the information gained from online tests, online homework, and using that data and turning it into insights about how we can, who is struggling, who's doing well, and how we can further support them. And then the final thing that came out from our research was number 5, providing reporting on student performance to institutional or external stakeholders. So the ability to be able to run reports on all of the data and share that with higher level stakeholders or indeed external stakeholders within the institute. So that's what came through from our research, but which one do you think teachers need most support with? What are your thoughts there? Which ones do you think teachers could use most support with? Just put a number in the box, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Okay. Varying answers. That's all good. Okay. So, but just before we sort of move on to sort of looking at these 5 aspects in a little bit more detail, I do just want to reflect for a moment and think about how and when we should be using digital to support these aspects of the teaching process, okay? So for this, I'm going to refer to Puentedura's model, or the SAMR model, okay? Which you may or may not be familiar with. So we're going to give you a little test here. So what do we think the S might stand for when thinking about technology integration in the classroom? Does anyone know? So within the model, we have 2 aspects here. We've got the enhancement and the transformation. And I think it's important to refer to this when thinking about the technology we're using. Okay, so a couple of guesses: smart, sustain. No, it's about substitution. So when technology is used in place of an existing non-tech classroom tool, but there's no real functional change. So we've got to ask that question. If it's just a substitution, why are we using it? What benefits does it have if it's just the digital version is exactly the same as the, let's say, the print version or the non-tech version, just it's digital? Is it worth using it? Yes or no? So for me, if it's just a straight substitution, I probably think, well, I don't need to use it all the time. But then the next step is what we call the augmentation step. So where technology is a substitute for an existing tool, but there are some functional improvements. So in this case, the technology becomes worthwhile as it can enhance the learning experience a little bit. So for example, if we're thinking about classroom presentation tools, so the digital versions of the book that we project, that is an augmentation because it includes the audio embedded. It includes the video embedded. It has the answers already in the book, already in the platform, whereas the print book doesn't have that. So it is an augmentation of the course book. So we've got substitution and augmentation. What comes next? Rodane has jumped in. It is modification. Exactly. So with modification, it's where technology allows for significant task redesign. And for me, this is where the magic really starts to happen, as it allows the teacher to do things that in the past they would not have been able to do. Hence, sitting in this idea of transformation bracket. And then, yeah, the last one is not quite redesigning, but redefinition, whereby technology allows for the creation of new tasks that were previously inconceivable, impossible. So when we refer to technology, I think it's important for us to look at this. How is this technology changing my classroom? Is it substituting something? Is it augmenting it? Is it modifying it? Or is it redefining it? And that tells us whether or not it's a valid reason to use the technology. Because of course, technology is useful, it's important, but should it be taking over the educational landscape completely? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. Do we want to go all the way down that rabbit hole? Or do we still want to keep one foot in the present, in the past? I agree, in Creed, absolutely not. It's a balance, and we'll sort of come to that a little bit later on. Okay, so coming back to those 5 key teaching roles. So planning and conducting live classes and live sessions. Again, we did some research on this at National Geographic Learning, specifically on this question, asking teachers what they wanted most to be successful in their digital classrooms. And these were the results of that information, of that survey. So 47% wanted interactive media, so all of the audio, the video, etc., to find and present. 27% wanted activities and games. 17% wanted a presentation tool that displays the book in a different or in a digital format, and 18% wanted it organized and delivered differently from the course book. So looking at different ways in which we can present the information. And I think for all of this, it really does facilitate the learning and teaching process. You know, classroom presentation tools, they have embedded media. The answers are just a click away. They're interactive tools. It's what I call heads-up learning. So instead of students all looking down at their books, they're all looking up at the board together, just like we do when we're online. We're all focused on the same thing. That makes it more of an interactive, more collaborative experience. That in turn means that there's more additional content available in an online platform, which means, and this is the key thing, there's increased engagement there as well. So that's sort of one big positive out of using digital tools. And, oh, don't know what happened there. Okay, so I've bunched 2, 3, 4, and 5 together as a list. And there's one thing that links all of these things. So looking at numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 again, what links these 4 jobs, do you think? What is the commonality here? Okay, yeah, individualized, personalized learning. Yeah, you're on the right track. Okay, good, Karina. It is a lot of paper. That's one really good answer. It's one really good answer. But not quite there. You're on the right track. Flexibility, maybe. Okay, so for me, all of these linked again to learning autonomy, assessment. Specifically, I would say formative assessment or assessment for learning, which, Monier, you're absolutely right. It does reduce preparation time, and we'll come into that in a moment. But I just want us to make sure that we're all on the same page. So, can you, in the chat box, write a 1-sentence definition of formative assessment or assessment for learning? I'm not too sure about the connection to CLIL here necessarily. Assessment to where you are and how to move on. Lovely. Thank you, Rodina. Summative is the end of the task. Formative is checking performance. Ongoing use of information. Lovely. Thank you, Blanca. Assessment done to assess the teacher as well as the student performance. Yeah, really nice, Sarah. Absolutely. Should be reflective on the teacher as well. Assessment means grading system. Informs me about the successful learning of my students. Yes, but also something more than that. All of the time. Okay. This is the definition I tend to refer to. So it's the process of collecting and interpreting evidence for use by teachers and learners to decide where they are in their learning, where they need to go, and how best to get there. It is a process by which assessment information is used by teachers to adjust their teaching strategies and by students to adjust their learning strategies. Okay, so this is a massive topic in education right now, formative assessment and techniques, right? And as somebody said earlier, it does traditionally involve a huge amount of paperwork. It takes a huge amount of evaluation and analysis, which is incredibly time consuming. But thinking about how digital can support this process, what are the benefits of digital platforms when it comes to formative assessment? How can they not just enhance, but transform the experience or the assessment experience for teachers and students alike? do you think? What are the benefits of it for you, for the students, for the institutes that you work at? So it's a case of having all of this data, all of this information from students' assessments, homeworks, unit tests, book tests. How can that help you? Exactly, Sahila. It saves time for teachers. It's more engaging for students. It provides a solid basis of data. And when you've got that data, what can be done with it? You analyze it. And then when you get the results, what do the results facilitate in the classroom? Thank you, Rodina. It informs teaching, exactly. So let's just go through these one by one. So yeah, as somebody said, it is massively time-saving for teachers. Yeah? Teachers and instructors spend hours and hours marking tests, marking homework, inputting grades. And this has always been seen as a very labor-intensive and time-consuming task. But online assessment, whether it's formative or summative, it streamlines a lot of these formalities. It can make homework, assignments, quizzes, tests, and exams not only easy to prepare for and deliver and manage, but most importantly, evaluate and mark. It's not just time saving for teachers, it is massively time saving for teachers, without question. So one bit of research I found in my research for this session was that course leaders and teachers spend up to 72% less time on admin tasks when using a digital platform to set assignments. That's a huge amount. Think about what you would feel if you didn't have to mark assignments and tests. Tell me in the chat, how would you feel if you've got, I don't know, 50% of your time back? What emotions? Relief. Good. Relieved again. Relaxed. Less stressed. Happy. Not feeling drained all the time. Good, Marwa. Less stressed, less wasted time, thankful. Okay, exactly. All positive emotions. So, you know, how much time do you think it would save you every week if you didn't have to mark all the homework, all the tests, if it was all done for you? How many hours do you think that would save you per week? 3 hours per week? And of course, every week will be different. Depends on how many classes you're teaching, how many students are in the class. But if you're teaching 4 classes and each class has got 30 students in it, that's 120 students. That's 120 pieces of homework you've got to mark. 4 hours, 5 hours, I don't have a weekend. Okay, great. So the next question then is, what would you do with that weekend, with that time? How would you spend those extra hours, those extra days that you're not marking homework or tests? Family time, reading, hanging out, researching. Spending more time on planning, maybe. Watching movies, recharging. Set plans for improving my own PD. Family time, thank you. Gaming. Yeah, when I ask this question normally, a lot of teachers say, well, it gives me more time to plan more effective lessons. I think that's a massive uptick. Yes, it's good for your well-being as well. Absolutely. Okay. And somebody mentioned there about well-being, and you're absolutely right. It does help your well-being. Because on top of being time-consuming, grading huge amounts of assignments can be mentally exhausting and lead to feelings of being overwhelmed, stress, fatigue, especially if there's really tight deadlines for completing grading. In other words, teacher burnout. Again, some other research I found is that arguably the biggest threat to education is teacher burnout. And teaching is actually one of the top 5 most stressful careers in the world, apparently. So it's really clear to see how by using digital platforms to assist with assignments and testing, it can help tremendously with teacher well-being and preventing teacher burnout. And again, something I read, there's a thing called time poverty. And according to a 2022 research study in the UK, 9 out of 10 teachers say they don't have enough time to prepare well for classroom teaching. And I'm sure many of you feel the same way at times because they're spending too much time marking tests, marking homework. And when you're feeling worn out, when you're feeling burnt out, it reduces your productivity. It creates a lack of enthusiasm. You become demotivated. You maybe become less tolerant and sympathetic in class. And it can lead to low self-esteem as well. So the knock-on effect of this is, of course, that students can spend more time doing the things that they're best at, namely being creative and making great lessons. So 2 really important factors of using online assessment to support you. But we also have to think about the students. How can online assignment, online testing impact positively on students? How do you think it helps them as well as you? Any suggestions? So, how can online assessment help your students, help your learners? Okay, great, Corinne. Students have fun. They are digital natives. They're used to interacting online. It's more familiar to them. Therefore, they're more likely to do it. Yeah, it's handy. They can do it on the go, on the move. They don't feel bored. They feel less bored, more convenient, more enjoyable. Thank you, Junie and Agnieszka. They feel more relaxed. It grasps their attention. It helps shy students. Yeah. Okay. So there's a number of benefits for students. First of all, it's more motivating for learners, as we pointed out. Because they're digital natives, they're used to interacting online and therefore are more likely to do it if it is online. Secondly, as we mentioned, it offers flexibility. And I think young people like having that flexibility as much as possible. One thing that nobody mentioned, interesting, was, and this is important, it offers instant feedback and results for your learners, which is a massive thing. And I'll tell you why, and we'll do it with a poll, actually. So we're going to do our second poll. I'm going to launch it now. Let's go back, poll 2. Let's do that. Okay. So on average, how long does it take you to mark homework and return it to your students? Same day, 1 to 2 days, 3 to 4 days, 5 to 6 days, more than a week. And be completely honest, on average. Of course, some homeworks take longer to mark. If it's written work, it takes longer than, gap fill tasks, multiple choice questions, etc. Wow, quite a few on the same day, which is amazing. I'm going to give you another 10 seconds to vote. If there are essays, it takes a week. Yeah, that's fair enough, Sarah. Always a week. Okay, I'm going to end the poll there. I'm going to share the results. So we can see a real spread there. Probably around 45% of you get it done either same day or 1 to 2 days, but then majority is going to be more than 3 days. So this is interesting, right? Because if your students are not getting the results of their homework to 3 to 4 days. And that's through no fault of the teachers because they have so much to do, so many classes. No one is apportioning blame here at all. But what impact does it have on students if it takes them up to a week to get their homework back? Do you think? What impact does that have on the students? Exactly. They become demotivated. Exactly that, Rainer. They forget. But more importantly than that, I think, is that also it means that as a teacher, by the time you've marked all the homework, you might have already moved on to the next lesson or the next subject, which means you don't have the opportunity, the time to be able to go back and do any remedial work with the learners. Because remember, assessment for learning should be not just of learning, but for learning. So using that information to redirect your classes, to deal with any issues, right? And actually, there's some research on this. It's relatively limited, especially in the ELT field. But a couple of things here. One bit of research, Kelly et al. Shows that correctness-only feedback and unlimited attempts to self-correct results in significant learning goals. So in this respect, students they get the results instantly on an online platform, right? They can see exactly what they've got right and wrong as soon as they've finished the homework, but without telling them what is the right answer potentially. But it means that they can do it again and again. They self-assess essentially to work out the answers. Some other research suggests that the delayed group, they had two groups of students, one that had immediate feedback, some that didn't have immediate feedback. And the delayed group demonstrated a higher week-to-week dropout rate than the immediate feedback group. And surveys indicated that students have a strong preference for immediate feedback grading. So it's more motivating for the learners. Thank you, Blanca. I know time's running out. So into results and feedback, it develops learner autonomy as well for the students. And again, providing correctness-only feedback promotes the skills that students need to be more self-autonomous, to self-correct in order to move on. They're responsible for detecting the error and correcting it. So some real positive impacts on students. But more importantly, and this is really the really important part here, it helps students or teachers rather, to identify individuals and whole class progress more efficiently and effectively. So for example, with programs like National Geographic Learning Spark platform, all of this data gets fed into a gradebook, and you can see exactly how well students are doing. And it puts them into different categories. So for example, with this particular example, we can see that the average score for the whole class is 43%. We can see that 2 students are particularly low and 2 students are higher. Okay, so I can see straight away where my students are at, where the whole class is at. Furthermore, if I want to analyze that in a little bit more depth, I can change the groupings. I can adjust how the groups are set out for the students. Things like low performance, high effort. So students might be struggling to get the answers correct, but they're completing all of the activities. Or maybe they are high performers and high effort. So they're doing multiple attempts to get the right answers and they're getting them right eventually. So they're showing students who are hardworking, for example. So it allows us just to identify different aspects of the teaching or the learning process for the learners. On an individual basis, it allows us to see a student's progress over a period of time. So in this case, Bobby started off quite low, but he's now at a consistently high level across the academic year. So it's making the data visible, makes it visual, rather than just lists of numbers, which sometimes can be tricky to interpret. Putting it into a visual form allows teachers to have a really clear idea of how students are going up and down. I will share a link at the end, Lucinda, giving you more information about the National Geographic Learning Spark program. So if I can identify student progress more efficiently and effectively, it means I can therefore teach better as well. But also very quickly, these platforms can also give us an insight into more than just right and wrong answers and how students are doing. They give us some really interesting, valuable, actionable evidence about how our students are studying. You know, systems like Spark can tell us how much time students spend on each task and a piece of homework overall. Are they spending the amount of time they should be spending on it? For example, here we can see one activity they spent 14 seconds on. Okay, they still got quite a good score, but is that what they should be doing? And equally, if you run a report, you can see what time they do the homework. So it allows you to identify, are my students doing the homework at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, which is not a good time to be doing homework? Or are they doing it at 7 o'clock in the morning, the day it's due? Again, probably not the best way to be doing homework. So it allows us to see that and therefore to take action with our students. All of that means that it facilitates effective assessment for learning, not just of learning. Because I get those instant results, I can change my lessons. So maybe I set homework on the present perfect. They've all done terribly. I can go back and reteach it straight away, rather than having to revisit in a week's time when I've marked the homework. This in turn impacts positively on in-class instruction and classroom management. In other words, flexible grouping. So flexible grouping is actually a data-driven teaching practice, which is where this kind of system really helps. Because with flexible grouping, it allows you to put students into temporary groups based on the data to work together, but only as long as they need to. So I can identify my high scorers, my middle scorers, my low scorers really, really easily. So the next lesson, I can put those students together with different tasks based on their level, okay? Which means that we are addressing the needs of the students at source rather than a week later once I've marked the homework. And ultimately what this means is that it drives learning for all students. No one gets left behind. So it's taking that data, using the information it's given me in a visible, visual way to then impact on my teaching and the students' own learning as much as possible. So my time is up. We can use online platforms to facilitate more heads-up learning in class, save time, reduce teacher burnout, facilitate effective formative assessment. And this is the key thing, effective formative assessment, because it turns that information into insights. I can see far more clearly using this kind of system like Spark to understand how my students are doing, where they're going, and how I can help them to get or to achieve higher. And that, I think, impacts positively on learning. It's more motivating for learners, but also for the teacher as well. And like I say, it drives student learning for everybody. So I'm going to finish with a quote, which I think sums up really the message I want you guys to take away today. Technology will never replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of a great teacher can be transformational. So if there's one thing you take away that. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. It's been a pleasure speaking to you all today.
Thank you, Alex. That was so informative.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Amazing.
Just one, I promised I was going to share the link for Spark. So you can find more information about National Geographic Learning Spark platform at eltngl.com/Spark, which I've popped in the chat box.
Yes, thank you
Alex,
so
could
much.
you go back to that slide with the QR code so that we can take a
Yes.
screenshot of that?
There we go.
There we go. Just leave that there for just a second for everybody to take some screenshots
Yeah.
of that.
Let it be visible during our Q&A session. You mentioned so many things, and I get the impression that what you just showed us it's also a great way to help in active recall, space repetition. And we know that visual data is basically more friendly for our brains. And it's definitely better to use it than some statistics and numbers in Excel column, which might be tiring.
I mean, without question. I mean, you look at an Excel document and your brain fries. This is why infographics nowadays are such a great medium to share information. And that's essentially what we're doing on the Smart platform, turning that data, which might on a spreadsheet look incredibly overwhelming, into more readable data through infographics.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you for saying that, Alex, because you know that this is the way that teachers learn to work with infographics. Yeah. But if they're teaching infographics in the classroom, how are they using that for their own CPD?
Right.
And as we said, and you said, and also that was underlined yesterday few times, time poverty. So time is the only value we cannot multiply, So I think that's important message for principals, for anyone that is making this decision on the chat. A few attendees already gave us this feedback that should be the school call, just to support teachers in order to save bandwidth, because busy is a decision. So we can decide to not be so busy. However, I also have the question I wanted to ask, because, there are some people that are still in this team that aren't the big supporters of AI technology, and they might have been struggling, and simply speaking, they don't believe it's a great tool, and they are afraid, for instance, of cheating. So when delivering online tests and assignments, how we can all prevent any cheating happening that could, potentially skew students' data?
Okay, I mean, it's a great question, and it is a question that many teachers have, and it's naturally a concern for teachers because, especially if they're signing tests outside of class, I would say the issue of cheating and homework has always been the case. Is once students go home, we don't know who's helping them with it. I think the issue here is more about, more, let's say, more high-stake testing. I think there's a number of preventative measures that we can take to alleviate the issues, if not completely solve it. So, for example, with the Spark platform, when setting tests, you can set a very fixed window in which any test or assignment has to be taken. So it becomes time limited, and that means that all students have to do it exactly at the same time, which means that it reduces that opportunity of taking screenshots, sharing questions, etc. In addition to that, the ability to set multiple variations of a test is also a possible deterrent. So by randomizing question orders for every student, they never have exactly the same test because the questions are all in different orders. So for example, one student, question 1 is question 1, but for another student, that question 1 might be question 12 or 11, and so on. So the opportunities for cheating are again reduced. And then I'd say another potential firewall is in the reporting. So students don't get the results of their assignments or tests until after the assignment window is closed. So basically when everybody is finished, they don't get the results, they don't get the scores, and they don't even get the correct answers until the teacher gives them to them in class. So if you don't know how well you've done on a test, you can't share the right answers with other people in your class. Like I say, though, if there's a will, there's a way. And I think students nowadays can be very, very clever, very ingenious about how they might get around these issues. But I think by integrating different measures, we can help to reduce the amount of cheating going on and therefore enhancing the validity of online tests as much as possible.
Well, we can also see the difference between what the scores are telling us or the infographics or the graphs to the students' performance in the classroom.
Absolutely. So, of course, you've still got that human aspect of it. We know where a student is at from their performance in class. And if all of a sudden they're scoring really, really highly, then we know something is likely to be amiss.
Yeah, Dad, who's an IT specialist, is probably helping him or
Exactly.
something.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, that's why I fully agree what Nellie wrote. Nellie, thank you for that. It might be wise to change the way we test to avoid cheating as one of the challenges. And also in terms of the challenges based on extensive research and testing that National Geographic Learning is doing, what are some challenges that teachers face when integrating online platforms for progress monitoring? And so far, what would you say these challenges can be overcome? How?
So can you repeat the question?
Yeah, what are some challenges that teachers face when integrating online platforms for progress monitoring?
I mean, I don't think it's any different necessarily to how it is nowadays. I think with progress monitoring, we are relying, of course, on in-class performance and our view of them there. But at the same time, of course, the homework, the work they're doing at home is going to input or impact on, or show us their progress as well. I think it's a really difficult one. I think what I've already mentioned covers it to an extent, but I think it's about creating an atmosphere, creating a relationship between the teacher and the class, and just making sure that they understand why they should not be doing it. And I think if there's a degree of trust and, openness in the classroom, then hopefully students can buy into that as much as possible. Like I say, students, if they want to cheat, they will cheat. We can't stop them doing that. But we need to make them understand and realize that actually it's not going to help them in the long term, and it doesn't reflect their own classroom performance. So, and that's kind of the beauty about formative assessment, because it isn't just about outside the class, it's about what happens in class. It all adds up. And if all of a sudden it isn't adding up, we know there's an issue, because they might be having outside help as soon as they go home.
Alex, you talked about how all these, the data, the analytics helps to, improve classroom management.
Yeah.
But, I've learned from working at a school who uses such, data and analytics, and of course, ebooks, and working with companies who provide us that information, that it has helped to frame the discussion that teachers have with parents, because it's such a good thing that, you have numbers, you have, graphs, you can show parents this, and it really is helpful for teachers to sit down and have that discussion with parents. I work at a high school, so, I've got to do that too. And I can just say from being there, it has really shaped how I sit down with parents and talk to them about their child's performance at school.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think having, we talked earlier about different stakeholders and having those reports that we can share. And of course, parents are a major stakeholder in the student learning process. So if you can, when you have those parent-teacher meetings and you can show them the evidence of their learning, it does facilitate a more honest, open discussion with them and about their children's progress and how they should or shouldn't be helping them outside of class time.
It helps to remove a lot of that subjectivity, and it moves to more objectivity, so the parents don't see the teachers as the enemy.
Absolutely. But you touch on a good point there. People talk about technology, digital tools dehumanizing the teaching process, but we still need, it is a human, it's very humanistic career and job. Therefore, we need to be careful that we're not over relying on it, and we still have that touch points with the students, with the parents. It shouldn't, be replacing that in its entirety at all. So, it's a combination of the two, because we're humans after all. We have empathy. Computers don't have empathy, but raw data doesn't lie either, unless it's been fiddled with. But yeah.
Okay, we have time for last quick question, as you both mentioned again, performance. So in terms of the future perspective, how you see the impact and integration of AI into such online platforms to grade written and spoken work?
Okay, wow. AI, yes. So, of course, AI is a massive, is having a massive impact on all industries, including the education industry right now. And again, I think I've already said, we need to be a little bit careful with it. But that said, of course, if we can integrate AI into marking our written work and our spoken work, that's going to save even more time for teachers. But we have to be careful because while AI can quickly analyze large amounts of student work, providing immediate feedback on, let's say, if it's written on grammar, on spelling, sentence structure, etc., I think at the same time, it doesn't necessarily capture all the nuances of human communication. It might struggle with interpreting arguments or context or cultural or linguistic variations. And equally with spoken work, it might not understand the emotional tone or deeper meaning behind the student's words. And actually, there's also, I think, a really important aspect here about the question of fairness and bias, because AI algorithms, they inadvertently or they can inadvertently reinforce biases in language or evaluation criteria, leading to inaccurate assessments. So, yes, on the one hand, they can be super, super helpful, but I think there needs to be a combination here. I think the use of AI will be most effective when used in combination with human judgment. So let's say teachers could use AI to handle more objective aspects of grading while maintaining their role in interpreting, contextualizing, and offering feedback that recognizes, the full expression of the student. So there's a more of a balanced approach to it. So yes, embrace it, but be wary of it, be careful with it. Don't just have everything focusing on the AI score.
Happy medium. This is what we've been
Yeah.
saying yesterday, all speakers and all attendees. And I think that's the goal in every area of life. Alex, thank you so much for being with us. And all attendees, if you really want, and I hope you do, to hear out more from Alex, visit our podcast because we recorded a very long and fruitful conversation with Mo and obviously with Alex. So thank you for the first opening session for Educast Conference 2025, and I will hand over to Ron and Mo.
Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye. Have a great day.
Thanks, Alex, for this. Thank you. Okay, everyone. Thank you for the lovely participation in the polls and in the chat box. What an interactive session. So, Alex, could you please stop sharing the screen?
But that he was, I needed to take a screenshot of those QR codes.
Okay,
to place
so
that on
everyone,
social
yeah,
media.
you'll have a few seconds to take a screenshot till I share the screen.
Mo, as they do that, okay, and Alex will quit sharing that. I'm going to share those QR codes on social media, and we're getting ready for our next guest.
Yeah, and he has been there,
Can I just check? Have I stopped sharing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
He has been there for, I think, 20 minutes. That's
Hello, Daniel. Where are you coming from today, Daniel?
Malta.
The beautiful island of Malta.
Yeah, on a wet day though.
Yeah.
Okay, so thanks everyone again. So here we come to the next talk of today, the second day of the Educast International Conference 2025. This talk is entitled Prompt Engineering in Education, a Practical Guide by Dr. Daniel Xerri. So some few rules before we start this session and before we start introducing our next guest. Please use the chat box to make comments, write your questions at the end of the talk. Only ask relevant questions. Please be respectful and polite, and we do know that you already are. Don't write harmful or offensive comments. Don't share links of personal information in the chat box. You will receive certificates of attendance a couple of days after the conference ends, and the recordings will be there on our YouTube channel, so don't worry about anything if you miss any talk or anything. The conference is being live streamed on YouTube. So let's introduce our next guest. Again, we have Dr. Daniel Xerri, who is an associate professor in applied linguistics and TESOL at University of Malta. He is also a researcher and author specializing in English language teaching and teacher education. Based in Malta, he has held various academic and leadership roles, including chairing the ELT Council for the Ministry of Education. His research focuses on teacher professional development, assessment, creativity in education, and digital literacies. Dr. Xerri has published extensively on these topics and frequently speaks at international conferences. He's also involved in teacher training initiatives, supporting educators in enhancing their teaching practices through research-informed methodologies. His website is www.danielxerri.com. So, Dr. Daniel, whenever you're ready to share your screen, please do it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this conference. I really appreciate the invitation, and thank you also for your kind introduction. My topic today is prompt engineering, a skill that many of us have learned to use over the past couple of years. And we've learned to do this as educators because of the increasing importance of generative AI in our work as professionals, but also in our professional lives. Many of us use generative AI for a wide variety of purposes, those being not only associated with our professional role, but also in other tasks that we might be doing in our personal lives. And as English language educators, we are obviously responsible for enabling our learners to be well prepared for current demands, current challenges, and also future ones and future needs. And as English language educators, I believe we're not just responsible for focusing on competencies that are directly related to the English language, but we can use our English language teaching as a vehicle for the teaching of a wider variety of competencies. And this is one such competency that has become increasingly important with the advent of certain large language models that have become highly significant in education and in a broad array of realms. So today I'm going to be talking about how we can be more effective in terms of our ability to interact with large language models, to communicate and to collaborate with machines so that what we do as educators and what we enable our students to do in the current roles, but also in the future jobs, is far more efficient. And this talk is also meant to be practical in the sense that when I will be talking about the different kinds of prompt methodologies that we can engage in, I'll be showing you some examples and enabling you to reflect on how we can actually implement these methodologies. But I've mentioned that AI has become more and more important and is likely to be even more important to us in the coming years. But this doesn't mean that there aren't any downsides to it. In fact, current research shows us that there are certain issues that we need to be aware of when using this kind of technology, because there are potential effects, negative effects that it might have on us as users of the technology, but also as professionals and as learners. The first one is that some people lack a knowledge of how AI works and how it could best be used. And this insufficient knowledge can ultimately affect their interaction with the technology, and it can also harm the use of the technology, or what ends up being the output of that particular use. So developing an understanding of how these large language models work and what constraints they might have is highly important as a first step in enabling us to engage in a more effective relationship with machines. In fact, research also indicates that some people, and I'm not just referring to people my age or older, but even younger people, are sometimes lacking in an awareness of the dangers of misusing AI or its limitations. So that lack of awareness is also problematic, and it forms part of something that I'm going to be talking about very soon. One thing that I see amongst my own students, I teach at a university, and one thing that I see happening quite often amongst my students is that they use the technology. They might have learned how to use it to ultimately make better use of their time, but they are using it in an uncritical manner. So they are not deploying the critical thinking when using the technology. And they are also delegating the cognitive work that they used to do before to the technology, to the extent that now there is this complete reliance on the technology for a wide variety of tasks without really questioning the output that is generated by the AI. And this ultimately has an impact on learning and retention. So here, when we are delegating most of the cognitive work, the cognitive load to the AI, what's happening is that learning is not really occurring in an efficient manner. And this is highly problematic. Now, it might be an evolution of the way we learn and the way we retain information and the way we employ information for a wide variety of tasks, but it is certainly an issue when we use the AI as a crutch to do almost everything for us without us really needing to employ our analytical thinking, our creative thinking, and our critical thinking. Another issue that I often see amongst my own students is this misconception that generative AI is a truth generator, that whatever you ask the technology, it is always going to give you something reliable and trustworthy. In reality, what we need to understand is that these are statistical machines and they have their limitations. And here on the screen, I've listed a few of these limitations. We've all heard of AI hallucinations, of how when, for example, a student is producing an assignment and it asks the student to incorporate citations to scholarly work within the assignment, if we don't bother to check whether those citations actually exist, we might very well submit an assignment that incorporates hallucinations, that is, references and citations that do not exist. And this happens to quite a few of my students. Another issue that we're talking about quite a lot nowadays is how these large language models were trained on specific kind of data. And most often, what's happening is that there is a misrepresentation of reality, or else at least there is a biased perception of reality. And that's why the acronym WEIRD was invented. It was invented because most of the data is depicting a reality that is not truthful for the majority of the world's population. The majority of the world's population doesn't live in the Western world, is not educated, is not part of an industrialized country, is not rich, okay? And what is also sometimes missing from the output is diversity. And we see this, for example, when people use something like DALL-E in order to create an image, and the image is always depicting white people. So this leads us to the significance of developing AI literacy, our own AI literacy as educators, and also that of our students. And AI literacy basically means our ability as human beings to interact with the technology in a fruitful manner, knowing how to harness the technology to ultimately improve our everyday lives and society in general. Just as we learned how to use a calculator, just as we learned how to use a computer, we need to know how to use AI in order to ultimately progress as a species, as a society, and as individual professionals. And this AI literacy is fundamental. And there is a lot of literature currently on what it means and what the different dimensions of AI literacy consist of. What I'm going to be sharing with you now is a framework, one of many frameworks that have been developed in order to chart what these different competencies forming part of AI literacy consist of. So, for example, earlier at the beginning of my talk, I talked very much about understanding what AI is, how LLMs work, and what the nature consists of, what the limitations are. That is, if we look at the AI literacy framework developed by Hibbert, that is basically at a foundational level. It is basic AI literacy that we're talking about here. We're talking about knowledge. We're talking about an understanding of what these systems consist of, what the limitations might be. Once we start interacting with the technology and we start using it, and in order to do that, we require the competencies that I'm going to be talking about later, we are moving a step further. So we are now able to interact with generative AI and to apply it to a wide variety of tasks. A more important skill is something that I've already touched upon. The ability not only to use the technology, but to also do so in a critical manner. Hence, to analyze and evaluate its output, to understand the limitations of the model that you are currently using when compared to other models. And for some people, and for some of our students, and even members of the audience here today, there are other levels of AI literacy. This is the ability to ultimately harness the technology in such a way that you have a creative role in what you do with it. Some people are also able to tailor a specific model to the needs. And this is where our digital literacy is far more enhanced. For many of us, however, as educators and as students, the first 3 steps of this particular pyramid are the most important. They are vital. And today I'm going to be talking primarily about the second and the third steps, focusing mostly on the second one, because this is our starting point when it comes to interacting with the technology. Hibbert also came up with a number of reflection questions, and there are many reflection questions associated with each stage of the pyramid that make us think about our own AI literacy. So when we are thinking about an LLM, we have to think about what might the tool that we're currently using be particularly useful for. So this is perhaps an understanding of how one particular model might be more suitable for a specific task that we have in mind than another one. And realizing that a specific tool that we want to use might not be able to deliver the output that we have in mind, and hence we need to go to another tool. And there are many, many tools out there, many generative AI tools out there that we can ultimately use. And some of them are particularly useful for specific tasks. So when it comes to that basic level of AI literacy, knowing which tools are available and how we can use them is significant. Then we can move on to use and application. So here, when we're interacting with the generative AI model, what can we feed into it? What prompt should we be using? How can we adjust it in order to refine the output? And I'll be devoting a lot of attention to this particular stage in my talk today. When we move on to analysis and evaluation, we start thinking about the biases that might be inherent in the output and whether we need to change our prompt in order to avoid those biases. And later I'll be talking about something which has become even more important when we consider certain LLMs, newly developed LLMs. And finally, for people who have a higher level of AI literacy, and they might be developing their own AIs, perhaps for a company that they work for, or an institution or a school, then how can we design a better tool? A tool that meets specific needs, that allows us to achieve specific goals. Prompt engineering is crucial and is increasingly recognized as being a vital means by which we not only engage in interaction with AI, but it is also a means of stimulating deeper learning. So as educators, as language educators, if we develop an understanding of how to enable our students to use it more effectively, we are not only allowing our students to interact with the technology, but we can also develop a better understanding of whichever topics, issues, or tasks they are focusing on. And that is why there is literature that is currently being published on how we can merge the use of the technology with critical thinking. And in the process of synthesizing information that is derived from the use of the technology, we are also developing our students' ability to engage in critical thinking. And this leads us to that deep learning that Walter, in a paper published last year, is talking about. What is the value of prompt engineering? Well, we know that when we learn how to use the technology more effectively, then we are improving our accuracy in terms of the results that are generated by the technology. We also learn how to cut down on the time that perhaps we used to take in order to do certain tasks. So it can save us a lot of time. Many people sometimes give up when using an AI for a specific objective because they feel that it's not giving them exactly what they want. Perhaps the issue here is not that the AI is unable to do that, but perhaps it's because the interaction is failing to achieve clarity. So there is a lack of clarity of intent, and we are unable to communicate that clarity of intent to the AI. Prompt engineering, a more effective use of prompt engineering, facilitates complex tasks. It breaks down seemingly complex tasks into things that we can now do much more efficiently. It improves our experience as users of the technology, and ultimately it enables us to achieve better outcomes. So whichever tasks we might have in mind, we are now being more productive. We are now managing to do things better because we've learned how to better collaborate with the technology. And I'd like to underscore these words, interact and collaborate, because that is what some research is pointing out, that this is human-machine collaboration. And in order for this human-machine collaboration to be fruitful, we have a role to play in ultimately using this technology in a more efficient manner. So when we focus on prompt engineering, some of the things that we need to bear in mind are that it is language that we're using in order to communicate with the technology. Hence, we need to be clear in the message that we are relaying to it, the instructions that we're providing it with. So clarity in the language, but also clarity of intent. We ourselves need to be clear about what it is that we want to achieve and how best to communicate it when we write the prompts or speak the prompts that we feed into the technology. Conciseness is also described as being important. Relevance, so the information or the text that we feed into the AI has to be relevant to the goal that we have in mind. And we also need to remember that many of these generative AI tools, they are expecting us to engage in a conversation. So it's not a single prompt and that's it, but we build on one prompt after another. And that's why it's important that whenever you need to move on to a new task, you need to start a new conversation. You need to open a new window. And in that way, the model is following that conversation and allowing you to refine the output, to progressively refine the output. Some best practices that are most often mentioned have to do with specificity. So the prompt needs to ultimately give enough information to the model in order for the model to understand what it is that we desire. And hence, we might need to explain the context. For example, you wanted to do something for a particular job. Hence, what is the context of that job? Is it a company? What kind of company? What kind of role? These are things that are important in order for it to understand what it needs to produce. The format that you want it to generate. So, for example, many people, when they use ChatGPT, they feed it a prompt and the output is most often in the format of bullet points, when in reality they didn't want bullet points. Hence, it's important to specify that you want the output to be in the format of coherent paragraphs. Okay, that might be what you have in mind. The length, so you also need to specify how long the output needs to be, and the tone and style, and also whether you want to tell it to make a distinction between something and another. So sometimes we not only give it a prompt, but we also upload certain documents, certain images even, in order for it to get better context and in order for it to replicate something that we have uploaded to it. Examples, hence, are important. These examples could be documents that we previously used and now we want a new version. They could be data that we wanted to incorporate into the output, certain templates that we have in mind. It could be even a referencing style that we ultimately wanted to follow, especially if it's not a referencing style that is widely available or that has been adapted. That is also important. It needs to know the parameters within which to actually work. We need to be as clear as possible about the output. We can't expect it to read our minds. So we need to be as specific as possible about the output that we desire, what we really want to achieve by means of it. And in certain cases, this might require multiple prompts, so a much longer conversation where we keep refining the output until we achieve what we have in mind. When providing instructions, sometimes we have to be careful not to be confusing in our use of language. So we have to be aware of the fact that potentially the negative can be confusing. And we also need to give the model a persona or frame of reference. So if I want to write a report, I need to tell the model from which perspective the report needs to be written, who the audience might be, and what my purpose is. And If the task that we wanted to do is highly complex, then it's better to split it up into simpler ones and then aggregate the different elements into one product. And ultimately, we need to understand that with any model that we might use, there are limitations. I'm not going to talk a lot about what these are, but for example, we need to understand that one of the limitations of many of the LLMs that we might be using is context window. So this is ultimately the ability of a model to process an amount of text that we feed it. So if we upload a very lengthy text, one specific model might not be able to remember what was at the beginning by the time it gets to the end. So that is an important thing. The context window is most often measured in tokens. These tokens can be as small as a character and as big as a word, depending on the language that is used, depending also on the format in which we feed information into the model. So context window is important. And if we look at the most popular models out there, for example, ChatGPT is far more limited than Gemini Advanced when it comes to the context window. So that is something that we need to bear in mind if we are interacting with the LLM and uploading massive amounts of text or data. Another one is temperature. This setting is basically what controls the creativity of the output. In certain tasks, we don't want it to be very created, so the temperature setting has to be far, far lower. And guardrails. Guardrails are those constraints which limit what the LLM will produce. Now, these guardrails could be there to stop us from creating stuff that is illegal or that is unethical, or else it could be because the model has been trained in such a way that it stops us from asking the difficult questions, okay? So those of you who have used DeepSeek and might have asked DeepSeek for certain things that are uncomfortable for the people or the organization that designed that particular tool, then you know what these guardrails are. And there are ways of bypassing guardrails, but we need to be aware that different models have different kinds of guardrails in place. Now, moving on to the main focus of this talk, which is prompt engineering. Prompt methodologies, and there are many prompt methodologies that we can engage in when interacting with LLMs. These need to be, we need to have an awareness of the variety of methodologies that we can employ, because even though we might think that all prompts are the same, in reality, there are certain prompts that are far better, that give us a more privileged position than others. Let's start with the most basic one, the one that many of us employ. This is simple input-output prompting. So a brief prompt that asks for something out of the LLM, and obviously the output is going to be simple in nature. This is a classic example of how certain teachers interact with the model. So they ask the model to produce something to help them do something else, okay? What we notice here is a lack of context, a lack of background, a persona. There are many things that are missing from the prompt, and hence the model has to assume things about what we have in mind, how we're going to use this lesson plan, for whom we need it, and so on and so forth. There are many things that are missing, but if they had to be built into the prompt, perhaps the output would be far better. Chain of thought prompting is a methodology that allows us to interact with the technology in such a way that the model can explain how a response is generated. And here I have an example. So we're not just telling the AI what to do. We're not just telling it what we want it to create. And obviously the prompt here can be as detailed as we want it to be. But we're also asking it to provide us with the rationale behind each part of the lesson that is being designed. So we're asking it to ultimately explain its chain of thought, to provide us with a justification for the different stages of the lesson that we've asked it to create for us. And as you can see here, we're asking it for a lesson plan. But then besides the lesson plan, we could go into materials, we could go into so many different elements that constitute this particular lesson. But asking it to provide a rationale helps us also to understand whether the stages that it's come up with are useful for us or not, whether the rationale is sufficiently convincing or not. Then we move on to role play or expert prompting. So here we tell the AI to ultimately adopt a particular role. Now, as educators, we might want it to adopt our own role. And that's where we need to give it more information about who we are, what kind of educator we are, what kind of people we teach, what kind of role we have. We want it to ultimately adopt a position of expertise. And if we wanted to assume our role in the production of a specific task, then that expertise needs to be communicated to it. In certain methodologies, in fact, before you ask the AI to do something, first you provide it with a lot of information. So you might upload certain documents to it in order for it to get an understanding of the context, of the background from which to operate. And this is important. Let's imagine, for example, we want an explanation of a specific kind of cancer, but we don't want it to provide us with an explanation that we can easily read by going to Wikipedia. We want an explanation that is from the perspective of an oncologist. And hence, there, the information is far more technical in nature. It is information that is associated with a specific domain of expertise. Here I'm giving you an example. I'm showing you an example of how we might actually go about this particular methodology. So we are telling the AI that it's an English language teacher. We're asking it to prepare a lesson for upper intermediate students. We're giving it the topic. We're giving it the objective, okay? And then we're giving it a series of steps of how to go about the task. Here, the information I'm showing you is what fits on a slide. However, if we wanted to be more elaborate, we could do so. Always bearing in mind that whilst being elaborate, we also need to be concise and relevant in terms of the prompt that we feed into the AI. But we're ultimately telling the AI to design a lesson plan, but it has to meet specific stages. So there's an explanation of the concept, examples, common mistakes, a practice activity, and also to bear in mind assessment. We might even, if we wanted to, tell it what learning outcomes we have in mind. Or we might first start with the learning outcomes associated with reported speech for a particular CEFR level, and then move on to the design of an activity, and then another activity, and so on and so forth. So even breaking down a complex task into smaller tasks might ultimately lead to a far better outcome. The last methodology that I'm going to talk about is what we call self-consistency prompting. This is where we ultimately tell the AI that we want it to generate different outputs and then to explain which one is best. So here we're asking it to ultimately be self-consistent in terms of its ability to think about what is more appropriate for us. So we can start with something as simple as this: generate 3 definitions of collocations and explain which one is best. It's a very simple prompt. This can be far more complex, but for the purpose of this exercise, let's keep it as simple as possible. Then the AI, in this case, I was using ChatGPT, it provided 3 different definitions. And in looking at them, what I'd like you to do is to use your own expertise, your own knowledge of the English language and your own knowledge of English language teaching to determine which one, according to you as professionals, is the best. So which one of these definitions might be the most appropriate. This is the second definition that was generated by ChatGPT. And this is the third. So here we have 3 definitions. And for us as professionals going through these definitions, we might immediately think of which one we consider to be the best for us. It's ultimately, it might be a subjective opinion, but obviously the deeper our knowledge of the language might be, we might gravitate towards one rather than another. But in this case, to complement our expertise, we're also asking the AI to give us an explanation of which one is best. And the way it went about this task is by actually providing us with an explanation of each one. So before telling us which one is best, it explains the merits of each one of the definitions it provided us with. So here we have the explanation for the first definition, the explanation for the second one, and the explanation for the third definition that it generated. And reading through these explanations, what we're bearing in mind here is which one is most convincing, obviously, knowing what we know about the English language and knowing what we know about collocations. And in reading these explanations, we might already think, I find one particular definition to be far more convincing, far more appropriate, given my knowledge of the language, than the others. But then we go to the next stage of the process. And in this stage, what we're doing is we're asking the technology to choose. So it generated 3 definitions, it generated 3 explanations, and now we're asking it to actually choose the best one. Whether the best definition is chosen by ChatGPT is the one we chose is up for question. But here we're also using our own critical thinking and our own knowledge of the language to determine whether the output, in this case, the output is its choice of what is the best definition and the explanation for why it is the best definition is correct or not. So this is where our own critical thinking as educators, our own knowledge of the language and our own knowledge of ELT comes into play. Rather than merely relying on what ChatGPT, through this multi-stage prompting process, determined to be the best definition and why, we need to ultimately use our own knowledge. Because if we merely go with definition 2 as being the best definition just because ChatGPT says so, then that is where we are offloading. We are basically shifting the cognitive load to the technology without using our own expertise to question whether this is the case or not. So if we had to sum up what are the most important elements when interacting with Gen AI, we can do so by looking at this particular model. First and foremost, we have to be very clear about our own goal. What is it that we want to achieve? Are we clear about the final output? What is the objective that we have in mind? Once we're clear about the objective, then we can start drafting an initial prompt. And the use of the word draft is important here, because when we use a prompt, it is not it might not be the final version. We might need to keep refining the prompt depending on the output that is generated by the technology. So we draft an initial prompt, we test it, we evaluate the output, and here you can see the third stage of the pyramid I showed you earlier coming into play. We evaluate the output, and if we determine that it's not the desired output, that there is a mismatch between our goal and the output, then we need to refine the prompt further. And this iterative process is highly important when interacting with Gen AI. It's an iterative process, and we should avoid looking at the interaction with the technology as being made up of simple input-output prompting. So using a wider variety of prompt methodologies, and always bearing in mind that this is a conversation that we're having in order to eventually arrive at the objective that we have in mind, is crucial. Now, prompt engineering has been discussed at length over the past 2 years or so, and there's a lot of buzz surrounding this particular competency. But as more of us become more proficient in our ability to use prompt engineering, and there are varying degrees of proficiency amongst educators and even amongst our students. However, we need to bear in mind that just because we might have developed a better understanding of how to use different prompt methodologies, there are other important skills, other important competencies that are coming into play. For example, in a recent Harvard Business Review article, the author talks about problem formulation. So the ability to really identify what the problem is before you arrive at an understanding of what the objective is. So most often we engage in tasks because we want to address a particular need, a particular issue, a challenge that we might have. Knowing what the problem actually consists of and being able to articulate what that problem is can enable us to achieve a better understanding of our goals and eventually employ different prompts in a more effective manner. And this ties in to the significance of other skills that we need to develop in ourselves as educators and also in our students. These are skills that in the past were described as 21st century skills, nowadays as global skills, but these are basically transversal competencies. These are competencies that enable us to achieve a wide variety of different things in the current educational context, but also in the society that we might live in. So they enable us to deal with volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity in a more productive manner. And knowing how to deploy these competencies together with our AI literacy is significant in order for us to ultimately be highly productive members of a team, of a community, and of society. That is all I had to share with you today. If you go to this QR link, you can download an article that develops what I said during this particular presentation in further detail and gives you an understanding of a broader range of prompt methodologies that you might want to ultimately use in your own professional work and also enable your students to learn about and to craft when interacting with AI. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Daniel, for that great talk. And I think for many here today could probably be their first detailed or deep dive into how to work with AI and how to work with it as a teacher and educator to get it to create maybe some lesson plans, okay? Whether that be content-based or grammar or whatever. So thank you very much for that. And yes, we do have a lot of questions for you, Daniel. Okay, first of all, and I just think it's a fair question to start off with. Did you use AI to help you create that PowerPoint today?
Yes, in fact, I'm quite transparent about it. In the article, when you go to the article, the different prompt methodologies that I showed you there, the prompts themselves were created by AI. So I was using AI to help me come up with examples of different prompts. So I was prompting the AI to create prompts in a way, if you can see the cyclical nature of all this. So yes, AI can be used for a wide variety of things, even in allowing it to teach you how to better communicate with it.
I think that's important, that we as teachers need to know that prompting AI is extremely important. And as language teachers, we should know how to use language to get the best out of it. So it's always good to do a little bit of research as far as prompt engineering when you're a teacher or educator and how to work with AI. And thank you for for showing us the Hibbert model. I'm going to post some of that you presented, and also your link to your site so that other teachers can get a little bit more information about that. I'd like to ask you some questions about, you know, I know you, I know what you do, okay? And I have to say that I know you work with teachers, and that you work in teacher education. We have a lot of educators here today. And so I'd like to ask you, how are you as an educator, a person on the front lines there in the classroom with teachers and educating teachers in the many things that teachers have to learn? How are you using AI in your classroom with your teachers? And would you recommend, this is a two-part question, and would you recommend that teacher colleges or education faculties at universities integrate a separate standalone course for how teachers should learn how to work with AI in the classroom?
So I am lucky enough to work at a university that when sort of ChatGPT and other models were being developed, it immediately took a very positive stance with respect to the technology. Other institutions around the world, some of them decided to bury their heads in the sand, or else they focused on the potential problems of AI use.
All the fear mongering that's going on there, yeah.
That's it. So, for example, there was an entire debate about whether when using Turnitin, Turnitin is a means by which you check whether students are plagiarizing content or not, whether to turn on a setting that Turnitin offers to determine whether the content in a particular assignment has been generated by AI or not. My university decided that no, that setting won't be turned on because it's highly difficult for plagiarism detection software to actually tell with accuracy whether a particular text has been generated by AI or not. So the university instead, what it did is it asked me and a small group of people to design guidelines for academic staff and for students on how best to use AI. And the word the university decided to use is, we want to embrace AI use. So the use of the word embrace was a word that led to a lot of debate. Some academics rejected
Well, it's taken
the
on
idea.
a new definition, hasn't it?
That's it.
Yeah.
So some people rejected the idea that we should embrace the technology, whereas other people are seeing this as a normal part or the next stage of our evolution as a species, and hence we cannot resist the technology. We need to adapt, and we need to adapt in such a way that we can use this technology just as we learn to use other technologies. Nowadays, if I want to go to another town, I have to use a mechanical means of transport. So I either use a car You either use public transport and so on. Very few people would imagine walking 10, 20 kilometers just to go and do an errand. Okay, so just as we have learned as a species to use other technologies in the past and we take them for granted nowadays, the same thing is happening with AI. In education, it's also important to embrace the technology as educators, as teacher educators, as pre-service teachers. And in doing so, we are enabling the people that we teach, the people that we are ultimately responsible for, to become better at what they will eventually do.
So
whether they
would
are
you
going
say
to
that
be...
that universities or teacher colleges, when you're using the word embrace, I take it that integrate some kind of course and also help teachers to overcome that fear that they might have, or overcome in general what's out there, all this fear mongering coming from sad but true many educators.
But the integration can happen in different ways. So for example, at my university, there are courses that enable people who might be unfamiliar with the technology to go and learn how to do things, to do the basics, okay? To understand what an AI is, to start interacting with it, and so on and so forth. But integration can also happen in a more organic manner. So for example, one recent project that I did with 2 teachers who work in a language school was that of enabling them to start using it in the process of teaching writing. And they were experimenting with ChatGPT and other tools as a means of enabling students to start writing. This leads us to questions about what writing means nowadays. Is writing the same as it was 5 years ago, or has it changed, or will it change entirely? And what was interesting about the project is that these teachers realized that the AI is now their teaching assistant, and it is also an assistant to their students. The nature of writing has changed, and the nature of their identity as writing instructors has changed as well. So in this project, we're talking about the fluidity of professional identity. Your identity as a teacher, now that you're using the technology in such ways, is changing, is constantly adapting, and you're embracing the changes that are happening. You're no longer resisting this because you're seeing it as an important new way of being a writing instructor.
I put together a AI workshop for teachers. I'm on my 9th iteration of that, and I have to say, what I do now has almost nothing, when I first started. So even I have changed and learned a lot along the way of what really it is to effectively integrate AI platforms into lesson planning, because it's always about lesson planning and the things that we can do with it. And I have to say that what you presented here today is a great way for teachers to start thinking about how they're going to use AI in the classroom. One more question for here is, you mentioned in your talk about the different points of it and the value of AI, that we as teachers should see a value in it. And one of those things was redesigning. I'm big on instructional design, backward design. And from a personal, it has helped me redesign things and look at things in a different perspective. So I go into the classroom with feeling that, what I'm really doing in there's really different. It's up to date. It's state of the art, because AI has helped me to redesign a lot of the things that I do in the classroom. What about you? Has AI helped you to redesign what you do in the classroom?
Yes, in a way, you can use the technology as a critical friend. So if there are certain things that you've grown used to, that you in a way have become entrenched practices,
complacent even.
Pardon?
Complacent even.
Yes,
yeah.
Complacent, definitely. If you are open to the idea of change, because that is the most important thing, you first have to be open to the idea that you're changing as a professional and you're questioning what you do. And you might not have colleagues whom you can rely on to do that, because they might be diffident about providing you with that kind of critical feedback. You can use the technology to provide you with insights into how you can do things differently. So you can use it as what we call a critical friend. In research, we use critical friends as a means of questioning our research questions, our research design, and getting an awareness of things that we might currently be blind to. The same thing we can do with the technology if we're using it intelligently. So if we're providing it with an understanding of what we currently do, and then ask it to evaluate what we're doing, it will tell us what's working or what might be working, what the strengths of our approach currently are, and what might we want to change. How can we develop as educators? So it is a very useful tool for that purpose as well.
Daniel, both you and I are great promoters of and believers in transversal skills development. And we've given many talks on that. But to our audience here today, how do you think artificial intelligence can help teachers not only to understand what transversal skills are, but how they are integrating transversal skills development into their classes?
Yes, as I mentioned in my talk, there are quite a few studies being conducted nowadays and different articles being published on the importance of not just foregrounding digital literacy or AI literacy, but combining this with the development of transversal skills. The development of a wider range of competencies that learners require now in interacting with information, and they will need when they are in the workplace. So to complement this particular talk, I also do talks on the value of developing students' evidence-based thinking. That is, when you are dealing with information, whether it is AI generated or else generated by the media or by politicians or anyone else, you are always looking for the evidence. There is one particular statistician and physician who wrote a book called Factfulness. It's about understanding whether the claims made by people, by the media, by technology, are supported by the evidence. Is there evidence for what is being shared? And that kind of evidence-based thinking is a very important thing that we need to also provide our learners with, because they are sometimes tempted to see the technology as a truth generator rather than as a statistical machine. We also are aware of the value that organizations around the world, companies, businesses give to digital technology, to digital literacy, but even more importantly for them, things like creative thinking and analytical thinking. If we look
Which
at
are transversal skills, yes.
That's it. If we look at the future of work report, the future of jobs report published by the World Economic Forum, analytical thinking and creative thinking are always in the top 5 positions in terms of what business owners and organizations consider to be the most important transversal skills.
Daniel, I'm going to have to jump in there. I'm sorry, but we're cut for time here. This discussion could go on and on and on. Yeah, because there's just so much to talk about. I have a list of questions I'd love to ask you. Maybe we could even do an interview later, but we got to move on to our next speaker. And I want to thank you on behalf of Educast International Conferences for coming here this morning, sharing your knowledge and experience with us, the teachers here on the platform. And I'm sure they're going to love to go to your site and get more information about AI prompt engineering. So again, thank you very much. I wish we had more time, and I turn that over to Mo now.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Daniel, for this. It was a wonderful and really beneficial talk. Everyone is happy in the chat box. And I'd really, on behalf of the team, I'd really thank you for accepting the invitation and, to be part of this massive gathering of ELT, educators from all parts of the world. So thank you again.
Thanks so much to you and to the rest of the Educast team. Thanks so much.
Thank you. You're welcome. So everyone, thank you for staying here and being part of this. Let me share the screen to introduce our next speaker. And please, if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat box or in the Q&A section. So our next
Well, Mo,
speaker,
who's our next speaker? Who is that?
one of the earliest attendees of the conference. She's not one of the moderators, but she is one of the conference, or the reasons of the conference success run. She did everything. She helped the attendees. She even,
Oh, yeah, she's been very active in that chat box.
Exactly, that's right. She's amazing.
And
I
we're
think
very
she's,
thankful to Nellie for that.
yeah, she's, when it comes to talking about education and technology, her name is almost on top of the list. It's on top of the list.
God, here we are introducing her sort of informally, because if you haven't heard the name Nellie Deutsch and you're a teacher and you're out there in the CPD world, then where have you been? Because Nellie Deutsch is one of the outstanding voices when it comes to technology, integration of technology. And that means, well, let's just introduce Nellie. Let's get started.
You will have to introduce her. Yes, you will have to introduce her this time. So everyone, thank you again. And this is our third talk of the second day of the Educast International Conference 2025. Some rules before we move into the next session. Please use the chat box to make comments. Write your questions at the end of the talk. Only ask relevant questions. Please be respectful and polite in the chat box. Don't write harmful or offensive comments, and don't share links of personal information. Again, you will have certificates of attendance after a couple of days of the conference ends. And regarding the recordings, they are already there on the YouTube channel. We will have just, if you want to, watch the live recorded conference, the whole thing, you can do it on our YouTube channel. But if you want to have the best experience ever, please wait for a week, and every session will be separately uploaded there. Okay, so this moves us to the next session. Dr. Ron, could you please introduce our next guest?
Well, it's like, I don't know if I want to read all of that because there's so much to say about Nellie, but I'm going to go ahead and read it, read some of the points there. Nellie is from Canada. She's a researcher, a speaker, and an expert in educational technology, online learning, and professional development. She's been to so many conferences all over the world. She specializes in integrating technology into teaching, mentoring educators, and promoting lifelong learning. Nellie Deutsch has extensive experience in designing and facilitating online courses, particularly in the TESOL world, and also with her things that she does on her own. And she's very actively involved in open education, Moodle training. She was one who got me, to understand Moodle and organizing online conferences and workshops, which I know she's going to talk about today because there's one that she's going to be coming up. And her work focuses on fostering collaborative learning communities, and using technology to enhance teaching and learning experiences globally. With that said, Nellie, and we could say a lot more. Let's invite our next guest, Nellie Deutsch. And Nellie, when you want to share screens, go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you so much. I'm embarrassed. All those superlatives. Okay, so you're probably expecting something really special. So I hope that you will get that. Right, so let me screen share. I've already added the presentation so that you could see it. There we go. So you can follow as I go. So this is the session. I'm really excited because it's really an honor to be here among all of you, presenters, attendees, moderators, organizer. Really, really wonderful. And I'm also thankful to the previous speakers of today because they actually did a lot of my work for me. So this may just be really short. So thank you to Alex and to Danielle for covering a lot of what I wanted to say. And saving me a lot of time, just as AI tools would. So there's a little bit about me so that it wasn't covered before. And that is that I have spent a lot of time in the classroom with young learners, specifically high school learners, as well as university learners. But my favorites, as Ron mentioned, were young learners because we learn so much from them, and they are sponges and so open to new things, which we are as well. And you can see a little bit more there. I teach immersive technologies to mostly English language teachers at a university in Greece. And it's highly recommended for teachers who are here or interested in doing an MSc program. It's virtual reality and augmented reality, nothing to do with codes, so no worries. I'm not a coder, but I do use ChatGPT for that. Sharing is caring is something that I've always been saying, and I think that many of you do the same. That's what we do online. We share what we learn and what we find out with others, get input, and that's how we connect. So the Google Slides on the left, you can get that if you've got your phone handy. And there is the right that you might be interested in taking courses with me and others. What I'd like you to do is try the 3-2-1 Padlet wall. Any ideas what 3-2-1 is before you go into it, or even after you do? You can add that in the chat. What is 3-2-1? Is it a dance? If you haven't heard of it, you can check it out and find out. So comments on 3-2-1. No, ready, steady. Yeah, ready, set, go. That's the idea. In any case, you'll have that later on at the end. So don't worry if you didn't capture any of these images. 3-2-1. We'll get to it in a minute. So this is the agenda that I'm going to go through. There's a lot of information. And the reason there's a lot of information is that you can take something with you when you leave the conference and try things out. So don't be alarmed by the information at this time. Just kind of sit back and let it kind of go through and enjoy. So first of all, who, what, why, and how. That's what I'm going to go through. So who am I? I told you a little bit about me, but I don't see you guys. Which is very, very difficult for educators who are used to being in the classroom and who need that, feedback from the audience, because I don't know how you're feeling. You're all in different places, of course, and you might be sitting, I don't know where, maybe you can tell me where you're sitting, and I don't see you. So the only way that I can kind of see you is through the chat. So feel free to use the chat as if we are communicating. I also added, as you can see on each of the slides, smiling faces of people so that I can feel that I'm talking to an audience. So this is my way of feeling more comfortable. So thank you for adding where you're from. That feels wonderful. So that's a great way to start. So introduction with a 3-2-1. We'll talk about AI literacy, which was discussed before. So you'll see that a lot of what Danielle and Alex discussed, I will be talking about. Why and the how. And then AI tools for educators, the why, and of course, the how. So let's get started. Great. Thank you for sharing all those countries. I know it's early in the morning in the Northern Hemisphere, well, at least in North America. Right now in South America, it's 4 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. So none of my friends are up, I'm sure. But if you're here, welcome. So 3-2-1 is a way to introduce our learners if you've got a new class. And this is the Padlet wall where I've added this. Now it's okay, you don't have to fill it in right now because I won't be able to read it anyways, but I'd love to get to know you. And this is a way for us to learn about one another. going to ask you some of the questions here. And these are the questions, but please go there anyways, because, you know, whatever you answer in the chat box here on Zoom disappears unless you save it. But then, you know, it doesn't stay somewhere digital where we can all share with the information. So Padlet is one way of doing it. So what is your current teaching environment? Is it primary? You can add that in the chat. And I'm checking the chat. Is it secondary, university, or something else? Adult education, any kind of education. So feel free to add that. I know that secondary has double meaning. In some places, secondary is actually university. So you can be as specific as you wish. Okay, great. Glad to see that. Yeah, upper school, that's another. So, you know, there are different ways of expressing these. So feel free to use your way of saying it. That's fine. So how comfortable are you with using technology in the classroom? That's a big question. And be honest. Because sometimes, you know, we may feel very comfortable and other times we may not. So, you know, it could be not, and that's fine. So the next question is, how comfortable are you with using technology in the classroom? You can also add what some of your favorite tech tools are that come up now, if you can think of one. And of course, what new AI tools are you using in your teaching? I see the chat is slower than my voice. Okay. So yeah, intimidating. Thank you for that. You know, when I started using computers in 1993 in the classroom, I threw myself. They didn't throw me. I kind of volunteered to go into the computer lab. And I sat with computer science students, high school students. They were in their final year, 17 and 18-year-olds. And I was petrified. I was petrified. You know, I'll never forget that day, how scared I was that they would laugh at me. They would just sit there by their computers and laugh at this English language teacher who was trying to use computers for teaching. So I understand what, you know, being scared by digital devices or technology, online technology can be. Okay, and the final question is, or not the final, actually. It's the 1, 2, 3. What sparks your curiosity about AI and ELT? Very important question. If you can't think much right now, that's why the Padlet is there. I need this feedback from you. It'll really help us move forward. So are there specific areas of your teaching where you think AI could have a significant impact? Okay, bandwidth. Yep, that's a huge problem. But there are resolutions to that. Thank you, Ron, for the formative assessment. Wi-Fi. Okay, 2 things about you. What is one practical skill or tool you want to learn during this session? And there's some examples there. AI images. Thank you for that, Corinne. Yes. I can help with that. Any other practical skill or tool you want to learn during this session? Visual stuff, yeah, listening. Okay, games, songs, Padlet, 1, 2, 3, great. Okay, speaking tools, wonderful. Text and audio, all right. Great, keep them coming. Gonna go to the next one. And one final question. What is one practical skill or, well, I just did that, didn't I? Oh, something must have gone wrong. Okay, so imagine an innovative teaching method you'd like to try using AI. One teaching method you'd like to try using AI. How would it help you engage? Well, that's something that you can think about for later. PBL, yay. AI-driven games. Reflective, and oh, I love this. Great, this is wonderful. You've come to the right place. Okay, great, great. Creating listening tasks. Yeah, listening is so important. I think that was mentioned yesterday. that we all need to be better listeners, but you can't do it on Zoom right now anyways, with such a big group. But with smaller groups, of course, you can listen. Thank you for that. All right, so we'll start with AI literacy. You heard Alex, sorry, not Alex, but Danielle speak about that. But just to review some of these things, notice here what aspect and description for AI literacy and education. Take a look at these three, for example, and try to think of your own. I should have done this before, but look at these anyways, and think of what you think AI literacy is for you. What is AI literacy for you? Think of all the things that you'd like to know. Okay, thank you, Nabila, sorry. How to avoid plagiarism. Yeah. That's AI literacy in education. Okay, thank you for that. Research. Okay, so first of all, we have to understand how these tools work. Okay, we want to know how they work in learning environments. And Alex mentioned the importance of digital environments, online environments, as we used to call them. Now, names are constantly changing. Thank you, Ron, all the aspects. All right, so notice here, we're talking about, and I will be going through these, integrating AI in teaching, just as we integrate technology, or maybe we're not integrating technology, but it's similar in many ways. And we want to be able to develop syllabi, of course, our courses and lesson plans, if we're using lesson plans. Okay, remember our second talk yesterday about lesson plans and sticking to lesson plans. But digitally, you can always make changes. And that's what's great about teaching digitally online. Evaluations are also super important. And then the ethical issues. Now, I think this is a huge topic that many of us are constantly phrasing. We keep saying this, but we're not actually discussing it, are we? Are you discussing ethical AI use in classrooms with your colleagues, with your administrators, with your family members? I mean, this is a discussion for everyone. And for students, of course, everyone involved, all stakeholders should be discussing this. And what I'm getting is a lot of, anti kind of, which isn't really discussions. Okay, we should be open to hearing one another, of course, and to discussing it. Yeah, there's lots of fear. And I think the fear, and I'll be showing ways of avoiding this fear, is because, many of us are not using it. When you use something, the fear kind of disappears with time. And I don't know if I did mention that I am involved in mindfulness. I use mindfulness in all my classes. So that's another way of kind of lowering fear and having more open discussions. And of course, professional development, which I will be discussing, and preparing students. We need to prepare them. As we know, English language teachers are first generally to use technology, except for the science teachers and the computer science, of course, teachers, and prepare students. We are the ones who prepare students. So why AI literacy? Well, we've heard reasons for that in the previous talks. First of all, efficiency. We spend a lot of time, needlessly looking for ideas, and we don't know where to look. Now it's a lot easier to get ideas and to get them 24/7. We don't have to worry about disturbing our colleagues at certain hours. We have AI by our side to help us think through what we want to do. We don't have to get their ideas, but it's a great way to communicate with a friend, an academic friend, someone who can point us in the right direction. And I do this with my phone. On my walks, I have my iPhone and my companion, ChatGPT. And instead of listening to audiobooks, I now have conversations with ChatGPT about different topics that interest me in different areas, not just in education. We also want to be able to use AI tools responsibly. And this is a huge load on teachers. And that shouldn't keep us from doing it. But we have to be informed, of course, about ethics and privacy. And we have to have our students in mind at all times. And of course, prepare them. And that's our job as English language teachers. Now, this is what I use in my online courses. All my courses focus on AI tools, including the Moodle training course, where educators, English language teachers, and everybody else learns how to create activities and how to prepare the actual course, a Moodle course, using these tools. And you'll get a chance to try them out. And if you have any questions, I'm always available to answer them about these tools. So why AI tools? That's a question that we're all asking. And these are some of my answers. What are yours? Why use AI tools in the first place? I mean, be honest with yourself. Why would you want to use them? You want to save time. Okay. That's because you heard that it saves time, right? Okay. Keep up with the times. Yes, we like to stay abreast. To create image. Yes, love images. Totally agree with you. Yes. These were created with ideogram, in case you're interested. Keep our students interested. Aren't students interested anyways? I mean, English language teaching, we talk about different topics and we let them talk and we let them lead and so on. Isn't that enough? In the classroom, in the face-to-face classroom, motivate them. Aren't they motivated to learn English in the first place? I'm asking because I know mine are. So these are not reasons for me. But in some countries, I know that they're not motivated to learn English. They're actually kind of unhappy about it. We are trying to motivate them. All right. Yes, definitely. So we want to enhance our skills. We want to personalize learning. I don't know about you, but I've had classes, high school classes of over 40, 42 to be specific, and university classes over 200 and sometimes even bigger. And I had to go online. And I did that in 2003 when I started using Moodle because I had no choice. How could I personalize learning? How could I reach students? And I'm talking about language. Language. How could you learn a language in a huge class by, you don't talk to learn a language. You need to actually practice. And how do you let students practice unless you go digitally and use an LMS? Such as Moodle or any other LMS that Alex mentioned. I don't see a way of doing it. And that's why I went into digital environments and teaching, both face-to-face and digitally, which was called then hybrid and then blended learning. And now it's probably called something else. But that's the only way I could reach my students. And I had to reach them. I had to. That was my way of teaching. There was no other way that I would do it. I couldn't I couldn't just use the blackboard or then the whiteboard and so on. It just didn't work for me. So to personalize learning experiences for both the teacher, of course, and the students, and create activities. I mean, how much can you do in the classroom without some kind of device, a digital device, such as a phone? And today you don't have to use computers. You don't have to go to a computer room, thank goodness. You could have students use their phones if it's allowed. I know in some countries it's not. And if they don't have a phone, you could have Teams and those that have phones. And there's a question there about AI in knowledge management. Great question. All right, let's continue here. Keep adding to the chat. We want to be in their smartphones. All right, so what I do in my courses is we go through a process. I say we because we collaborate. And you can do that in a Moodle platform. You can collaborate with everyone. And since I teach mostly teachers nowadays, it's an amazing environment because teachers are very, very keen on learning. I call them expert learners. I think all teachers, everyone here who's a teacher or who wants to be a teacher is probably already an expert learner. You know how to learn. You've learned English as a foreign language, or you're teaching English, you're learning other languages. You're learning all the time, and you're here because you want to learn. So you are actually an expert in learning. So first thing, they prepare, but before you decide, you need to have a goal. What do you want? Where do you want to go? Okay, and you need some kind of a roadmap to get you started. But starting is the hardest part. So first of all, you have to sit and think. And if you can't think, use ChatGPT, get ideas. And then you need to think of what you want to do. What kind of lessons do you want? How long do you want the lessons to be? What do you want to use for your lessons? Do you want to use the books, the textbooks that you have for your students? What resources do you have? And you'll be able to make changes and to adapt to these resources that maybe the students bought. And you have to use those textbooks. I don't know if any of you have encountered that, where you need to use the textbooks that the students bought or that the school has provided for the students, and you have no choice. So there are ways of working around that. And then you'll be creating engaging activities. You're also be able to reflect as a teacher and as a student, and you want to do all of that. And this is the road that you can take. Are you ready to take a road trip? Let me know in the chat if you're ready for this. Ready to go on a road trip. Ready. All right, so let's get going. First of all, start. Motivation. This was mentioned. You mentioned it. So you already said this. You actually mentioned everything. You mentioned motivation, aspirations. You are the travelers, okay? And your students are also going to travel. So you're not traveling alone. You're going along with your students. And I think this is very comforting. You could actually go along with your colleagues as well, and your administrator. You can go along with the parents. This doesn't have to be a solo road trip. You can take others with you. So who would you like to take with you on this road trip? Let me know in the chat. Who would you like to take on the road trip? My staff, yay. My students, lovely. Other students from other classes, nice. That could be my learners, co-students, nice. Amen. My students, great. Colleague, I would like to take other students, maybe take the whole city, take the neighborhood. You know, you could take the community with you. Okay, that's right, Evelyn, the educational community, exactly. And then the destination. You have to decide on a destination, and you can do this together. You don't have to do this alone. So what is your destination? Where would you like to go to? Your kids, your personal, that's right, your own children. Yes, that would be nice too. Why not? Okay, and then what you're going to do is you're going to master the tools along the way. You're going to create activities together for course development and the syllabus, as well as your lesson plans. If you like, you don't have to create a syllabi. You don't have to create lesson plans if you don't want to. It's up to you. And you can decide as a team. Oh, that's nice, PBL. Well, I think I came before PBL. And then, thank you, Ron, and then activities. Okay, you're going to implement, once you have the tools, you decide on the AI tools that you want to use, you're going to implement these tools to generate, first of all, instructions. Instructions are super important. I know that many, many, many of us, not just students, but many, many teachers as well, don't read instructions. Many people don't read instructions. When you buy something and you want to put it together, and you have the instructions, do you bother to read the instructions? I know I don't. I just try it. And then I go to the instructions. Okay, so whichever method works for you. First of all, students need instructions. So learning to write instructions is a great way to start practicing following instructions yourself. If you're like me and you don't bother, you will start following instructions. So writing instructions is one, and then reflections. Sorry, after you write the instructions, of course, you will be engaging students in the activities. That's clear. And then reflections. Reflections are super important. And there's so many wonderful AI tools that I'll show you that provide you with ideas, and you can customize these bots. They're actually bots, AI tools. Customize it to suit the level of your students, the purpose, whatever you want to do it for, but really, really low levels, if that's what you teach. If you teach very, very young learners, you can also use it with them on your phone. It doesn't have to be their phones. You can use your phone, and everybody can come up to your phone and practice. So that's also a possibility if they don't let you use phones, your smartphone in the classroom. So we'll have to cut our road trip short, but we can continue this after. All right, so as I said, let me just reiterate. First of all, we need to prepare and then add the instructions and then reflect. And you'll be able to go through this. I'm not going to read it for you, but that's the process. These are the tools that you've probably all been waiting for. Okay, and notice these tools, all the teachers in my courses try out these tools. Now, they don't just try them out, they create activities with them, and they demonstrate how they do this. Now, demonstrating by creating video tutorials. They don't have to show their face, of course, and they use screen recorders that are in the Moodle platform. So they don't have to go somewhere else. They can stay in the course and generate their own videos as they progress. And they show what they do. And teachers love this because it's a chance to teach others. They teach as they learn how to use the tools. And this takes time, of course, but I think that once you have fun, time seems to make no sense and we don't think about it at all. So Notebook LM, how many of you have used Notebook LM? Great, nice, wonderful. 2 of you have. If you haven't, it's Google Notebook LM. All you need to have is a Google account, which many of us have. So that's not a problem. Yes, you will be able to try out all these tools. It's in the presentation that I've shared. I'll share it with you once again so that you can, in case you missed it, that's the presentation with all the links and all the information that you'll be able to take with you and take a look at a little bit each day. I suggest 10 minutes a day of checking out these tools. But there's a better way to do this, and I think Alex mentioned it, and I will too, and that is using an LMS and actually learning with other teachers so that the journey is not lonely. We are lonely enough in the classroom sometimes, so it's great to do it with others. So setting learning goals you can do with these tools, teaching preparation with those tools that are mentioned. And notice the designing engaging teaching activities with these tools. Some of them I'm sure are familiar to you, some maybe not. And then evaluating students' output with the tools that are under AI tools. Now, this is one of my favorite tools. Now, notice it's completely free for teachers. Your students will also have it for free, of course, but for businesses, it's not free. It was developed, and I'm talking about RiffBot AI. It was developed by Harvard, I believe, Harvard University, and by an amazing developer, Letizia, and I think that who was from South America. And she also has a book on reflection. Her bot reflects, I think, what any teacher does, because I think teachers are very much aware of what it means to reflect. We do this, I guess, on a daily basis. Every time we leave a classroom, we think about what we did, how we could improve it. We're forever reflecting on what we do as teachers. Correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't done a study on this, but from my experiences with teachers, thank you for adding that about Chalky and Magic School and 11 Labs. Yes, they are truly amazing. So RiffBot, you need to, when you go into the site, I just want to mention this because the link is there. When you go into the site, take a look at the bottom right-hand side of the page where it says teachers. Teachers need to apply. And the application is only formality because Letizia does this automatically, but she needs the names. If you're interested, let me know. I'll be able to send this to Letizia and she will add you. But I need to have a huge list, so feel free to share that with me. Not by adding your emails in the chat, please, because no one's going to pay attention to that. So 11 Labs, I'm in love with 11 Labs as well. It's kind of pricey. Well, it's not really pricey, but the free version doesn't do much. So maybe it's worthwhile getting your school to buy it. It's an amazing learning tool. If you're, many of you mentioned listening and speaking, it's a great way we can customize both RiffBot, of course, and 11 Labs so that, it adheres to our students. We could also have personalized learning where we add specific bots to specific students or to groups of students. So the idea of grouping really comes through with these bots. Right, so lesson plans. How many of you create course syllabi, have to create course syllabi or lesson plans or both? Let me know in the chat, because some universities and schools require this, so we have no choice in the matter. So how many of you have to? And some of you do because you want to. So yes to university, and perhaps that you want to. How many people, how many people believe in this? Thank you, Ron, I forgot to put my timer on. So thank you for being my timer. So both, okay, thank you for that. So Coursebook is quite nice. Develop online courses. I created this and teachers are quite happy with it. It's completely free. It's a GPT by ChatGPT. I created it a while back. I actually created 15 or maybe more, I'm not sure. But it's really fun creating these. You don't have to know coding or anything like that to develop a GPT. Anyone else develop a GPT? So develop online courses is apparently a good way to do it. There's Easy Peasy, which is nice. Right, so I'm going to go a little bit faster here. What we want is to have a complete cycle from the beginning, from course syllabus to the reflective practice so that we go through the whole thing. So these are for lesson plans. I'm not going to go through them, but you may recognize some of them, such as Gemini, I'm sure, and Magic School was mentioned, but Logic Balls is also quite nice. The names are kind of surprising. They sound ridiculous, don't they? And Canva, of course, has a new tool. They keep adding new tools, so you can even create a syllabi with it. Chalky, of course, CuratePod, and all of these that I'm going through very, very quickly because I already showed you the list at the beginning of the 29 tools. There may be more. Quizzes, someone mentioned yesterday that Quiz is better than Quizlet. Quizlet has changed its policies. It's no longer, it doesn't have the free, and the AI disappeared all of a sudden that it had for a while. So yeah, Quizzes may be better these days. There's Roshi. I don't know if you've heard of Roshi. Very, very specific to ELT and to Canadian policies, but it's good for everyone. Roshi and Twee, they're similar and not so similar. They all have free versions. So everything that I share has a free version. Character AI. Let me know if anyone has used Character AI. It's also a bot, like 11, well, unlike. So, and there's Mizu bots. These are all amazing bots that you can, Mizu is also free for educators that you can customize. And of course, the Riff bot that I mentioned before. So what are you going to do with these tools? That's what I thought. What am I going to do? I'm on a road, okay? And what do I do with the tools now that I have them? Well, that's where I come in. And you can take courses with me for free. I think Ron mentioned it, free. And I've been doing this since 2009 because I felt the teachers needed it. I needed it, so I decided to do it. And there it is. It's been around since 2009. It's a Moodle. It's always up to date because I'm the administrator. So if you have any problems, I'm the support person. You don't have to go anywhere else. So there are lots of value in having an admin who's involved in this. And I've been doing this since 2003, so I'm quite capable. Notice there are 12 free online courses. All of them are AI related. So you can generate different things using AI. All the courses are based on dates, on the months. So for example, in March, you can join AI apps for spoken English, AI and teaching EFL to young learners. In July, TESOL online. With AI, develop your own online course in October. And questions. Before we get to the questions, I'd like to say that questions are key. Getting instant support is super important, which is why I added to the chat box. I think it's important. If somebody adds something, someone has to respond to it. And not just here, but in the classroom. So you can only do this digitally, which is what I do. These are some references, very current ones that I think you will enjoy. And as I promised, you can share these with your colleagues. I will add the link. Once again, you can join me on LinkedIn, Facebook with Ron and others. And if we're connected, hi. And my YouTube channel, I currently have 155,000. And if you join, if you subscribe, I'll have more. So that would be nice. And this is my present to you. Ron, do you like chocolates and strawberries?
I love chocolate, Nellie, but you know, I just can't be eating too much chocolate.
Well, you can look at it.
Nellie, thank you so much for all of that. And you know, I'm going to say there's something there that I noticed it, and I said, you know, Nellie, you little devil, because you know that Nellie, could you share your screens again with those QR codes, please?
Oh, sure.
As we're talking and asking questions so that they can take some screenshots of those QR codes. I know you're going to share those, but our teachers here today want those QR codes. They're asking for that. And there they can also get the links to the PowerPoint presentation with all of those.
I'm going to put it in the chat again. There we go.
Because that is what I wanted to say. Nellie Deutsch today talked about a learning journey, and by having that PowerPoint presentation that she's going to share with our viewers today, people here in the audience, that is the beginning of your CPD self-directed learning journey. Isn't that so, Nellie? That's what that really is about. Yeah. And thank you for that. And I do have a couple of questions before we move on to our next speaker. And because you know, again, that getting that PowerPoint presentation from Nellie is important if you're interested in starting your CPD learning journey as a teacher. Nellie, there you mentioned TWE as one of the things that you recommend there, but you know, there's many other, you know, platforms for creating lesson plans for teachers, because that is, I think, most teachers like to use, you know, AI for lesson plans, but TWE's not just like AI, it's something else. Are there other platforms that you could quickly recommend? Just throw out some names there.
Well, Roshi as well, specifically for English language teachers, and it has different levels. That's the thing about, you know, using the general ones and the ones specific to ELT. So I think, yes, Roshi definitely, and he's very responsive, so that if you have any questions or comments, he's from Canada, from Vancouver. But yes, I would recommend Roshi. And if you'd like to hear more about it, of course, connect with me and I'll be happy to help.
Nellie, you know, because teachers are using AI to create lesson plans, and there's a lot of things that teachers need to know about that skill of lesson planning. And one of the problems I always had as a teacher educator was getting teachers to understand Bloom's taxonomy. So do you feel that now with AI that has Bloom's taxonomy, you know, do they still need to know a little bit about it?
Of course. Look, AI is only providing you with more information. In other words, if you want to know about Bloom's taxonomy, you don't have to buy books anymore and pay a lot of money, because they are very expensive. And you don't have to, you know, go to lectures or take courses and so on to learn about it. All you have to do is go to ChatGPT, for example, or Perplexity. I didn't mention Perplexity. I don't know if people are using Perplexity.
Oh, I use Perplexity all the time.
Okay, sorry for missing, because it's not specific for language, you know, for courses or language learning. But yeah, it provides information. Not like ChatGPT, as far as I'm concerned, because now ChatGPT has the search engine as well that Perplexity had from the beginning. And you can get all the information you want, as I said, as I go walking, and I like to learn. I mean, I think most teachers are actually, you know, people who like to learn. I think that's why they went into teaching, because in teaching you have to learn. Otherwise, you know, there's a lot to learn,
learning,
right?
It's lifelong learning.
Exactly. So,
you know,
so
a
I
lot of
think,
teachers just want to teach, but they forget, you know,
no,
part of
but they're
teaching is about
learning.
learning.
No,
Yeah.
no, Ron, you can't, you know, I mean, everyone's learning, whether they,
Yeah.
you know,
Whether they know it or not. Yeah.
yeah, whether they admit it or not, they're
Yeah,
learning.
that's true.
They have no choice. You can't teach unless you learn first,
Mhm.
right? I mean, what are you going to teach? There's nothing that you can teach unless you learn beforehand. So with Bloom's taxonomy, I think that there's a lot to learn there, and we get the information. You can get the information. It's at your fingertips, and it's not Google search engine where you get a lot of ads, you know, which is kind of bothersome. I don't like that. But you get sources too, you know, where the information's coming from, because there's a lot of there is criticism about Bloom's taxonomy, and you can get that as well. You can get, you know, the disadvantages, the advantages, why use it. You can ask as many questions as you want. It's not about prompting, because prompting, you know, people get scared. I mean, Alex made it sound so easy and so, you know, kind of brave to go into learning about prompts, but some teachers are kind of intimidated by prompts, and they think, well, I'm never going to learn this, so I can forget about AI.
Well, that's what I include in my workshop with teachers is it's all about, okay, yeah, lesson planning, but you got to learn how to prompt.
Yes, but teachers are afraid of it. You know, they
Yeah.
think prompting, I'll never be able to do that. I'm not going to take courses on prompting. I'm going to forget about AI. They kind of
Well,
give
you know,
up.
you got to put prompting into context there. And when you
Exactly.
combine lesson planning with prompting, then it makes sense for them.
Exactly, Ron. Exactly. That's the point. So not just saying, go learn prompting, which is what they told us, 3 years ago. They said, you can't do AI unless you do prompting kind of thing. That was the
Well, that was
message.
a lot of IT gurus out there who have never been in the classroom, Nellie.
Exactly.
They've never been in the classroom, yeah.
Exactly.
But I think if you're a teacher educator, there's things that are just not going to go away, and we got to learn those things. And lesson planning is a skill, but when you combine teaching teachers how to prompt AI to create lesson plans, then it makes sense, I think. Two more questions for you before we move on. And one of them is, Nellie, what could you say as a person who's been out there? You've been around the world. You've been around so many teachers and educators, and we still have a lot of fear mongering out there. Sad but true. Some of that comes from the education world. And that is, what do you have to say to teachers about who are reluctant to integrate AI into their teaching practice?
First, first thing I would say, stay away from social networks and these discussions. Sorry about that, Ron, because that's where the ideas kind of flourish. A lot of misinformation is out there. So I would just, not be a monkey kind of, but not go there. Stay away from things that do not benefit you and just make you feel negative about life and about things and closes you rather than opens you to ideas. Go where the information is all there and it's open and where people are positive. Stay away from the negatives. That's my suggestion.
Well, that was the next thing I was going to say, because
Okay.
we need to be around like-minded people, other teachers who want to also develop themselves. And I always encourage people to develop a, PLN, a personal learning network. And what a great way to use your PowerPoint with all those great things in a group of teachers and learn together. So, that's another little thing that they can do as well with that PowerPoint. The last thing, Nellie, is, and I just think it's important, you're going to start people on self-directed learning, but tell us a little bit about that upcoming conference that you're going to be doing.
Ooh, Ron, I forgot about that. Maybe you can tell us about your involvement.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be one of the speakers, so no, I don't know. But tell us
Yeah.
a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's been going on since 2009. That must have been a magical year when I took, my second year of MOOCs. I don't know if you remember the old MOOCs
Oh, yeah,
from
I've been following you for a
2008,
long time. Yeah.
with the gurus of MOOCs, and when MOOCs started, the original MOOCs. So we were kind of open, and we started doing our own things. People started creating different things. So I created a Ning site. I don't know if you're familiar with Ning. It was like a Facebook, but not Facebook. And people did, created courses. They developed in different ways, and there were thousands of people. It was huge. So I decided to do connecting online. I thought, I don't know, the name just came up and I said, okay, let's connect, because we're talking about lines and learning together. So, okay, connecting online. And it's been going really strong because people keep wanting to come back, and they come back and it's full, and it started like, it almost became like this, 7 o'clock in the morning
It's another
until,
learn-a-thon just like this right here, isn't it? Yeah. Nellie, could you put a link in the maybe a chat box there to that registration for that conference?
I don't have it here. I mean,
Well,
I don't have it on my mouse.
people can
I
get that on
can,
your social media. Yeah.
yeah, I can go. I don't know if I can leave this.
Well, if they follow webinars for English teachers, I always put links to
Am I
that as
still
well.
screen sharing?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to stop screen
Okay.
sharing because you don't want to see what's going on and the mess in my browser right now and what's there. The best way to find things is to go. I mean, I also look for things sometimes.
There it is. Somebody put that in
Oh,
the chat
great.
box.
Thank you
Okay.
so much
The registration to that upcoming.
Thank you.
Another
Thank you.
learn-a-thon, I have to say. Be glad
Thank you.
And for teachers, I'm just going to say, from my experience in participating in that, is it's a great way to step forward and share your knowledge with other people, just like Educast International. So thank
That
you,
was the
Nellie.
point.
Yeah,
That was the point. The point was it's kind of like what's up? What's up with you? What have you been doing? What would you like to share with other educators? And it's open. I don't decide, they decide what they want. And Ron, what are you presenting on? If you could share that with us.
integration of EdTech into the language learning classroom.
Thank you.
So on that note, Nellie, I would like to thank you personally, but also as well as Educast International for taking your time to be here so early in the morning. What time is it over there?
Right now it's 4:57.
Yeah, almost 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. So
you haven't slept, huh?
I did in the afternoon a little bit, but yeah, I'm not that good. I never liked sleeping much, so it's okay.
So again, thank you very much. And I look forward to participating as a speaker in your upcoming conference. And thank you for coming to our conference.
And everyone's invited, by the way.
Oh, yeah,
It's
sure.
open to CO26. Anyone can present, so you're all invited.
Okay. Well, on that note, it's time to move on to our next speaker. And Mo, Blanca, can you introduce us to our next speaker?
Yeah, just a second, because this is a special guest.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I don't have my hat on. My God. Okay. Well, you know what? I have a lampshade over here. I can put that on my head.
Wait a second, guys. Give me just 5 seconds. I'm coming. I'm also well prepared.
Yep.
All right, now we can officially welcome our guest.
Here's my lampshade, and it looks like a little bit like a Chinese hat. So I guess we do have
everyone,
to do that, don't we, for Harry?
Thank you.
Works
everyone,
perfectly.
for staying. Yeah, you all look perfect. So everyone, hello, and welcome to our fourth talk of the second day of the Educast International Conference 2025. Our next speaker is a special guest. I think he spoke at our previous conferences, the first and the second one, and we are honored to have him in our third conference. I think he's the most one who cares about the planet here in the conference.
Yes,
so anyway, everyone, welcome Harry Waters, and his talk is entitled "A Few Lessons in Sustainability."
Exactly. But before he starts,
he wears many hats, as in the biography.
One for each of you.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Dear attendees, before Harry starts, we just wanted to remind you about a few rules and regulations, because as we know, since yesterday and since the Educast has begun the journey, we all want to create wonderful environment, supportive and full of respect. That's why in terms of safeguarding, please be respectful and polite. Don't write harmful or offensive comments, and don't share links of personal information. And as yesterday, do your best, because you've already done it, and use the chat box as much as you can. Use it to make comments, ask questions, write all the questions you want, and only ask relevant questions. Infamous question in terms of certificates, yes, they will be sent to you. And recordings as 2024 and 2023 edition this year is also being recorded, so you can catch up with everything that had been presented last year. So now let's all welcome one more time Harry Waters. If you haven't heard anything about Harry Waters, that's a high time to do it. As you see, he wears many hats, both literally and figuratively. He's multi-award-winning teacher trainer, a teacher, writer, climate activist, podcast host, and TEDx speaker. His journey into sustainability-driven education culminated in the inception of Renewable English. Yes, and the casa of Renewable English that he's currently in. while adorned, apologies, we have so much information. A platform merging language learning with environmental consciousness. While adorned with numerous professional hats, Harry down-to-earth nature and knack for environmentalism shine through. He's an advocate for sustainable practices. Harry finds joy in second-hand shirts and endeavors to wave sustainability into every aspect of education. And this is what he is going to do today. So few lessons in sustainability, I bet not only few, but a bunch of. Harry, it's a great pleasure to have you on board another year. Hats off, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I apologize for writing such a long and complicated biography. It just makes it very awkward for everybody. So sorry about that one. Hi, everybody. It's lovely to see you. It's lovely to be here. I am going to say the most said phrase since 2020, and that is, I'm going to share my screen now, which will introduce the name, of course, of this session, which is, as you can see, a few lessons in sustainability, but with that little twist there, a few lessons in AI-nability. And as it was mentioned before, I am a teacher. I obviously have terrible fashion sense from this, as you can see, mixing patterns and stripes. Who does that? I don't know, but it was an embarrassment to my daughter there. So I am also a teacher trainer. There's me teaching training in Norwich and in an airport, because who doesn't do that in an airport? Yeah, I was speaking to Colombia from the airport in Paris, I believe. I'm a writer. Oh, look at that. What's that, Harry? Whoa. It's your very own book, Activities for a Greener Mindset, available at all good bookstores. You can even buy it on that one that's named after the rainforest that I refuse to mention, the Voldemort of websites, some might say. I am a speaker. I speak quite a lot, mostly around sustainability and also, of course, about the environment. There's renewableenglish.com, which is dropped in there. And I am a bearded hat wearing activist. I must confess, though, that isn't actually a photo of me. That is actually my dog wearing this very hat and my slippers. So that's enough about me. More than enough about me, I believe. Let's have a look at what we're looking at today. So we're going to be looking at AI's impact. We are going to, thank you very much, Monica. It's lovely to be around as well. We're going to look at why AI, engaging with AI, and takeaways. So this is kind of what's on the menu. And as you can see, we've got a nice menu there at the side as well. So first of all, I know what you're thinking. Here comes the environmental guy. He's going to tell us all off about using AI because AI is bad and the environment is good. Yeah. So many things that we do aren't great. So many things that we do in this life aren't fantastic. And I believe that AI has been painted with a brush of being incredibly evil and planet destroying when we'll have a look into that now. So here are some bold claims. Each ChatGPT search emits 10 times as much as a Google search. A ChatGPT search uses 500 mils of water. I don't need to read those all to you. There are lots of different things in there that you can see that, you know, ChatGPT is worth 20,000 homes worth of electricity and it uses a lot of water. And, you know, when you train a model of AI, it's the equivalent to 200 plane flights from New York to San Francisco, which all sounds really horrible. And most of these, I'm going to be honest, are true. Except for that one. Each search on ChatGPT doesn't use 500 milliliters of water. You know, it's not like turning on the tap or getting a bottle of water and pouring it out every time you do it. It's a bit more complex than that. The generation of electricity uses water as well. We're going to look at a few stats and a few graphs, but don't worry, we will then go on to some ideas, because while I believe AI does have a large footprint, it does have a large impact, much like many other things. If we use it responsibly, it can be used for good. You know, it's a bit like looking at, let's say, cows, for example. I don't eat cows. Lots of other people do. I don't tell everyone they have to stop eating cows. I say, maybe it'd be a good idea if you only ate cows responsibly. So let's have a look at some energy consumption. Here are a few stats. Searching with CO2. So a Google search is about 0.3 watts per hour of energy, whereas a ChatGPT search is about 3 watts per search. But nobody ever talks about Google being bad for the planet. No one ever talks about your emails using up CO2. But suddenly ChatGPT comes along and everyone's like, this is outrageous. This is a disgrace. It's really terrible. So we can see there that that's about 2.7 watt hours per search. Now, what can I do with 2.7 watt hours? I can stream a video for 2 minutes. Watch an LED TV with no sound for 3 minutes, upload 30 photos onto social media, drive a car for 15 meters, leave your digital clock on for 3 hours. I'll get to digital clocks again soon, because we all know that digital clocks are terrible. Again, there's a bit of sarcasm there. You can run your space heater for 2.5 seconds, or you can print half a page of a physical book, which, if it was this opening page, that wouldn't be very much. Another reminder, you can get this. So, doesn't look great so far. But if we replace the 8.5 billion Google searches with ChatGPT, 8.5 billion. So that's like everyone on the planet doing one Google search a day and a bit. If we replaced each one of those with ChatGPT, what would happen? We would use an extra 23 gigawatt hours, or 22.95 billion watt hours. Whoa, Harry, that's loads. That's an insane amount of electricity. That's so crazy. That's 1% of the daily usage of the internet. A 1% increase. The internet uses over 200 gigawatt hours every day. It uses it's only 1%. And if you said, let's get internet service to 1% more of the planet, nobody would say that's a terrible thing. How can you be giving this extra knowledge, this platform to everything, to 1% more users of the internet? Think about the energy, Harry. Think about the energy. Guess what? Last year, I skipped it. Last year, we saw an increase of 3.4% of people using the internet. But nobody has said, this is terrible for the planet. Think about the animals. Think about the energy consumption. So yes, we do use a lot of energy using ChatGPT, using Claude, using whatever you use, Gemini, whatever service you use. It uses a lot of energy, but it's more complex than simply saying it's destroying the planet, because everything we do destroys the planet. Here's a quick breakdown. So if we look at it like this, this is when we see ChatGPT as being awful. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not great. There are things that aren't fantastic. So, you know, it uses a fair amount of electricity. Yes, you know, so we're seeing the CO2 that if we did 92,000 searches, that would be like flying from San Francisco to Seattle, which, let me just tell you, it's a 2 hour and 10-minute flight. So why shouldn't that be done by train? Shouldn't we be looking at, instead of 92,000, which can be done by I don't know how many people, Shouldn't we be looking at reducing the number of flights? Do we need 21 daily flights to go from Seattle to San Francisco and back? Do we need that? I don't think so. Maybe we could turn that into a train. Maybe we're looking at the wrong area of fighting this. Maybe we should be thinking, when we look at the 200 flights from New York to San Francisco, when we train a new AI model. So when ChatGPT-4 was trained, this happened once. This was a one-off use of electricity that used so much electricity, that created so much CO2, that is as many as 200 flights from New York to San Francisco. That's about 2 days worth of flights to create ChatGPT-4. That's it. That's 2 days of flights. 630 flights go from New York to San Francisco every single week. But to train ChatGPT-4, this is a very useful thing that people use all over the world. It's just those 2 days worth of flights. So when you look at it and break it down, maybe it isn't as bad as we think. It's not great. So it's all about being responsible. As we can see at the top of the screen here, we've got the warming stripes as well. That's how the planet is warming year on year. So let's have a look at the actions that we can take to have a good impact on the planet. Number one is living car free. But every time you get in your car, you don't say to yourself, oh my goodness, I'm destroying the planet. Or every time you ride a bike, maybe you think you're doing something a little bit better. And we can see there, asking 50,000 fewer questions to ChatGPT will do this much. And we need to also think about, where is this energy coming from? It's not all fossil fuel burn. Some of it is renewable. Some of it is from nuclear energy. So there's a huge number of different things that we can do. And guess what? If you switch to a plant-based diet, that will have a much bigger impact than not using ChatGPT. Here are the number of households worth of energy that is used per day by different websites. Look there. So Google Maps uses a few. We've got ChatGPT, uses quite a lot. And then we look at Fortnite, Zoom, Spotify, Netflix, and YouTube. You don't hear anybody complaining about the damage that YouTube has on the planet. Every time anyone uploads a video to YouTube, we're streaming live on YouTube right now. But if I said, hey, we're streaming live on YouTube, people would be like, that's cool. If I said, I did 12 ChatGPT searches this morning to find out the best color for the front cover of Activities for a Green Mindset, people would say, whoa, Harry, this is crazy. You can't be doing that. So there are other things. And again, just to point out, what if I told you I had replaced my analog clock with a digital one? What would you say? What would you say to me? Would you say, oh my gosh, Harry, that is outrageous. You're destroying the planet. Your digital clock uses 1 million times more energy than your analog clock. How could you do such an awful thing? How could you kill the planet like that? All for the need of an alarm. And then what if I told you I'd watch Netflix for an hour? What would you say to me? You'd say, only an hour? Well, I binge watched This Is Us last night. I watched 6 episodes. I watched 7 hours of Netflix. Would you say that I was destroying the planet because that uses about the same amount of energy as 300 ChatGPT interactions? Now, if I said to you, I've done 300 ChatGPT interactions, you would say to me, you're a terrible human, you're destroying the planet. However, if I said I'd watch an hour of Netflix, you'd just be like, oh, that's cool, Netflix. I don't watch Netflix anymore. I'm not really a huge fan of streaming versions anyway, but that's just my personal opinion. I like reading a lot more. But that's just me. Go ahead and watch as much Netflix as you desire. But remember, do it responsibly, much like if you were doing checks or searches on ChatGPT. So the water usage is another very confusing thing. There aren't actually any requirements for reports on how much water is used in data centers, and each data center is different. For example, it mentions here that each interaction, so 50 prompts, can use around 500 mils of water. And they think that by 2027, we will be using as much water as 6 Denmarks purely to keep the data centers cool. But again, where is that water coming from? How is that water being used? In Iowa, which I love Iowa, it's got 4 letters but 3 syllables. How cool is that? And also, who needs 3 vowels? Brilliant. Love that word. But they use 43 million liters to cool the data centers. And everyone says they're using data centers in deserts. Why would they do that? Well, in those deserts, they can use solar energy as well. Now, I'm not suggesting that everything these massive technological giants do is good. I don't think it's good. I think it's quite bad. I'm not a huge fan of these tech bros, as we like to call them. But let's be a bit careful when we look at things like this. You know, a 100-word email generates about 1 bottle of water. Now, that depends how many different interactions you have. And we also need to think that Microsoft at the moment are developing a no-loss water cooling system, whereby they will use that much water, but it won't go anywhere. It will stay within the system. It will stay within a loop to keep it cool. They are also developing nuclear power plants to power this massive requirement for these different things. So again, this is not me saying that ChatGPT is good. This is not me saying it's great. It's me saying we need to think about it, be responsible, and focus our energy for the climate crisis on other areas, not just saying to somebody who uses ChatGPT that they're a bad person. Because if I use 300 queries on ChatGPT every day, it would take me about a year to use as much water as 1 hamburger. 1 hamburger. Think about that. It's much easier. Or, you know, 1 pair of jeans. We need to look very carefully rather than, you know, jumping on this bandwagon straight away. Yes, it does consume energy. Yes, it does use water. But leaking pipes in the USA causes a lot more lost water. Why aren't we paying plumbers to go out there and fix it rather than complaining that somebody has used ChatGPT? These are the different areas: online activity and water usage per person. You know, so a 1-hour Zoom call that we're doing now will use considerably more water than a question to ChatGPT. We could say to ChatGPT, hey, why is Harry talking so much about this? Why isn't he moving on to the activities? Well, guess what, folks? I'll be moving on to them now. I just wanted to create a little bit of... what's the word for it? We need to be a bit realistic. We need to remember that it's not about using or not using AI. There are so many things that we can do using AI, and we can look here. Sending 3 emails is the same as asking a question. Doing an online transaction and a half. Oh, I wish I could do a few more of those. But yeah, streaming music uses a lot of water because generating electricity uses a lot of water. So look at all these other things that we do and start thinking about those as well. Start thinking about these other areas. So what we need to do basically is go beyond these random searches. Stop going on ChatGPT and asking what it knows about renewable English and how Harry gets his beard to look quite so beautiful for every online meeting he does. The answer is a comb that he's had for about 10 years. There you go. Explore ways of using AI ethically and responsibly. Using AI is the same as using anything in your life. Use it responsibly. Don't waste it. Don't do it for endless, needless things. Help our students understand how they can develop their AI awareness, how they can use AI for good, how they can use AI to make positive changes in their education, in their lives, rather than just endless random searches. So we're going to engage with AI now. We're going time machines, top trumps, and timely tidings. All of these activities are available, ready for it, in Activities for a Greener Mindset from Delta Publishing. You can find it on all decent bookshops. I forgot what a bookshop was for a minute there. So, Top Trumps. Top Trumps was my absolute favorite game as a child. I loved it. We'll have a quick look here. Top Trumps is when you each get your own card. I'm working on this. Oh, look at that. Blanca, my hero. Top Trumps is I'm actually working on this very activity with my teenage students at the moment. We are creating and developing our own set of Top Trumps based on this idea. Top Trumps is a game where it's great for comparatives and superlatives, where everybody has a card and one person says the lowest water use or the highest greenhouse emissions, and they have to compete with each other to see who has the best or the worst one. Now, what I do with my students is I get them to find 10 or 15 household objects. Here we have 9, a new computer, a pair of leather shoes, a smartphone, driving in a car. Look for these different ideas and look for the different impacts. So, by the way, yeah, they do look like wanted posters, you see. This is actually available somewhere on Canva that I've created. I can give you the link. I haven't put it here. I don't know where it is exactly, but feel free to find it. I call them impact trumps. And these are ways of students going out and looking for these different ideas. So the key to this, as I'm sure you've seen with other talks over the past couple of days, are using decent prompts. Work on your prompts. Now, if you're teaching a class of English and you spend a good amount of time figuring out a good prompt for your students, a good prompt is like a writing activity. You know, you're there, you're going to be using 100 words maybe to get this proper prompt. You're going to be structuring it. It's not just going to be endless nonsense. And it's going to be polite, because we need to be polite, because when the robots take over, we need them to like us. So I'm always polite as possible. And then to make sure everything is okay, they need to do their proper research afterwards. So a potential prompt. I'm creating a game inspired by Top Trumps to explore the environmental impact of everyday items. I need detailed information on the following categories for a plastic carrier bag: water use, carbon emissions, other greenhouse emissions, land use, deforestation, a fun fact related to it or its history. So we've got a prompt there that's, it's nice. I didn't say please though, which was rude of me. Here, ready? Please cite all sources used, as this will help referencing and my own fact checking later. If possible, compare these metrics to similar products or activities for context. So we've set out a decent prompt for the activity. We've worked with our students. We've gone in there. I will answer your question in a bit, Miriam. Don't you worry. I don't want to run out of time to show you all of these amazing ideas before that, but I will go back to that. Don't worry about that. So this is what I was given. These were the ideas. I was told about the water use, the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gases, the methane, and I was given the sources as well. Simple things like plastic bags. So we can look at all of these areas. The land use is minimal. However, land use may factor in oil extraction, but also in the landfill afterwards. And then, of course, we have deforestation. Here is our fun fact. 500 billion plastic bags are used annually. And that's enough to wrap around the earth 7 times per hour. We do not have enough resources for that. How about we stop plastic bags and maybe use AI ethically? That can really, really help. And then, of course, you can check this out afterwards. You can look at these other areas. Swap without plastics is a great one. This is a lovely infographic that you can use with your students. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, I do have the link on the next page coming up. So don't worry about the Canva place where you can find that thing there. So we've got these different ideas. It shows everything there, and we can see these different areas, and it's much more visual this way as well, and students can look at it, and it can be something that they find. I will share the link in just a moment. It's at the top there. If I click it, I'm going to disappear from this page. So I will share the link to the Canva afterwards. Don't you worry. It is there on Canva. And as you can see, I've also added the plastic bag to the list. So we've got a deck of cards, a new computer, and this is what students will work on. This is what students will create. they will end up bringing these out for us, and they will, they will be able to play with it in the classroom. And the wonderful thing about when they do this in the classroom is they share these different fun ideas with each other. What I'm going to do is I'm going to need to stop sharing in a minute anyway, because I've got something else to show you. And it's so good because they then have it there. They can take it home. They can show their parents, and you have a nice deck of cards made. They don't have to use images online. They can write them in by hand as well. So there you go. That is step one. That is the first one. And it is, of course, available here. Oh, environmental etymology. I am obsessed with words as an English teacher. I am massively obsessed with words as an environmentalist. I love to know where the words came from. I need to share my sound, so I'm going to stop sharing for a second so I can reshare with sound, because I forgot to. Oh, I can't share my sound with you. That's terribly annoying, but don't worry. Oh, that's very strange. But don't worry, it has subtitles anyway. So we look at word origins. We can ask for these word origins. We can look at different ideas within sustainability. So here's a potential prompt. I'd like the etymology for the word decompose, including its linguistic origins and how its meaning has evolved over time. Could you also provide a few examples, sentences, preferably related to environmental or sustainability contexts? There we go. This is what I was given. I learned all about it. And you can find on my Instagram page, Renewable English, videos such as this one, which you won't be able to hear, but you can see the subtitles. So don't you worry about that.
Nature recycle. Today, we're going to break down the word decompose and see what's left over. To decompose is to decay over time. It comes from the Latin de, which means down or undo, and componere, which means to put something together, to compose, like music, for example. It first made its way into the English language in around 1750, when scientists started to look at the world around us and natural processes a lot more closely. So when we say decompose, is to literally say to undo putting something together or to break something down. So here's a question for you. How long do you think it takes a plastic bag to decompose out here in nature?
So this very simple idea, you can give one word to each of your students to go and discover, to go and find. They can share the presentation with the class. It goes so far into the language of it. People often say to me, oh, but sustainability and language, oh, they don't really, I don't know how they connect. Well, if you're using English, if you're studying English, you can do a study of sustainability, of the environment, all at the same time. So these ideas. Oh, thank you very much, Amal. Hats are brilliant. Sorry, I just saw there. I've skipped back to the start of the chat. So this is a great way. Oh, you did hear the sound. Oh, amazing. Well, that's good news. I shared the sound without knowing I could share the sound. There are more of those videos available on my Instagram page, which you can find. I'll give you the link at the end. Do feel free to jump over there. It is very good for academic English, but I've also done this with my teenage students to look at words that are, more relevant. So maybe decompose is a bit too much, but looking at sustainability, biology, ecology, these are words that we use, that we see, that are in our textbooks. So, and it's a great way for them to know where the word comes from, and they can look at other words as well. Now, with my students who are Spanish, it's really good to be able to see the words that are connected to the English words. So they see decompose and they can see how it's connected, and they can find out all of these other cognates of words that are connected with each other. So it's just oh, look at that. Blanca is on fire. I didn't even give her any of these links, not even one. And she's just, bam, she's finding them all. She's my hero. This girl is on fire. Sorry, I won't subject you to my singing ever again. It's very bad. I'm not quite Alicia Keys. So environmental etymology, again, you don't have to do it with environmental words. You can do it with whatever words you want. but it's a great way to find out. And again, you can check it afterwards. The key thing of doing stuff with AI is not to just trust it immediately. It is to go back and double check afterwards. Yeah, not quite the Alicia Keys effect, was it? Never mind. Maybe I should go for something in my own range next time. Now, this is another one of my absolute favorites. Now, I took this idea originally from an activity, a workshop that I did with Kids Against Plastic, which are my favorite charity in the UK. And it's a plastic-free time machine. It doesn't have to be plastic-free. It can be CO2-free time machine. It can be all sorts of different things. And this is where we visualize a future where single-use plastic is absent. I really have a passionate dislike for single-use plastic. I know how unavoidable it can be, but there are great ways of reducing it. So imagining the removal of these unnecessary plastics and designing those relevant prompts, creating a plastic-free world with student-led designs, and exploring the impact of our choices. So we can do this without AI, obviously. There are ways we can do this. This is something I like to do with predictions for the future and other ideas that our students have. So here are some actual images of a plastic-free future and one that is, let's be honest, not as plastic-free. And we look at this picture on the right and we think that seems a bit ridiculous. But there are so many images that we can see throughout the world every single day of things like this. So here is the prompt, different prompts here. And all of these, as you can see, come right here. These are taken directly from the book. So here are some different ideas of what they can do. Create an image in the style of Van Gogh of a bustling city in the future where all vehicles and public transport are electric and where single-use plastic hasn't been used for 10 years. And we can get our students to use these different creative ideas. We can then get our students to compare the pictures. Anyone who's ever done a Cambridge exam will have had to compare different pictures. You know, that thing you always do with your friends when you go out. Hey, Jim, look at these two pictures, compare and contrast them, and then answer a question, because that's real and that's natural, yeah. But you can practice this exam style things. We've got all of these different ideas where we can do this. We can get our students to look at these. We can think about the future and get our students to design their own future, and hopefully they can bring these wonderful ideas forward with them. They can bring these ideas to life. Now, I've done this with so many different classes, with so many different students, with so many different teachers as well, because I do a lot of teacher training, as I say. And I like to get them to use their own opinions as well. So I like to get them to describe how they're going to see the future in 50 years. And the last time I did this was in Norwich with my trainees that we saw at the start. And there was one who had a really positive outlook and it looked kind of like the Van Gogh style image. There was one who thought AI was going to take over the world and it turned into like the Matrix mixed with 1984, all kind of blended together. 1984, by the way, the best year ever. Yeah, we do. Exactly. As you say, Midgin, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. I apologize for any pronunciations. There are coastal places, there are rivers that look exactly like this. It's not that difficult to imagine. Or, you know, if you go to a town after there's been carnival or carnivals or after some kind of street celebration, it looks like this. Or if you go to a music festival, after the music festival, it looks something like this. It's not even that far. It's a really good way of getting our students to think about what the future is going to be like, but also how they're going to do this. So those are just 3 activities that you can find here in Activities for a Greener Mindset. Feel free to buy as many as you want. There you go. As I mentioned, it is also available on the website that we cannot name. It is, however, named after a very big rainforest, mostly in Brazil, but also in other parts of South America. So I'm going to go to the key takeaways because I've only got 4 minutes left, I believe. Seems like I've timed it fairly well. We'll have time for a chat, and then you might even have a few minutes to go for a wee or have a glass of water. Now, wouldn't that be nice? So the key takeaways for me here hopefully that you're taking these away, is to use AI responsibly to address environmental challenges. Don't get on people's backs about using it. You know, make sure they're using it responsibly. But we need to use so many things responsibly. We need to use Netflix responsibly. We need to use our cars responsibly. We need to eat meat responsibly. We need to think about. Oh, I've got 7 minutes. Oh, I didn't realize. I thought I finished in 4. We need to, but that's okay. I guess I will be giving you a few more moments to get to that, and I've got some questions to answer as well. We need to use everything responsibly. We need to help our students become more mindful about everything they do now. That, oh, I do have something that I can share with you. It is on my desktop, so I just need to. I will stop sharing in a moment, but before I do, remember to explore the potential for positive change and engaging our students. And in the meantime, grab these. This is how you can get hold of me. This is how you can get in touch with me. If you want to talk about teacher training, if you want to talk about student training, I offer workshops for students, I offer workshops for teachers. If you just want to chat about an idea that you've had to do with your class, if you think, is this a good idea? I don't really know. If you don't know, then, you know, feel free, get in touch. I'm more than happy to tell you. I'm just going to share with you in the chat as well there. The PowerPoint will be available, of course. I don't know why I've just sent that to Blanca. That was very mean of me. I am going to share with you now a sample unit from Activities for a Greener Mindset, which became available just today. So there you go. And I'm going to leave that on screen for just a second, just to make sure everybody can grab this. There you go. Everyone's got my contact details now. You can see my fancy business card at the bottom there where I incorporate everything. Isn't that cool? I think you should all do that. There we go. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now because I believe there are questions and I want everybody to see the beautiful Ron and the lovely Blanca as much as well, not just squeezed into a corner. They deserve more face space. So I'm going to stop sharing now. There we go.
Thank you, Harry, so much. We have
Thank
tons of
you.
questions from our participants, and I do also have a few questions.
Woo!
I would love to believe that we can, in the nearest future and long, long way, that we will be dead. The next generations will be, you know, taking care of such discussions and bridging this gap. You presented lots of statistics, numbers, which I believe are really important. When you put them into visuals, they can make even bigger impact. However, sometimes we are a little bit tired of statistics. So what would you tell us about some easy changes that, you know, teachers since Monday or even Tuesday can make in their classroom? Something ready to go with.
There are so many things. There are so many things.
Well, we know he's going to say, hurry up and buy the book.
First step, buy the book. Yeah. There are loads of different ideas you can do. One thing I love doing is we have vocabulary pots in our classroom. I like to do environmental vocabulary pots. So any environmental words we come up with, we can drop that in there. And again, raising awareness. So things like school snacks that people take in, encouraging our students to, instead of bring in their plastic covered sugar fest where they're going to sit there and eat that at playtime, why not bring in some hummus with carrots? You know, why not do that? But also not chastising people if they do something wrong. So if students bring in a plastic bottle, rather than saying a plastic bottle is bad, look over at the student who has a really nice reusable bottle and say, oh, I love your reusable bottle. Where did you get that? My daughter, for example, who's also an activist, she will be doing the closing plenary at IATEFL with me, so I'll see you there, hopefully. She's used the same pencil case since first grade. She's in 6th grade now, so she's used that same pencil case. And I remember when I was a kid, if I went in with the same pencil case, then people would be like, oh, you're poor. Whereas now she walks in there with pride saying, look, I use this. I've used it because I don't want to waste any more resources. So encouraging students to do those kind of things. Having these, another great thing is grab your calendar. I've got one here. Well, I've got 2 actually. I've got this year's and I've also got last year's, which you can see my daughter on. But anyway, grab your calendar, Look for those, those special UN days, the days where it's not just Environment Day. Look for International Tiger Day. Go to your students and say, so for example, Blanca, when's your birthday?
Next month, March the 3rd.
March the 3rd, excellent day. That's the same day as my friend Vanessa, actually. My birthday is March 24th. So exactly 3 weeks after yours. But I would say, so Blanca, what's your favorite animal?
Wolf.
Wolves. Oh, and we know that wolves are, endangered. So we can have March the 3rd can be our day about saving wolves. So we can focus on it. We can just have a 5 or a 10-minute section in the lesson where we talk about how amazing wolves are and how we can protect them and the different things that we can do to protect that incredible species. So making it to be involved with our students and trying to get them connected with it and finding their passion. Now, I think this kind of connects nicely to Miriam's question about encouraging change makers of the future. And there are a few really important steps to that. And that's make sure your students is within their interest, it is within their proximity, and it is something that they can actually change. So rather than saying, oh, polar bears are dying they're all dying because the ice caps are melting. That's not particularly relevant to a student in Spain, for example. So what I would do would be look at the things that are the issues here. Water is a problem here. There's not enough water. So how about we have a campaign of fixing leaking taps? Or litter is a problem around certain areas. Well, go on a litter pick. Find what your students are passionate about. Ask them what they're passionate about. Use the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Connect it to what they're passionate about. And then show them what they can do. And then let them show you as well. Because one of the biggest fears as teachers is, I don't know enough about that. Well, that's great. Maybe I don't know enough about wolves. But hey, Blanca, for your birthday, why don't you do a bit of research about wolves and come in and tell us? Or even better than that, your best friend, Ron, because he's your best friend, he's going to do a presentation about wolves as a birthday present for you. So find that, that connection to those different ideas, and that way show them what they can do, the difference they can make. Because as soon as they know the difference they can make, they will keep making that difference. It will take them away from anxiety and move them towards action.
Harry, I'm going to jump in and ask you a question. I think a question that many teachers, language teachers, especially here in our audience, ask themselves. And it's a closed question, but is it the responsibility of English language teachers to teach things about the environment and sustainability in the language learning class? And if so, give its 3 reasons why.
Oh, great question. Ron's on fire. Love it. I think it's the responsibility of everybody, to be honest, not just ELT teachers, not just teachers, but also students, also parents, also government officials. I think it's everybody's responsibility. That said, this wonderful power we have as English language teachers it's everywhere. Like it or not, English is basically a lingua franca. It is in every corner of the globe. I don't know why we say that. A globe is circular. There are no corners, but it is in every corner of the globe. It has the potential to reach billions of people. So I believe with great power comes great responsibility. And as English language teachers, we can spread this message all around the world. And as I mentioned before, this proximity issue, this thing about where we are, again, this can relate to any teacher, not just English language teachers, but it can then be personalized to everywhere in the world. So whether you're in Egypt or Brazil or in China or Vietnam, every different area has its own issue. Every different town within every different area has its own issue. So we can personalize it. And I truly believe that as English language teachers, we have that wonderful opportunity to integrate it into our lessons. Because when you look at an English language textbook, it's not just vocab grammar. It has such a wide spread. You look at sport, you look at food, you look at clothes, you look at family. every single one of those things has an impact on the planet. So it's very easy, even if it's just 1 minute of your class or 5 minutes a week, to say, okay, we're learning about clothes this week, cardigan, 15-year-old t-shirt, secondhand hat, pajama trousers. Yes, you can do all of those words, but then you can also say, what impact did each one of those have? Or where would that have gone if it hadn't been sold in the shop, if you weren't wearing it? And you can look at the life cycle of these clothes, and we can look at the impact that fashion and clothes have on the planet, just to kind of raise that bit of awareness. But it doesn't have to be, we're focusing on the planet today. It could just be, bam, 2 minutes here, 5 minutes there, drop it in here, put it in there.
So in
Yeah.
other words, you're saying build awareness and maybe make people aware of their consumer behavior or what they can do in their local community. But is it, a follow-up to that question, is it the job of a teacher to bring students to the point of activism?
No, it's not. It's not the job. I believe that everybody has change making in their DNA. I think everybody has activism and change making in their DNA. And the only thing is, we need the key to unlock that. And as a teacher, we can unlock that. But we can light a fire inside people, but we can't make them become activists. I don't believe you should make anyone be anything. My parents desperately wanted me to, go to university, study politics, and become a politician. I went to university, I studied politics, I became an English teacher. You can light a fire within people. You can light a fire that can spark something, but you cannot. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
And
Or
the
you can
best
lead a student to
leadership,
knowledge and you can't make him think.
Yeah.
of
Oh, I like that.
course. And the best leadership is always by setting an example, and encouragement, not by pushing. I love the idea about your daughter's pencil case. Yesterday, we had a lovely session by Lucy Durance and Vanessa Riley in terms of working with storytelling, for instance, and it might be used as a great tool to tell the story of the pencil case, what was
Yeah.
happening last years.
Exactly. It's a great opportunity, and yes, storytelling is so important as well. It's so
And
important.
your book does help teachers to get some ideas on how to integrate the topic of environmental issues and sustainability into the language learning classroom.
It does indeed. It gives you it's a step-by-step journey where we can take people from climate zero to planet hero. So we can take them all the way from absolutely nothing to, something.
Yeah. We've already added again the link to your book, to your social media. So, dear attendees, feel free to hit Harry and just discuss any cool ideas for your sustainable classroom. Thank you, Harry, so much for being with us. You were so on point that thanks for you. We all have a great break, 10
That's
minutes
right.
break, and we all need it because since yesterday, some of attendees were with us for about 10 hours in a row. That's why, lights off in terms of ecology. Yes, air out, stretch your back, think about your body, soul, and mind. And exactly in 10 minutes, we will see each other, and the next speaker will going to rock the stage. So see you in 10 minutes. Bye. Thank you, Harry, one more
Thanks,
time.
Harry.
Bye-bye. Hello.
Yes, Harry, I'm here. How can I
Hello,
help?
hello. I'm just I've just put the PDF of the session into the chat there. So
Oh, thank you one more time.
if
Thanks so
anyone wants
much.
it. Right, I've got to run. My daughter just kicked off her football match and it's 10 minutes away, so I've got to go and get to that.
Yeah, so all the best to your daughter and have fun. Enjoy your Saturday. See you around.
See you later.
Bye.
And we're back. Everyone, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, that's great. So thanks everyone for being patient and waiting. We hope that you enjoyed this short break. Let me just check whether... Oh, so I can hear my own voice, and that's weird.
Well, I can hear you, but I can't share screens right now on the video mode, but I'm here.
Okay, that's great. It's fine. It's fine. So let me share the screen of the presentation in order to introduce our next speaker. Again, we would like to welcome you to Educast International Conference 2025. So our next speaker is talking about creating adaptive learning environments for neurodivergent students. So everyone, please welcome Anna Makura. But before introducing her, let me tell you some rules, that we have to be aware of before, moving
Mo,
into...
can you share screens with that, please?
Is it not shared?
I don't...
It's being shared. I see it. Everything's clear.
Oh, you
Yeah,
see it?
okay. Okay, great. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, everyone, please use the chat box to make comments, write your questions at the end of the talk. Only ask relevant questions, and please forgive us if we are not able to answer all of your questions or respond to everyone, because it's really difficult at 10 or 15 minutes or in 10 to 15 minutes to answer all of your questions. We're trying to do our best to provide you with the best learning experience ever. So far the conference, all the wonderful talks. So everyone, please be respectful and polite. Don't write harmful or offensive comments. Don't share links of personal evidence a week after the conference ends. And regarding the conference, it's being recorded on our YouTube channel, so you will have access to the recordings of every talk in the conference. So Blanca, could you please give me a hand and introduce our speaker, because I think I'm having some kind of internet connection problems.
Yeah, go check it, and I will hand over to you. It's still surprising that just a few technical issues that we have and we've been having and experiencing. So we are still very positive about it. So everyone, dear attendees, as Mo said, do your best. Since yesterday, you've been using the chat to the maximum, and do this. Our next speaker, Anna Mahura, is going to respond to every question within these 10 minutes. So we will try to do the best, creating adaptive learning environments for neurodivergent students. And Anna Mahura is an experienced university language teacher, linguist, teacher trainer, lecturer, educational consultant, and course creator. She is a UK Standards Office CPD accredited speaker, neurolanguage coach, and chair of TEFL Kuwait Neurolinguistics SIG. Anna holds 6 different degrees with multiple specializations. He has written many articles on topics including the meta level of ELT, holistic education, creating neuro-inclusive learning environments for learners, and effective strategies for student exponential growth. So we are all waiting for your talk, Anna. Stage is yours, and we can't wait to hear from you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. Welcome, everybody. Well, I cannot wait to share the information with you and raise awareness on neurodiversity. So without further ado, let me share my presentation. And we go. I won't be reintroducing myself. There are a few slides, but you are, as the audience, the most important people for me. And I will have questions as we go to you. So please use the chat. The title, Embracing Neurodiversity. We need to start asking question, what are we going to embrace? To do that, we need to understand. So in a few steps, I'm going to tell you what it entails, what it encompasses, and what are the different ways of adapting, because our role of teachers is changing right now. What we need to do is to adapt to the needs of our learners. So first of all, my goal is to make you more familiar with various learner profiles in the classroom and present the different nature of specific learning differences. Now, we don't say anymore that they are disorders or difficulties. In fact, what makes it difficult is the lack of adaptations or support or interventions. So the term neurodiversity, first of all, acknowledges the fact that our brains process information differently. So more about it in a second. But I hope that you'll be able to adapt to those needs when it comes to the language of delivery, instruction, and I will show you some practical ideas with photos as well, what works, and of course, AI-powered tools. So without further ado, how much do you know about neurodiversity? And what cognitive or behavioral learner profiles have you heard of? Please use the chat. And the third question very quickly, are you aware that you're working with neurodivergent individuals right now? I'm checking quickly. Okay, brilliant. Someone says not yet ADHD. Okay, dyscalculia. You can use the chat or have a quick look. Brilliant. I will be checking as we go. Please add more comments. So before starting planning, the idea of being neuroaffirming is that the acceptance is all around. It should be a whole school approach. And it's not just us teachers, it's the community, it's families, and everybody around. There might be teachers just maybe after some initial training, which is great, and it's great to see more specialist training going on. But these ones, like ADHD, autism, yeah, or finding the balance, someone says, or again, about different abilities, there is some awareness already. Let's get it straight. When we're talking about neurodiversity, as in nature, biodiversity, it is the idea that people do experience and interact with the world around in many different ways. The typical term means neuro as interacting, but there's neurodivergence, which is the slightly different to the mainstream idea, neurotypical learners. And about the processing and approach, when we go further, we discover that a lot has to do with emotions as well. And now, when we are in class, let's imagine how that translates into the environment in the classroom. An example, some students with ADHD may excel with interactive or hands-on lessons. Others with autism may benefit from visuals or more structured routines. But recognizing and supporting these variations is fundamental. So let me show you different learner profiles. As in the chat box, we've seen ADHD, dyslexia, dyscalculia, which would be more about numbers. There are different kinds of dyslexia. I won't have time to go into details right now, but just to give you the overview, dyspraxia, we can have acquired conditions as well. And when we talk about mental health or well-being, that has to do, the majority of cases, with anxiety or anger or dealing with processing emotions and perhaps even traumas in the classroom. To make it clearer for you, some example profiles. What do we find here? Well, every child is different. Every learner might present a different scope of these things, such as meltdown, stimming, which is a soothing response, anxiety, which I mentioned, the need for routines, maybe some social issues. That's very important because emotions may block us in proper interactions with others. There's also the problem of double empathy, which I'm going to explain. So very briefly, we need to observe our learners. We need to know who we're dealing with. Sometimes it's good to have the diagnosis already or the report. However, the waiting line for diagnosis is quite long. So there are cases that you may not be aware of working with neurodivergent learners. And sometimes as a teacher, you may blame that maybe for being, and we have there, inattentive, hyperactive, or impulsive. But it's part of who they are, who the learners are. For example, the ADHD. So far, we need to know our learners. We need to understand that there are different learners depending on the age and depending on the interest. We can do so much more. Now with supports such as sensory stimulation or introducing organizers, using some apps for time management, and helping in the lesson to structure activities for, let's say, more collaboration, project learning, which in turn will help to be more integrated. Now, this is very important to avoid its stigma or labels that this person is autistic. I will tell you more about the neuroaffirming language in a moment. That is very important too. So reframing. Another step is understanding the double empathy. As a teacher, you may be neurotypical. You may know of the learners in the classroom, but still, it's very important to adopt every single time. There's the theory of diversity in social intelligence that you may have heard of, and even monotropism. So in the classroom, seeing some extraordinary behaviors, especially in a good way, may lead us to even working later on with gifted learners. So there's so much more about emotions, about specific interests of our learners as well, and how they interact with others. We need to use different strategies, different options, different activities, and it's a process. Let me explain a little bit about dyslexia, which is quite popular, and what can be done, because now I'm going to some ideas. I'll show you one more time. So with writing or spelling or reading or the phonemic awareness, sequencing, memory difficulties, there is a lot going on in the mind of a dyslexic learner. What we can do as teachers is use different fonts, different sizing, different backgrounds, contrast, and different colors when it comes to presenting information. These are the basics. Let's go further. Thinking inclusion, I mean personalized learning, and here with assistive technology. Tech-friendly classrooms. So from step number 1, realizing what we can do, what the needs are, then how we can support our learners. I will show you in a second some apps that I'm using and those that are available there, and I'm recommending for note-taking, perhaps for grammar or generating images, videos, and creating different activities as we go. This is important because some teachers think, oh, but I have neurodivergent learners, and they can be, again, dyscalculic, dyspraxic, dyslexic, a whole mix, plus those emotional problems. And you might say, I'm stuck. That's oh my gosh, that's too much. How can I prepare properly? Well, there we go. These apps can help you pre-AI toolkit, and I have chosen some of those. Now, AI is here, and it's here to stay. The classroom is one of the learning environments, and we should be using and showing, being role models, and accepting that, yes, this is how the lesson is gonna be, and encouraging using that at home as well for a better experience. Now, let's have a look. Text-to-speech or speech-to-text. Not only for homework, but typing in the classroom should be allowed, or presentations, posters, projects. So Canva, Gamma, creating even short videos in the classroom and comparing perhaps the activities in the group. Critical and analytical thinking skills are also embedded in that process. We can use those drawings in the classroom and animate them. Lots of games and lots of presentations. Why? Because as I mentioned before, visuals and some structures or patterns are recommended. Electronic copies of textbooks are also very good. So basically, please do not rely on just one source. Multimodal learning. I recommend these that you can see right now. So digital notes, documents, audio recordings, converting text, checking grammar as you go, everything in one place. Now, one of the conditions quite often associated with processing skills is time management, organization, and mind maps can help. So encouraging extra tools as we go in the class and outside of the classroom. It's all about finding strengths, and this approach calls for a perspective shift. So if you want to be more adaptive, let's work with other teachers. Let's talk to the principal and highlight and celebrate diverse skills. So it's nurturing social skills as well, creativity and resilience. I will mention in a moment cases such as traumas, and being not able to process those emotions, masking happens, plus the double empathy problem that learners are trying to just pretend or pose that everything is okay, be learning or those social interactions that I mentioned. So what we should encourage is also compassion and empathy. Now, did you know chunking is great? So that's my idea for educators as chunking. Dyslexic thinking is officially a noun. This is a fantastic approach. So we're embracing that already. When we observe learners, we can find out that there are special conditions. Sometimes you may not be able to even describe your emotions. There are extraordinary skills as well found in neurodivergent learners, such as hyperlexia, so the ability to read at the early age. Also, stimming. It's a natural self-serving reaction. And talking about behaviors in the classroom, very important. Observe your learners, talk to them about body language, about natural responses. It's so important to self-regulate first, and I will give you activities for the beginning of the lesson or even throughout. A very interesting bit is that sometimes simulation of one sense can activate another one. So I work with learners, I work with gifted ones, but also with those that taste some words or numbers. That's just amazing. And just a short mention on giftedness. Why is it there? Well, whenever we need to adjust or adopt or change the curriculum a little bit to help the learner to achieve the potential, this is called neurodivergence. It's not the neurotypical way of processing or learning. Okay, so what are the considerations going further? A holistic approach to education, a therapeutic one, so some strategies that can help them to reduce the anxiety level, to avoid the amygdala hijack, so-called, that you're scared, you're too scared, you cannot function properly, not to mention using other things, maybe interacting, calculating, analyzing, sitting on a task. That's not happening. Embracing the inner child as a therapist, I talk a lot about it. And the double empathy problem. Sometimes we expect someone to behave this way or spend this much time on the activity. as teachers, as we give a range of tasks where we're focusing more on the process rather than the result or the timing, it brings better effects. So removing the cognitive overload, allowing appropriate processing time. And it's important to know there are sensory seekers and sensory avoiders in one classroom. Hence, we should be very careful as teachers when creating the environment, careful about triggers, or should remove any distraction. Appropriate stimulation, number 1. Again, the double empathy problem explained. You will see those slides later as well. I'm highlighting some points. A holistic approach means mind, body, and spirit. So the spirit needs movement, okay? Needs engagement, needs proper stimulation, enhancing focus and concentration through a variety of techniques. I never say one technique works. For some learners, as we saw, it can be a structure and they would love that. For others, the interaction, the social part is very important. For others, it's just the beginning of the lesson that matters most. Self-regulation. We as teachers play such a role on even making this a norm, that neurodivergence is a thing, and you're embracing this right away with your language. I do a lot of reframing and I educate everyone on that. So if you want to be neuroaffirming, it's okay. A person with autism, an example. How does that sound? Sounds like an illness. I have even learners thinking, I have dyslexia. What is it? How can I cure it? We're not fixing, we're not curing anyone. We're supporting them, and we are adapting ourselves as teachers. That's our responsibility, I believe, to know that it's not a learning disability. We're talking about strengths, or different abilities, and we're discovering that and encouraging. So what we should be doing, I focus on the left side, you can see the right one. It's an autistic individual. We're embracing that. It's someone can say, that is who I am. I'm not with something. Or a learning difference, challenges and needs, supports, accommodations. With monotropism, I have learners of different kinds. So it's like hyper-focus, one channeling. A person can spend a lot of time on perhaps maybe building something or creating models, anything, could be art, depending on the interest, but we cannot say obsessed. Okay, so another thing is co-occurring conditions or coexisting ones. For example, dyslexia and ADHD, or dyspraxia and autism. Every day I work with different learner profiles, every single one, and every child is different. So there should be another webinar on that. However, so far we've sat on the importance of acknowledging the fact, on focusing on strengths, and it should be full approach. If you're working in a state school or in a private one, again, there should be principles and the proper framework. What we can see there, inclusion of all students, well-being as the central part, leadership and management, proper organization, and students are active agents in their learning. And through the use of different, as I said earlier, applications and different supports in the classroom and outside, that can be done more effectively. With collaboration, proper reflection, fostering appropriate behavior, and making them aware that it is okay to have a mental break. It is okay to maybe display some self-serving behaviors. It's totally fine. I will show you some photos in a moment. How we do that. Well, I teach mainly in the UK or Ireland, or also in the MENA region, but it's like depending on the class, depending on your age group, depending on your students' needs. So one training session is not enough. However, adaptive learning, if someone says, is it happening in your school? Well, are there proper adaptations being made to teaching? And are you providing those opportunities to meet expectations? Okay. And they can be different depending on those profiles. The universal design for learning is recommended. We can hear more and more about it, which is great. So representation, different formats, engagement, motivation, different choices, incorporating real world examples. I support and I would recommend everyone international projects. I do that a lot if someone is interested. So engaging learners, showing them how they can present their views, their experiences, go out there and you'll be recognized even in other schools, sharing knowledge. Everyone has something important to say, do, and show their interest. Very important. Fostering a sense of autonomy, not always telling our learners what should be done. So projects are just perfect. Different expressions, so demonstrating understanding through different means. I think that's quite clear. Also, differentiated instruction, flexible grouping, so adjusting the seating as well, and adjusting the pace. Now we're going to the core, and I will have some photos. I'm going to present some ideas like that. Sensory rooms, is it possible to do things like that in your school? Quiet spaces with soft seating. Now, multisensory equipment. Please remember, we have sensory seekers or sensory avoiders, so we need both. We need a room where a child can come, a child or a student even, and sit down. We have now libraries adjusted to that, and some classrooms too. Lights, floors, walls. How can you use anything that you have around? So the focus now, knowing more about the needs, is inclusion. There we go. Let's see timers. Some ideas here. Visuals and frequent breaks. I do recommend using music and any kind of kinesthetic support there, activity, interactive technology, of course, for dyspraxia and dysgraphia. Any graphomotor skills or neurodevelopmental conditions there would require working with hands a lot to strengthen the muscles. Again, movement. What I'm trying to say is we should balance our approach and allow both handwriting activities that will, like here, hands-on, okay? You're focusing on the task, but with appropriate breaks and timing. Then we can use assistive technology and ask even our learners modeling how they can put this like a drawing or maybe Play-Doh or creating a little thing. And you may say, but is it just for learners? Absolutely not, because a minute or two of such an activity enhances creativity, and then it can be used with AI later on. Personalized, right? Graphic organizers, very important. Checklist, especially for minds that prefer routine, like the autistic learner would like to know exactly what is happening step by step. You may even allow a different journal on a side or using walls, as I said before, and going around the class and changing the seating, making sure that everything is done properly. Charts, as you can see. Okay, let's go further. Multisensory equipment from fidget tools. I have lots of them, even here around in any workshop, any class, they are just there. I mentioned movement and sitting arrangements, color coding, schedules, folders, and we're going to emotions next. I mentioned mindfulness as observation, self-regulation. There's a great activity. There we go. Body scan. I will show that perhaps in a moment. But how can you start the lesson well? This is the question. Okay. Number 2, being brain friendly. So chunking. It's better to do a few shorter activities than one long task, including metacognition. What is it? Basically explaining where does the information go? How does your brain work? Can you remember it better? What is happening? Can you remember it right now, or do you need to write it down? Speaking, explaining the process step by step for especially autistic learners, but not only. Multisensory, of course, and therapeutic. So soothing. If you want, then play some music. No problem with that. Different textures. No problem with that in my classroom. They can stand up. And every minute counts. Learners, as I mentioned, can have journals, or I encourage mindful breathing and mental breaks as well. What we see is just the surface, right? But everything happens underneath. Here are some ideas. Sensory seekers, yeah, would love those lights. Using a projector or water tubes, be it indoors, four walls, or outside, whenever libraries being around, just pressing, touching sensory seekers. This is the activity about body scan. It does involve sitting comfortably, grounding, very important now for both, I would say, autistic and ADHDs, or you can have both. So finding your grounding, nobody has to know. Learners have, so many options. They can breathe, close their eyes, and that's normal. The position, how the body feels, mind, body, and spirit. You can see the procedure right away. I will explain more about those cards. There are fantastic resources right now. So stress reduction, those cards are for teenagers, for students, and for adults, or feel-good cards, so-called, with some quotes, positive messages, affirmations. I do it a lot. And the beauty of it is that learners can do them themselves, and using, of course, AI or some flashcards and so on. So memory improvement, but talking about something positive. Trust me, 2-3 minutes sometimes in the classroom can make such a difference. Even encouraging, praising someone. You're introducing a learning strategy or the approach at the beginning of the lesson. You have that mindfulness, breathing exercise. And then in the middle of the lesson, you ask them to say some positive things about the other person. What was the lesson like, or who you loved working with, and things like that. And of course, changing sitting and allowing a lot of interaction with other learners. Timing activities work really well, what I noticed. And instead of asking students to just put their hands up, you're going around and they can just show sometimes some signs, or a lot of nonverbal communication. Using colors, different tricks, music as well, as I said, and fidgets while doing an activity while on task. Visualization, yes, because sometimes it's really hard for some neurodivergent learners to actually sequence things and imagine what is happening. So step by step, breaking it down, and memory improvement techniques as well. From 4 here, cards, maybe 8, 10, using storytelling. Different textures that I mentioned earlier, games, lots of visuals changing. So a series of short activities rather than one long. That's my favorite, perhaps, because I love animals. And guys, if you're using that in your schools too, animal therapy in schools to reduce that anxiety or anger. Okay, fidgets again, and other things. International projects available, going always the extra mile as a teacher, being with your students, being for them, and things are done by them as well. Okay, then you don't have to worry about motivation. But if they know, my teachers, sometimes I heard from learners, you're the first teacher that is actually saying those things, and I always thought that I was like not normal. Sometimes the self-talk is terrible, masking, coping mechanisms, found in learners. When you start a conversation about that, that is totally fine, and you start being neuro-affirming, they will come to you and they will appreciate it. So raising awareness when it comes to other educators, but also parents and the community. Because if our learners see that outside, and think about it, if they think I'm normal, I'm okay, I'm accepted, I belong, that's all they need. They will engage, they'll be motivated, they'll be better people. Yes, and better workers. There are great benefits about neurodivergence as well, such skills as hyperfocus, for example, or checking things, routine. So different jobs are actually recommended. And as a fact, here in my area, I can find fantastic neurodivergent individuals being great at their jobs because of those special needs. Organizing festivals everywhere, so lifelong learning. And this session would not be, enough to talk about everything, but self-regulation number one, then using AI tools, inviting your learners to create their own activities, and step by step, introducing adaptations. My question to you right now is, what adaptations can you make to create a more inclusive classroom environment? How? So create an action plan, and when. So what do you need to be more neuro-affirming? There's a list of further reading. I'll be open to questions, just showing you that. And I will show a QR code in a moment. I'm available on LinkedIn. First, your questions. I cannot wait to read some messages. There we go. Can you show again the reference?
Thank you, Anna, for that talk. And of course, like all of our talks here at Educast International, it's about awareness raising, giving information to teachers about something that maybe they never had considered, new perspectives on things. But before I ask any questions here, I do need to make a couple of statements on neurodivergence, I think, because this is really important. And I think that we as teachers should be very careful on how we proceed, and that we should proceed with caution before we start changing anything that we do or our own behavior when we think we're dealing with someone who has a neurodivergent condition, okay? Because, as teachers, general language teachers, we're not trained professionals on diagnosing as a professional doctor neurodivergent behaviors or conditions. So on that part, I do have to make that statement. I think it's important. We as teachers, we can quickly recognize what you mentioned as neurotypical behavior in the classroom. And when we start seeing students who don't behave in that neurotypical behavior, we might have the tendency to maybe diagnose them, and we're not really professionals to really be doing that. And you did mention something about that, we should report something like that to our school director or the people who are over us to seek help and maybe guide us in that. But I work in Germany, and teachers who are learning to be teachers, we do have the field of special education, not just in Germany, that's everywhere, where teachers really are trained to deal with neurodivergent conditions in the classroom and with the differentiated learning and methodologies and approaches that come with that. So now that I've said all of that, because I think it is important to say that, I do have some questions for you. And the first one I really wanted to ask about is, a lot of times, because you did mention some things that where AI and AI tools can really be helpful. total believer in that. Especially if somebody has, psychomotor problems. I think those kind of tools can be very helpful in the classroom when you're dealing with that. But you mentioned something about inclusion. And could you give our listeners a little bit more in depth, maybe, about what really is inclusion when we're dealing with neurodivergent learners? What does that really mean?
Thank you so much, Ron, for I will answer this question. For the tips that you mentioned, I'm so happy that in other countries it is happening, special education, but the inclusion in a broad sense, to me, is taking responsibility to develop, grow, and it's not only when we're thinking of learning differences, right? Not to focus too much on that, but there is another element to that process. It's being culturally and linguistically responsible, including other learners. You may say, yeah, but this may work in this school, but not in mine. And what else can I do? Should I prepare my lesson plan or a project? Being very careful. And as I said, specialist training is required.
Oh, yes, I totally
Especially
agree.
yeah. The inclusion means learning differences, behavioral aspects, and well, I'm a therapist, but I know that it helps a lot because sometimes we have to be careful about not rushing to include everyone or, God forbid, making a diagnosis on its own because you just know tick, 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 three things. So being very careful, working with other specialists in the field. Sometimes when it comes to anxiety or anger or
Well, yeah, because that
an
doesn't
example,
automatically make a person, anger and anxiety or stress are something we all experience.
indeed, there are two kinds of anxiety. As long as you're okay to function, I mean, it can be dispositional one. You're just kind of more anxious person, or it can activate when it comes to this is a trigger, or in just that situation, and this is when it's a classroom where we can help. So including that this person could be the personality or just the environment they're living in. We need to think about everything, the experiences. The person comes to the class, but again, I mentioned traumas as well. So knowing the whole profile,
Mm-hmm.
the abilities, and
Definitely.
teaching them. Sometimes we think that we presume, we should presume competence, abilities. This is my approach. When I include, I'm trying to find the good things first, and if there is, again, the angle that as a therapist, I can say that, okay, that can be referred to perhaps another specialist. It happens, but trying to reduce and help at any stage, emotions, number one, including our differences in responses, in expectations as well. Very important because that pressure that comes quite often is society, could be family, right?
Mm-hmm.
But including the culture,
Yeah,
the
because there's a lot of
language.
things we don't understand about our learners. I know there's so much talk about teachers should get to know their learners, but that's not always possible. We just can't get to know all the details and what that person is experiencing in their private life that could lead to what we might want to diagnose as neurodivergent behavior. It maybe might be out of place behavior in certain situations, but it doesn't make them neurodivergent in the sense of exhibiting behaviors that could be diagnosed as such.
Absolutely. And sometimes I am asked, could you tell me if this person is neurodivergent? Like I don't have the diagnosis there yet, but I believe so. So my approach is yes, I can help because I'm trained in that. However, you as a teacher, what you can do is start implementing those multisensory techniques.
Mhm.
Everyone will benefit and you will see the difference. Okay. And as I said, reframing, removing that stigma, that's our responsibility, I believe.
Mo, I hear your voice. Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. Good. And you talk about some activities there. And could you just maybe repeat maybe 3 of your favorite things very quickly about what you like to do in the classroom, or you recommend to teachers if they're dealing with neurodivergent learners? Now, of course, I have to say that if they really are dealing with a group of neurodivergent learners, they're most likely a special education teacher.
Mm-hmm. So in a classroom, and it could be a new group, right? So you don't know who you're dealing with. What I'd love to do is asking, not how are you, but it's like, how are you feeling? And creating some anchors. So it could be a word or an image, just novelty and sparking the interest right away in a cool way. They can draw something, or I can have a riddle and some puzzles and so on, but just starting it right to engage the brain. And if you make it a routine, it's just brilliant. They would love it. But you will get a chance. It's not just playing as such, but you will get a chance to observe them in those interactions. Who is the one that will, go first to the board or will be avoiding? And that's a great thing to do. Self-regulation. Okay, they'll be themselves. So being natural, authentic, that's what we want, right? Later on, setting the scene or setting the ground for learning. My favorite one would be, yes, starting with some humor, riddle, asking about experiences and so on, sharing successes. And I always say that, turning challenges into opportunities. And I encourage them. It's like, tell me, so what haven't you done so far? So they can either share their successes, or we talk about those difficult things that are, impossible to do or have been impossible that we're going to tackle, and like superpowers and so on. I do a lot of breathing. Yes, mindfulness, and could be meditation. You can use music. You can even, if that's allowed, bring some chocolate or some sweets, like jelly beans, and then some colors. And then before the music finishes, it's just observing the shape sometimes, or engaging with the smell. And if you have any topic when it comes to your lesson, try to think, okay, very quickly, how can I use other smells or tastes or colors? Anything engaging there.
Mhm.
So the multisensory is embedded
Yeah, yeah.
always. That's my favorite one. Yes.
Anna, there's a lot of misinformation, sometimes even to the direction of it being like totally false, about neurodivergent behavior. And I think one of the most dangerous things is self-diagnosis, where people who are curious that whether they're neurodivergent or not, because according to Harvard University, all of us are really to a point neurodivergent. All of our brains do not work the same. Yeah. And we all learn differently, but that doesn't, mean that we're going to be diagnosed with a neurodivergent condition. But what do you think about all these online quizzes and all these online tests out there on the internet for people to self-diagnose themselves?
Well, for the general awareness, meaning, oh, I came across that, I will see what it is. Yes, you can, but it depends really. Check the source. Okay, check the accreditation or who is providing that, and always consult later on with a specialist, because it may have a just different effect on you. You may leave with a sense that something is wrong with me.
Yeah, there's that danger. Yeah.
In moderation, I always say that using everything, it's available out there. Yes, when it comes to the waiting time and the expectation and so on, what are we going to really assess? Because sometimes when you're going for a diagnosis, again, it's after talking to the teacher or the parents and etc., or yourself, or you don't know what to assess. So if you're focusing and going into just to one route, one direction, then you may accidentally not tackle those other things, maybe emotions. You're thinking, oh, that's dyslexia, or is it only, or other things. Would I believe them? I have no problem again with checking first
In other
the
words, seek
source.
professional
Way.
advice. Yeah,
Seek
you go ahead.
professional
Yeah,
advice, like
be careful
full
of those
medication.
online
Yeah.
quizzes, yeah, and all that. But whatever that outcome is of that online test or quiz, if you do feel you have that some kind of neurodivergent maybe condition, you should seek professional advice. And I'm
Also,
talking from a very
yes,
personal, experience because I have suffered from dyslexia my whole life. But even then, I had professional help. I had people who were professionals to help me to deal with my reading problems because I also have, eyesight problems, just problems with my seeing and vision. And that could be cured, okay, because, I could uh, get, glasses that could help me to see better. But still, I still had problems, and I'm so glad that my parents recognized that early. But also, there was at the time in the 70s and 80s where teachers were just diagnosing everybody with something. And before we knew it, a lot of American kids, and in Europe too, were all being given Ritalin to calm down their behavior because they were diagnosed by teachers as a neurodivergent. Okay, when it really wasn't that. So again, we do got to be careful when it comes to that. Anna,
indeed.
I want
And
to
also,
thank I
oh,
want to
sorry,
thank
sorry.
you. Yeah, I want to thank you for taking the time to join us today here at the Educast International Conference. Did you put your link to your internet site where people who are interested in contacting you can contact you about any further training or anything that you have? There it
So you
is.
can contact me. Yes, yeah, there we go. I respond to all requests and I get them quite often. So there are opportunities for regular training sessions, specialist ones, webinars, workshops, different materials, but again, adjusted to uh, what your learners need.
And
I'm
Anna,
open to cooperation. Thank you so, so much.
yeah, and is this right here the connection to that PowerPoint that you uh, used?
No, I will send the PowerPoint to those that can contact me. That
Okay.
is to my LinkedIn
Hmm.
or again my email address.
Hmm.
But my PowerPoint will be available to anyone interested. Absolutely.
Thank you,
There's so
Anna.
much on those points that I want everyone to go through the slides and then say, oh, that's what I need. That's what I'm interested in, please.
Well, we're short on time, and I'm sure you know that we could continue this conversation. There's many different things to talk about when we're talking about neurodivergence, and of course, that in the classroom. So again, thank you very much on behalf of the Educast International, uh, uh, moderators here, and Mo. And Mo, that moves us back to you, because we need to get ready
Yeah.
for our next speaker.
Yeah,
Yes.
thanks, Anna, for this. Thanks for being part of our conference for the second year in a row. Thanks a lot for this, and thanks for your amazing talk. We would like to thank you for this. So, everyone, this leads us to our next speaker, but let me share the screen in order to introduce him. I think he has been here for maybe 30 minutes, you know?
Is
So
that where you
let me
disappeared
just
to?
share
Were
the
you and
screen.
Dylan in the back room there
I
talking?
guess so. They were
Yeah.
Yeah,
chit-chatting.
that's right. So it's not the
Hello,
first time
Dylan.
to have Dylan at Educast because he did an amazing job in the webinar series last Ramadan. It was a great presentation indeed. So we are really proud and honored to have Dylan Gates again at Educast, but this time at Educast International Conference 2025.
And where
And
is Dylan
since
coming
our,
from today? Where,
I
Dylan?
think he's,
from Spain, from the
yes,
You're
south
in
of Spain.
Spain.
yeah, from Spain.
Okay.
It seems like everyone is in Spain today.
Yes. That might be our goal for Educast, 2026, just to organize everything there.
And here
Why
I
not?
am, half
Exactly, that's
Spanish, and
right.
I'm living in Germany. Okay,
So
well,
everyone, some rules before we move into the introductions. Please use the chat box to make comments. Write your questions at the end of the talk. Only ask relevant questions. And please, if you want to ask any questions, click on the Q&A section and you can drop your questions and we will try to do our best to answer all of them. Please be respectful and polite in the chat box. Don't write harmful or offensive comments, and be sure that we're not even trying to ignore any of your questions or comments. It's just, the number of the attendees is big and the chat box sometimes runs quickly. We cannot, catch everything, but we're trying to do our best, of course, to provide you with the best learning experience ever. Also, don't share links of personal information. And regarding the certificates, you will all get certificates of attendance via email. Each day will have its own certificate of attendance with the name of the speakers. And also regarding the recordings, the conference is already being streamed live on YouTube, which means that it is there already. But in a week, everything will be edited and updated. You'll have the access to every separate presentation to enjoy learning, even after the conference. So again, let's move to introducing our speaker.
Yes, I
So,
can't wait
would
to do
anyone
that,
like to-
Mo, and everyone, because
Okay.
I'm a
Okay,
huge
Blanca, you
fan
have it.
of digital minimalism. I'm a huge fan of Call Newport. We've known each other with Dylan from, for instance, LinkedIn group, which he is a huge organizer. That's his own group. I will send all of you the link on the chat. It connects business English professionals. And today, Dylan is going to share anything about digital minimalism for language teachers. Such an important talk in 21st century, in the era that we are surrounded by technology. Dylan is an English language teacher, trainer, coach, and course creator. He believes that learners are the best resource. We all agree with that, which is why he advocates for deepened approaches such as Dogma, Unplugged, TBLT, task-based language teaching, and the power of dialogic learning. Dylan, it's an honor to have you, and the stage is yours.
Great. Thank you very much. Just give me a second. Okay, and I will find my slides. There we are. Trying to find the slideshow. Okay, does that look okay now? It should be coming up.
there we
Yes,
go.
all
Yes.
good.
Okay, there we are. Great. Thank you very much for inviting me for this wonderful, wonderful conference. Really looking forward to talking about this topic. I will try to make it as interactive as I can. It's not based too much on research, to be honest. So it's just some of my thoughts based on my experiences and my constant communication with teachers. And of course, this idea of digital minimalism, which I find really powerful, especially now in 2025. So I'm going to talk about 4 main points or 4 sections. First of all, I'm going to discuss something called the ice cream paradox, which you may be familiar with, but it's kind of my hook for this. Maybe you're not aware of what that is. Then a little bit about teacher tech overwhelm. Then I'll go into digital minimalism and some frameworks, models, ideas, thoughts, questions for how best to select tech tools. So let's begin. I want you to imagine you are walking through the city or through a city center somewhere. It's a sunny day. You're really enjoying yourself. You don't have to go to work. And you see someone eating an ice cream. And of course, when you see someone eating an ice cream, your next thought is, I want an ice cream. So you decide to look for an ice cream shop. So you walk down the street and you see 2 of them. On your left is ice cream parlor A. And you look through the window and you see there are 3 flavors, just 3: vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate. And then on the other side of the road, you see this ice cream shop that's just full, hundreds of different flavors. So you have to make a choice. Which one do you buy from? So in the chat box, I want you to think, which one would you buy from and why? And which one is most likely to satisfy your need for an ice cream? So I'll give you 30 seconds to think about that. Choose one of the ice cream shops and tell me why you would choose that one. Okay, I see lots of Bs, a few As. Okay, great. So I guess most people would choose B, has lots of different flavors. The other week, I went out to one of these ice cream shops with my extended family, and I went into one like B, and I spent 20 minutes deciding what to choose. And then at the end, I started eating my ice cream, and I thought, oh, I didn't want that one. No, why did I choose that one? I always choose the wrong one. And then I saw my nephew had an ice cream and I wanted to taste his. He wasn't happy with his either. And basically, this is an example of what they call the paradox of choice, which is that more doesn't necessarily mean you'll be happier. And this was all researched by a behavioral psychologist called Barry Schwartz. And he said, learning to choose is hard. Learning to choose well is harder. And learning to choose well in a world of unlimited possibilities is harder still, perhaps too hard. So they sometimes call it the paradox of choice. When you have lots of options, why doesn't that make us happy? Or the tyranny of choice, which is that we get very, very stressed, pressured, we procrastinate a lot, and we often get very confused when there are lots and lots of choices. And I think this really relates to us as teachers, especially teachers working online in the 21st century. And I'm what they call a digital immigrant. And by that, I'm old enough to remember a time, roughly the first kind of 10, 12 years of my life, when computers weren't really a thing. Okay, I know they existed, but I wasn't really in daily contact with them. And so for me as a digital immigrant, I came into this new world and I've had to learn how to deal with it. In the last 10, 12 years, I've been working exclusively online, but it's just amazing how many tech tools there are available now. And there was a report by UNESCO just last year, and there were some findings which are really interesting. Now, UNESCO looked at language teachers and teachers of other subjects around the world. And it concluded there's little robust evidence on digital technologies' added value in education. Now, I use LinkedIn a lot and people are often talking about that. Does this tool actually improve learning outcomes? Possibly, maybe not. There are obviously lots of benefits, but obviously lots of drawbacks as well. And the other key finding, or another key finding, was that a lot of evidence about the effectiveness of digital tools comes from people trying to sell it. Okay, so a lot of these studies are financed by these companies. Now, I don't want to get too much into that, but it's definitely a topic that you really need to consider. I think it's really important for us to retain a healthy skepticism about tools. And these tools are appearing all of the time, and they're changing, they're adapting. And what does that result in? Well, lots of us as teachers, we feel unprepared. We lack confidence teaching with technology because the institution we work for says, okay, last week we were using Zoom, now we want to use a new platform. Or we were using Padlet, now we're going to use something else. And we very quickly have to get to grips with this new tool. And some of us aren't given enough training. A lot of us have to do it in our own time. And we're constantly playing catch up. And so my experience is, one, there are too many tools. There's not enough time to learn them. It's difficult to find enough training to really learn to use them well. And we're always thinking about how effective they are. Okay. And maybe we don't have time really to think about their effectiveness. And you can almost term it as a ROI issue. So ROI, return on investment. As teachers, is it worth us trying to learn all these new tools if it's going to be replaced by another one somewhere down the line, or that it's going to be adapted or updated so frequently that we're always having to learn new things? And that causes us a lot of emotional stress. It puts a lot of demands on our time, and we can get really, really, well, it can take some of the joy out of what we do and the time we spend with our teachers. So one proposed approach to deal with this issue is digital minimalism. Some of you may have heard of this. Some of you may be familiar with minimalism, but not so familiar with digital minimalism. But the star in this world is this chap called Cal Newport, who's written a number of books about this. Another book I recommend is called Deep Work, which is all about focus. And this is his definition of digital minimalism. So I'll give you 20 or 30 seconds to read it. Okay, so it's a philosophy that helps you question what digital communication tools and behavior surrounding these tools add the most value to your life. It's motivated by the belief that intentionality and aggressively clearing away low-value digital noise and optimizing your use of the tools that really matter can significantly improve your life. Now, I think we could change the word life here to teaching, and it would still make sense. So the most value to your teaching, significantly improve your teaching. So that's where I'm going now with this presentation. Going to talk a little bit more about digital minimalism. Now, it's interesting that Cal Newport wrote about this on his blog for a few years before he published his book. Now, the book's good, but like a lot of business books, it's 300 pages and you get the main idea maybe in 2 pages, but it's still a good book. And I came across an old blog of his written in 2016 where he presented his initial principles of digital minimalism. So here we are, there were 9 of them. So missing out is not negative. This is a good one because people talk about FOMI, fear of missing out, and people recently have talked about JOMI, the joy of missing out. So it's like when you don't have to worry about something that everyone's talking about him, it can free up your mind and free up your cognitive ability as well and produce a sense of well-being. Less can be more. Start with the first principles. We need to really focus on our beliefs as teachers and about learning and what constitutes effective teaching and effective learning. And that should govern our use of tech tools. The best is different than the rest. Okay, so if you can find a tool that does lots of different things really well, maybe that's the one you've got to use. Digital clutter, any type of clutter is stressful for most of us, or many of us. Attention is scarce and fragile. Many of the best uses of the online world support better living online. We don't only exist in the online world. Be wary of tools that solve a problem that didn't exist before the tool was invented. Marketing is extremely good at selling us things we didn't think we needed, but it convinces us that we do need them. And activity trumps passivity. Okay, so maybe in the chat, if you'd like to just tell me if you agree or disagree with most of those principles, tell me which ones resonate most with you, and maybe you disagree with some of them. Okay, so lots of people, hell yes. Number 2, less can be more. Maybe you disagree with some of them. 5, digital clutter is stressful. Yeah. You're not sure. Right. Yeah, this idea of what we do online complementing what we do offline is the AI tools. Yeah, there are so many now, and it's like, which one is the best? Maybe I don't need any of them. Okay, great. Another thing I'd like to mention at this point, and I think it's mainly related to number 2, but are you familiar with the Pareto principle? P-A-R-E-T-O, which states that 80% of our results come from 20% of our activity. So the idea that actually some things are really, really useful and they produce these fantastic outcomes. And a lot of the things we do, well, maybe we don't really need to do them. Okay, and that's really interesting as well. Great. So Newport, in his book, condensed these 9 principles to 3 key ones. Clutter is costly. Optimization is important. And remember I said about training, often we start using a tool, but actually we're not able to optimize our use of it. We just become kind of okay at using it. And maybe we need to get much better at using it before we integrate it in our teaching. And intentionality is satisfying. So this again brings me back to well-being as teachers. You know, we want to feel good about what we do. And if we choose the right tool that aligns with our beliefs and our needs and our objectives, that I think helps us feel a lot better about our own teaching. So I think the idea of digital minimalism is a very valuable one. But how do we select our digital tools? Okay, this is one of the huge challenges we have. So remember at the beginning, I talked about the ice cream parlor with vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate. I did a bit of research about the most popular flavors around the world. I couldn't find that much online, but certainly in the UK and the US, they seem to be the most popular flavors. So most people like one of those 3, and they're still the best-selling ice cream flavors in those countries. So in the chat box, I would like you to think about your 3 favorite digital tools. And if you want to, maybe add a sentence explaining why you like it. Okay, TurboScribe, ChatGPT, Canva, ChatGPT. Magic School, I saw a video on that. I'm not that familiar with it, but Kahoot, okay, great. Okay, so this is really interesting. So many people are talking about AI tools, which is great, but there are a few old favorites in there, like WordWall. Sarah said WordWall, which is something I still love using when I do teacher training. My trainee teachers, they generally love using WordWall because it removes a lot of the complexity. Okay. Quizlet, again, Google Docs. I'm so pleased someone mentioned that. Okay. Now, I think before answering that question or choosing to use a digital tool, it's really important to go back to basics. And back in the 1980s and 1990s, Neil Postman, who was an American researcher, he wrote a lot of fascinating books, and you can watch his videos on YouTube. He's a fantastic public speaker as well, about technology and its impact on education and its impact on culture. Okay. But you read his work, and even though it was written 30, 40 years ago, it really speaks to the 21st century as well. And he said, we've always got to pose this question: what is the problem to which this technology is the solution? Oh, excuse me. And this is such a key question, I think, for all of us. Because often we are seduced by these digital tools, what they call the shiny new object syndrome. We see something, it looks really nice, and we think, I've got to start using that. And yet, maybe it doesn't solve a problem, doesn't really provide a solution. In which case, why are we using it? So I recommend everyone should begin with that question. It's a real key, fundamental question for anything we do in the classroom with tech. So I'm going to talk about a couple of my problems and the tech tools I found to resolve those problems. So I've been teaching now online for about 12 years, I think. And when I taught exclusively in a face-to-face classroom, I love doing dictogloss activities. So if you're not aware of dictogloss, where the teacher or one of the students reads something out, the learners basically listen and they write down the keywords they hear. Then you read it again and they add more words. Then you read it a third time. And by this point, they're generally able to maybe not construct the whole text perfectly, but they're able to use what they heard in terms of the keyword with what they heard later and their own knowledge of syntax and grammar and collocations to create the text. And it's a really, really interesting activity, helps with all four skills. Sadly forgotten. Yeah, I think it's such an impressive and important activity. And when I do it in the online class, and again, it works really well. And the students generally give me really good feedback and say, I'd never thought of doing something like this. But I couldn't work out how to do it online. And then I realized that you can just do it with a Google Doc. And even the collaborative part, this is really important with dictogloss, is the learners, after they've written down what they heard, they pair up, or in a small group, but generally they pair up and they compare with their partner. And so there's some peer teaching going on there. So you can do that with Google Docs. You just give each pair a Google Doc and then they can collaborate together. They can write separately on the Google Doc, look at each other, and then create together. So that was an example of how you can use tech to resolve a problem. Another problem I had as a teacher was that I just felt I was getting overwhelmed and just getting really fed up of spending so much time in front of a screen. And I thought, I've got to get out more, but I've also got work to do. And then I came across this app called Audio Pen, and it's very simple. And honestly, now a lot of AI tools can do the same, but this one worked really well for me. And all it does, it's a dictation app. So you just speak into the app. But what it does, it basically summarizes what you've said. It can actually transform it into just bullet points. It can transform it into kind of an essay structure. And it cleans up all the ums, the ers, and everything like that. So it's a really simple app, and it's transformed how I work now, because I can just go out for 10 minutes, go for a walk, and actually just speak into the Audio Pen app. I can plan my lessons. I can write reports. I can give feedback. I can just share my ideas. And more importantly, it gets me away from the screen. It gets me doing exercise. And you can also keep the original. So then you could compare, if you're learning a second language, for example, what you've produced and what the app actually does for you. So obviously there are lots of other options here, but this one worked well for me. Now, we need to be principled about how we use technology. And I looked around at some models, and I did a course, a micro-credential on teaching online a few years ago, and this was recommended. And it's the SAMR model. And it really helps us classify and categorize and decide how we want to use our tech. So we have a tech tool, and we've got to decide, does it enhance? Does it transform? So there are two main levels there. The transformation is maybe the more advanced levels here. So we look at substitution. Technology acts as a direct substitute with no functional change. So something like a Google Doc is basically almost does the same in many ways as just using a pen and paper. Okay. Now, there are other things we can do with it. Now, we can augment it. For example, there's a functional improvement. You can do things like you can spell check, you can correct the grammar, everything like that. So this would be an example of an augmentation. We're using the tech to improve something, okay? Which again, there is an analog version. But really all they're doing then, the tech is enhancing. But then we move to transformation and we've got M, modification. So the tech allows us to significantly change the task. Okay, so I'm going to come with some examples in a moment. And then we've got the higher level or the highest level, redefinition. The technology allows for the creation of new tasks previously inconceivable. So for example, I'm here giving a presentation to 200 people from around the world. Okay, this would not have been possible without the tech. Okay. So I decided to go to ChatGPT and I used a few prompts and I thought, okay, what does ChatGPT have to say about the SAMR model in language teaching? So here it came up with substitution. And I also asked it to come up with a question. So am I simply replacing a traditional tool with a digital tool without changing the fundamentals of the learning experience? So Google Docs, PDF worksheets, and ebooks. Basically, this is a basic replacement without change. So if you want to, you can, in the chat box, think of some other tools which you think just substitute. This isn't a negative, by the way. It's fantastic that we can use a tool in the online classroom that we would use in a face-to-face classroom. Now also augmentation. So we can enhance the tool with some added features. Does the tech provide useful enhancements like built-in feedback, multimedia elements, or interactivity that improve the learning process? Came up with Quizlet, Google Docs with comments and voice typing, Grammarly, Kahoot, quizzes. Okay. Using your mobile phone to record yourself speaking. Exactly. Yeah. Sorry, I moved ahead a little bit there. Then the next level. Modification. So this significantly changes the way the students engage with the task. Flipgrid, Padlet, Google Docs, Jamboard. I thought this was interesting because Jamboard hasn't been active for the last year, I think. They discontinued it. And I love Jamboard because I used to love in the face-to-face classroom using Post-its, getting students to move ideas around for brainstorming, mixing and matching, and gallery walks. Post-its were fantastic for that. And I could do all that online with a Jamboard. Now, I know there are alternatives, but I love the simplicity of Jamboard. And Flip as well. Yeah, yeah. So again, this is something that we've got to be aware of. If we really end up depending on a particular tech tool, well, it might disappear. So if we can find ones which we know how to use, which are likely to be here for a long time, then that's all the better for us. And then finally, redefinition. This is where real innovation takes place. Does this tech enable students to do something entirely new, like global collaboration, multimedia storytelling, real-world communication? That would be impossible without it. So again, of course, chatbot. Yeah, Chris Fry, Padlock would like to replace Flip and Jamboard. Yes, it's definitely upgraded what it can do. It's definitely trying to fill that gap. Okay, again, with the podcasting tool, I think Anchor has disappeared. Audacity's still here, Vocaru's still here. So the SAMR model is definitely worth thinking about. And we also need to be a bit careful here as well, because at the higher levels, of course, AI comes in. And just last week, I read a great article about, it's called The Death of I Don't Know, which was that basically now we take shortcuts. So if we want to find something out, we can use ChatGPT. It gives us the answer, but we miss the process of thinking about something. This cognitive process, we go straight to the product. And this article basically came up with 4 questions that we need to ask. Well, 3 questions, and then 1 warning. We risk outsourcing the cognitive process itself, not just the retrieval of knowledge. Okay. So I think that's a warning about overusing Chat GPT or any kind of AI tools, which again comes back to digital minimalism and starting with our first principles. What do we really want to do? Because a lot of these tools are extremely good at creating product, but maybe they skip the process that we all know is so vital for learning. They go straight to performance and they miss out the learning part, in other words. And again, I mentioned it earlier, we also need to remember the Pareto principle. 80% of outcomes come from 20% of causes. So that's the SAMR model, which is definitely worth thinking about. And what I like about this model is that a few people have also aligned it and integrated it with Bloom's taxonomy. So again, you can look at this online, but if you just Google Bloom and SAMR, plenty of information will come up. But as we can see, there's some connection there between the 2 frameworks. But again, I want to reiterate that if your tool is doing the creating, the evaluating, and the analyzing, well, what's the learner doing then? We've got to be really careful about that. We've got to find some way to make sure the tool doesn't do all the heavy lifting. So again, it comes back to that problem, that question. What is the problem to which this technology is the solution? I keep on coming back to that because I think it's so fundamental. So having thought about all of these questions and digital minimalism and looking at the SAMR model, and I came up with my own checklist. So this is what I like to use just before I decide to use a tool. And I just very quickly, using this audio pen app, I just speak my answers into the app and just let myself just think about them and talk about them very freely, very creatively for a few minutes. So I'd like you now, if you can, maybe to add a few extra questions. So what would be on your checklist? If you were asked to create a checklist for the teachers at your organization to get them thinking about principled use of digital tools, what questions would you have on your list? So please add them in the chat. They might be similar to mine or there might be others. Right. Yeah. How user-friendly is it? And also, if you're working with teachers, how user-friendly is it for the teachers? Yeah. Any other questions? Is there anything missing, I think, from my list? Exactly. Optimizing my time. So, yeah, I guess Thank you, Ron. I guess that's a bit related to number 6, but absolutely, I think, does it make it easier and does it save me time? Right. Will it help create a healthy atmosphere? Yeah, absolutely. I haven't got anything about that. But yeah, the socio-emotional environment in which we teach. Are there free alternatives? Exactly. Yeah. How much of the syllabus does it help me to cover? Right. I mean, that's one of the big advantages of using course books, isn't it, really? It's that actually they've got most of the syllabus for you. But of course, that can be a huge disadvantage. As a dog me advocate, I have my issues with course books. Inclusion. Absolutely. Excellent question. Yeah. So again, that relates, I guess, to with 3, can they use it effectively? Does it actually work well with different types of learners? Age group. Yeah. Yep. Learners with different abilities. Right. Data collection. Yeah, absolutely. Great. Fantastic questions there. Thank you for those. So I'll probably go back and modify my list. You've definitely given me a few things to think about. So back to A and B, back to my ice cream paradox. So after this presentation, now you've heard what I've had to say about digital minimalism. So again, in the chat box, I don't want you to necessarily answer the question about ice creams, but in terms of digital tools, if you had to choose between having 3 tools that you'd researched, that you'd used, that you decided are really effective, or access to many, many tools, would you decide to go for option A, having 3 tools that you can really optimize, or B, having lots of tools that maybe you'll have to learn how to use, that maybe they won't be effective in terms of your outcomes as you'd have expected, with the extra stress and the extra time and the extra effort needed to master them? Would you still give me the same answer? Okay, so we're getting a few more A's now. Okay, some people are still with B's. Oh, Julia, okay, you, as we say in English, you want your cake and eat it. Yeah, definitely B because I dislike the 3 popular flavors. Absolutely. Yeah. Great. So I'd just like to remind you of Newport's 3 principles. Clutter is costly, optimization is important, intentionality is satisfying. Maybe you could print them out and put them on your wall or on post-its next to your laptop. And just to finish, a little thought experiment here. So I want you to imagine you are opening your ice cream language school. So you're going to be working with a number of teachers, okay? And you're going to be restricted only to 3 digital tools for your teachers and for your learners. Think about your context, think about your learning objective, think about your beliefs, think about what your learners can use and how easy it is to learn them. These tools, think about your teachers and how user-friendly they are for teachers. Do they save time? So now in the chat box, I would like you to choose 3 digital tools. I'm going to make it a bit more complicated. No AI. Okay. Okay, live worksheets, word wall, and reading apps. Okay. Zoom, Google Drive, and Voice. Okay, so if you can, I'd like you not to choose something that's basically AI. Makes it a bit more challenging. Padlet, Nearpod, word wall. Yeah. Kahoot. Okay, great. So I think it's worth thinking about. I mean, obviously now AI tools seem to do so many things nowadays, but maybe you could just choose one, stick with it, get to learn it really well, optimize your use of it, and just create shortcuts for yourself so it makes your teaching and you can focus on what you think pedagogically is really necessary for your learners. Okay, so I believe I've come to the end there. So I hope that was useful and it provided you some food for thought. My name is Dylan Gates. I do have a website, but honestly, I'm very lazy, so I haven't put much on it recently. I'm very active on LinkedIn. So if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, please do. I'm always happy to connect. I also have a LinkedIn group. And again, I've been a bit lazy in the last few months, but it's for business English teachers. And it's a place where we can share ideas, activities, get support, get help, and just form a community.
Yes, Dylan, thank you so much for this inspiring talk. I think it's so important to save bandwidth, and it also covers the topic of well-being for teachers and educators. And here's my question. I came to the conclusion that very often we have to collaborate with other teachers, sometimes with, for instance, like business professionals with HR departments, in education with principals. So what would you say about persuading stakeholders to adopt a digital minimalist approach? How teachers can do that?
Yeah, I mean, there are so many ways to do that, I think. And it's a complex question, of course, because we don't know who our stakeholders are. We don't have a context, but obviously one principle with all kind of learning or training is that we start where the learners are. So, what do the learners currently use? Often I find that when I do corporate training, I think it often helps to find out what the learners are comfortable or what the users, as we call them, or the participants are actually using at the moment, and see if you can work with that. Because often you don't need to reinvent the wheel. If they're using something, they're comfortable with it, they use Teams, for example. Okay, so this would probably provide us with enough. So I think that's vital, actually. You've got to get the participants involved because they're the people, they're like the end users, aren't they? And often it's complicated by other stakeholders. But if you're working with people, the participants, I think, have to be brought into any decision you make. So I think that really helps. Offering some sort of pilot scheme, or it could be like a workshop, then, or creating just a short video of this is how I like to work. That's helped me on a couple of occasions, actually saying, this is what I do. How do you feel about this? I'm trying to keep things simple, and we can maximize what the objectives of the learners are. So in my experience, I work a lot with adults. So mostly they want to, even if they say they want to improve their grammar, that's not really what they want to do. They want to improve their overall communicative competence, for their work.
Thank you for
I think onboarding people to technology is extremely important, especially in the corporate world. But I also think that it's also different when you're working with younger people who have entered the working world, who are very digital natives in comparison to older people who aren't. And for them, that's a little bit, a sharp learning curve for them. But I mean, it's still possible if you onboard them. I mean, you do have to onboard them.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. In terms of certain tips, because we want to make it even more practical, however, you made it also 300% practical. Cole Newport in his books and articles promotes this kind of concept of boundaries. For instance, creating certain place where you work with computer versus not, creating certain tools that you use for the specific purpose in order to declutter. Can you share with our attendees some tips that help you to establish boundaries and altogether ensure that technology enhance your teaching practice and it's not a distraction?
Right. Well, obviously,
As someone who's working online.
exactly. What's really interesting with Cal Newport's idea is that he basically says digital detox doesn't work. Okay, we need to declutter. So that's fundamental, isn't it? As you said, it's all about the bandwidth. It's all about saying, okay, what can I remove, but I still have to use a few things. So I decided with social media, because I think many of us who work online now, we have to spend so much time in social media. I was just going to use one social media platform and go all in on that. And that's why I use LinkedIn. You don't really find me in other platforms. So we have to make that commitment, but I'm not sure that really helps people in a sense. It's something they've got to come up with and decide for themselves. They've got to say, okay, I've got to buy into this idea of minimalism. And it's not only digital minimalism, it's minimalism in general. So if people can just say, I'm going to spend a month, he talks about the 30-day digital declutter, doesn't he? I'm only going to use this for a month. I'm going to see if I can use this tool for a month and set these commitments, I think. Accountability helps as well. So if you can do it with someone else, I think that often helps a lot of people. So accountability, making that commitment. And my other tip, it's not digital at all. It's this. Can anyone see this? Exactly. So this, I think, for me, just transformed everything. I actually bought myself this timer. Pomodoro is Italian for tomato. And I set it for 25 minutes and I do my focus work for 25 minutes. And what's really important is that you've got to put the Pomodoro away from your desk. So when the alarm goes off after 25 minutes, you physically got to stand up, walk over there, pick it up, turn it off, and then go back to your desk. And I think that really helps. So again, it's not really a digital piece of advice. It's actually using something in the real world.
Exactly. In terms of also kind of dialogue with your learners, how do you approach certain rules and regulations within the classroom?
I think like most people in education, you establish a code of conduct at the beginning with your learners, but you negotiate it. You don't, I mean, it depends. If you're working with children, and I don't really work with children anymore, maybe you have to come in at the beginning and say, these are the rules. Maybe they're institutional rules, so you can't really change them. But certainly working with young adults or adults, actually establishing at the beginning a set of rules that everyone agrees on, I think really helps. Again, I use a Google Doc. My first lesson with a new group, I will say, okay, before we move on, we're going to have a meeting role play because that relates to something they might have to do in their professional lives. And it's all about establishing ground rules for participation. And so they come up with it. So they're accountable for those rules. They own those rules. And then you just make sure that in the first few meetings with your learners that you remember to refer to those rules. And then hopefully over time, they'll kind of internalize them. So I think that really helps. And it's something I would do in a face-to-face classroom or an online classroom.
Definitely. You know, I do have to set boundaries. I'm not going to answer any messages at night or on weekends. That's just not on. I'm not going to have that. Okay. I mean, we're teachers, we're humans, we have a private life, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Dylan, I want to throw in some things there. You know, you're big into, you said dictogloss, and which is a great thing to be using. And you talked about how you use it in Word. I think that's great. For those teachers who don't know what dictogloss is, I have a great article on on my LinkedIn site about that, which I think you shared, Dylan. Yeah. And also dialogic teaching. What is that? You know, and also a great article I have on dialogic teaching and learning on LinkedIn for those of you that are interested in that, because that's very important to know what that is. Thank you, Dylan, very much for going over that SCARM model again, that SARM model, because that's where it all starts. And I use that even in my workshops because, you know, is that really important? Is that going to be okay? You know, how is that going to change it? Teachers need to be aware of how to use that model when they're making decisions about what technology they're going to integrate into their class. So thanks for presenting that.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be so fast in letting Dylan go because Lynn also has one question. So
well, all of us
Lynn,
have
feel free to
questions.
squeeze even more.
Yes, it's so interesting. It's intriguing. I have read Newport and I want to practice what he suggests. Basically, he advocates for deep work and slow productivity, right? Really going deep into something. And for knowledge worker, because it's such a rare things these days. So I was just thinking, what would you say maybe to the opposite trend among teachers who may just have been teaching the traditional way forever and may not want to be open or receptive to new technology? So that's one thing. The other thing is that students also maybe need to learn new tools all the time. Me personally, whenever I learn any new tools, it becomes helpful later point in my career or in my workplace. So I'm just wondering how we can also equip students with learning new things, learning new tools, and perhaps it saves you time. My boss sometimes has to teach me, okay, this is how you can use ChatGPT to generate another email. It's always at some point gives me some useful knowledge and skill. So two questions, right? Teachers who may be not receptive to integrating technology, and then also students who may also need to learn new tools in this changing world of technology.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, regarding the second question, I don't see teaching, I've never seen teaching as a one-way flow. You know, I learn so much from my learners and hopefully they learn a little bit from me, but there's always that two-way conversation going on, which, you know, comes back to dialogic learning. But, you know, learners will have to give, for example, presentations. So if they are familiar with digital tools, well, okay, great. Maybe I don't know them as a teacher. So perhaps I could actually create a task. Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to create a presentation explaining someone like me how to use this particular tool. So that's why things like task-based learning and project-based learning can be so important, because we can just use them in the language learning classroom. It's related to CLIL, but basically CLIL, you can actually apply that to adults as well. So you just change the idea saying, what do they need to do in their life? But they just need to use English in order to do it. So I would definitely recommend looking at task-based learning, project-based learning for that. And then you give the autonomy over to the learners to create these. The learners end up creating the content. They create the materials. They become people involved in the syllabus and the design of the content. So I think that can definitely help in the second way. They become the content creators as well as you. Yeah. Why should the teacher be the only content creator in the classroom?
Reverse mentoring.
Yeah, reverse mentoring. Exactly. Yeah. And with the first one, I mean, I think it's something that we touched upon earlier. I think that was one of your comments, Ron. Anything that can make your teaching easier or can save time. So teachers might be a little bit nervous about using these tools, but we've got to convince them that actually they can save time, they can save effort. Easier said than done, of course. But baby steps. I mean, it could even be if you've got some sort of teacher development workshop. Teacher development workshops often don't work that well because it's person A, the expert, informing the teachers about something. You can, again, reverse mentoring again. You can say, okay, I want you to do a little bit of research on a tech tool and then bring it to the workshop. So there are lots of ways, I think, to get teachers a bit more involved in the process. Daniel Pink, in his book Drive about motivation, talks about mastery, autonomy, and purpose. So I often think about that when I train teachers and when I work with learners.
Daniel, I purposely wrote that in the chat about, is it going to save me time? And then you get into the thing, a machine, artificial intelligence, has helped me to save so much time. Now I feel guilty that I have too much time. And what do I do with it? What do I do with all this extra time that artificial intelligence is giving me?
Absolutely. That's the worry, isn't it? We all feel guilty about that and also slightly worried.
Definitely.
Dylan, thank you so much for being with us again. We hope to see you in the future as well. And anyone, as we were trying to spam the chat box with all the links, and we are doing it since yesterday's early morning, we will also send you one more time how you can reach out to Dylan and ask him any other questions that today, because of our tight schedule, we weren't able to cover. And in terms of digital minimalism, your well-being, hydration, your back, pelvis, and your cognitive overload, we will have 5 minutes break. And then I will hand over to Lynn as she will be moderating our next wonderful session. So everyone, let's see in 5 minutes. Dylan, thank you one more time.
You're
Thanks,
very welcome.
Dylan.
Cheers. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience and thanks for being there. Thank you for being part of the success of this conference. Now it's time for our next speaker. Actually, I've lost the count, the number of the sessions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's session number 7 today on the second day of the Educast International Conference 2025 on shaping the future of education. Our speaker has just joined us, but let me share the screen in order to introduce her appropriately. Okay, and here we go. Since it's 4 sharp, everyone, let me welcome you again and thank you for joining all of us. And thank you again for being part of the success of the Educast International Conference 2025. Thanks for all the moderators, Dr. Ling, Dr. Ron Moraine, and Blanca Polak for being supportive. And also, not also for me, not also for Educast, but also for every attendee here and for every teacher from all around the world. So again, the title of this talk is Shaping the Future of Education, the intersection of AI, EdTech, and STEM innovation by Rania Obaid. So some rules before we move into the introductions of the presenter. Please use the chat box to make comments. Write your questions at the end of the talk on the Q&A section. Only ask relevant questions. Please be respectful and polite. Don't write harmful or offensive comments. Don't share links or personal information. And regarding the certificates, the famous question about the certificates, you will all get certificates of attendance in a couple of days after the conference. So all that you have to do is to attend, and we have a report of all the email addresses that attended the conference. And regarding the recordings, the conference is already being streamed live on YouTube, so you can access it at any other time. Moving to the introduction of the speaker with Dr. Ling, who will be moderating this talk. Dr. Ling, could you please introduce our speaker?
Thank you so much, Mohammed. And it's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker today. The title of the presentation is Shaping the Future of Education, the Intersection of AI, EdTech, and STEM Innovation. I'm very excited about this talk. And Mrs. Rania Obaid is a STEM education expert and international consultant with a master's in educational leadership from the University of Dundee, a certified STEM trainer from Cambridge and Nottingham, Cognia STEM reviewer, and keynote speaker. She has won multiple awards, including WRO 2023 and Mahiba, sorry if I mispronounced these names, 2023.
Yes, Mawhiba.
Okay.
It's an Arabic word.
Okay, Mahiba. Currently, she is the Director of International Programs at
Al-Mutaqaddima, yeah.
Schools and Cote d'Ivoire, BIEA STEM Ambassador. Welcome, Rania, and we are very excited to hear you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lane. Welcome all. And I would like to thank you all for this outstanding conference. Maybe this is my first experience for online conferences. I did that before during COVID. So I'm very excited about sharing my knowledge and exchange knowledge. I gained a lot of knowledge by attending those webinars lately. And I don't know whether my screen's showing.
No, could you please share it? Share it again.
Yeah, sure. And here we are gathering today to spotlight on the transformative impact of AI, EdTech, and STEM on learning experiences and how can we change the future and shape the future for better generation. So I want in the beginning to welcome you all to this webinar, and I hope we all exchange knowledge and change the world together. And I hope this webinar will be very short and nice and full of information for you. So the first idea I have for today is the classroom of today is the future of tomorrow. If you agree with this, just raise your hand. If you don't agree with this, just put a question mark on the textbooks or the chat box. So the classroom of today is what we are doing today for our students, is preparing them for the future of tomorrow. I want to start my presentation by giving you a very small scenario about a girl named Sarah. And we consider Sarah a universal student, a global student who is eager to learn and to explore. So imagine with me this beautiful, curious student who is eager to explore, who wants to learn more, and who wants to be motivated to discover. She sits in a regular classroom where lessons follow the same structure her grandparents once experienced. Textbooks, rote memorization, and the standardized tests. And as you see, she follows all the instructions with the teacher. She writes down all the notes. And on the other hand, she is eager to learn and she wants to explore. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, the world is evolving at lightning speed. AI is revolutionary industry and it is changing all the world around her. Automation is transforming jobs and innovation is the key to success, but still Sarah is limited in that classroom and in that area in the traditional classroom. One day, Sarah, she visits a high-tech driven school where students learn through the AI-powered tutors, collaborate on real-world STEM projects, and use coding to solve global challenges. And she watches as they design robots, analyze data, and think critically about the future. She was watching with a curiosity. She was inspired and she realizes that education is not just about facts, it's about preparing for a world that doesn't yet exist. So, after this nice story about the Sarah and the comparison between the regular classroom she was in and the expected classroom she wanted to join and which will prepare Sarah for the future, I want to hear your reflection. What do you think? Are we preparing the students for the future? As our education system really preparing them to be leaders of the future? Are the tools you as a teacher and educator and a decision maker using in your school, in your classroom, preparing Sarah and other students just like Sarah well for the coming future, for the rapid changing technology future, for the future jobs, the jobs that are not yet exist maybe? So the rapid evolution of technology in education is our topic for today. I hope my introduction was nice and just attractive for you. So technology is, changing education, making learning more interactive, making learning personalized and accessible. The AI-driven platforms, they are providing students with adaptive learning experiences, while the tech tools also, such as the iPads, the robots, the kits, all the tools the teacher can use to engage students, they are engaging students in a very nice way through gamification, through virtual reality and collaborative digital spaces. The rise of STEM education actually bridges the gap between academic knowledge and real-world application, preparing the students for future careers. As schools integrate these advancements, educators must embrace innovation, develop digital competencies, and leverage data-driven insights to enhance the students' learning outcomes. The key to success actually lies in a balance, in finding the balance between technology and the effective teaching strategies to foster critical thinking, creativity, and lifelong learning. So, if we are talking about the artificial intelligence, machine learning, and STEM, we have these three dimensions on one triangle, and all of them are guiding the student to be a better, to have a better experience and to give the teachers the tools of better instructions and better methods to teach. So the integration of AI and machine learning into STEM education marks a major shift in teaching and learning approaches, with the potential to transform both the student experiences and the instructional methods. Advancements in AI alongside growing access to vast data sets enhance learning outcomes by enabling personalized learning, increasing student engagement, and improving assessment efficiency. And this, by the way, this information is there in the research paper of many of the researchers. They through in-depth research and through many understanding and deep understanding of what the students need in order to improve their level of adjusting to the changes in the world and to the digitalization of the education, and to make link between STEM education, machine learning, and AI. What challenges, if you want as a teacher or as a decision maker in the school, you want to adapt STEM education and you want to include the AI and the machine learning in your school. So what are the challenges that you might face? You might face many challenges, in fact, such as the data privacy and the digital divide, limiting access to students in under-resourced school. For example, students' information and their parents' data might be at risk of being exposed to many sites and many, let's say, service providers. However, these technologies offer opportunities to enhance engagement through interactive tools such as the virtual labs and support personalized learning, and they need less they have less risks of data leak and this publicity of the data. The data privacy and security is very important for all users of machine learning and AI. And as you know, most of us uses the chat GPT and the DeepSeek now, and they ask you to you have two options. You can use these platforms online, register by registering yourself and making an account, or you can use it as a guest. So the data privacy and security is very important issue when you are using such platforms, and when you are using any website, even as virtual labs or any technologies. In fact, the educational institutions store extensive student data, and safeguarding this information is very important for maintaining the trust between the educators, students, and parents. Additionally, when we implement the AI and the machine learning technologies, this needs us to be very considerable in the infrastructure and in choosing what tools we are using, and the professional development, and clarifying the agreements with the parents, which might be a very significant, sometimes a problem for many institutions. Ethical issues also, including the fairness and transparency, are very vital in ensuring the AI does not, have any inequalities. Collaboration between educators, researchers, and tech companies is essential for creating effective, ethical AI tools and advancing the AI research in education. Many papers talk about that part, and which is the challenges and the risks we might have in using the AI and machine learning on our classrooms, on our educational system, and on our educational institutions. And in summary, all those risks, we should handle them very carefully by clarifying the policies and procedures to parents, and by choosing the trustworthy websites and applications that we might choose, because now the market full of applications, and we have many and many platforms that are providing us with those technologies. Assessment and feedback is another important point you have to consider while you're applying and adapting AI and machine learning inside your institution and the classroom. Actually, the AI and the machine learning offer significant opportunities to improve assessment and feedback in education. Unlike traditional methods such as standardized tests, which often fail to capture the full range of students' abilities, that when we give the students the AI powered tools, we provide them with more detailed ongoing assessments. Those tools offer real-time feedback, helping students to recognize and address their weaknesses, and they can reduce the administrative burden on educators, allowing them to focus more on teaching and engaging with the students. I totally agree with Al-Hazmi, and I believe that those adaptive learning techniques and platforms will take the burden of correcting, giving feedback, making extra tests for students according to the analysis of their grades. So when you are using the assessment and feedback system that is supported by the AI, for sure you are going to give the students more personalized and different experience, and this will improve the learning outcomes and will help the teacher to reduce the burden of making extra worksheets and making extra differentiation methodologies inside the classroom, because the platform will provide this for the students. Actually, educators acquire new skills effectively, incorporate these technologies into teaching. When you are, as a teacher, using one platform that provide you with adaptive learning, this includes not only learning how to use the AI tool, but also understanding the limitation and the biases of them. You have to be aware of the limitation also of the tool when you are using it, and you have to be aware of the bias and the accuracy of the information that you are getting from it. And you have to transform this knowledge to your students so that they can use the AI tool carefully and wisely. Educators need training to analyze the data from the AI system and use it to enhance their teaching methods. So it's not only about the school buying or making agreement with one company or one provider to give you map tests that are following the adaptive learning and they have the AI tool, but also it is about you as a teacher analyzing this tool, choosing the level of the exam, and choosing the extra, the other additional exercises, let's say assigning assignments according to the level of the students, allowing this platform to work according to your expectations and to what is better for the students. What opportunities we have when we are using the AI and machine learning? As we said, we covered the challenges and we looked in depth into the feedback system and assessment. Now we want the opportunities that we might have if we are using the AI and machine learning in STEM education. Actually, there are many opportunities. It will enhance the learning outcomes and it will give the students a very personalized education system. It will prepare students for future tech challenges, and these technologies also will adapt the content to individual needs. And this is very important point, because when we are using the adaptive learning, and for example, if you assign let's say quiz for your students, or one exercise, and many students, they make it they get a full mark in it, others they fail on this exam, or they get not they didn't reach the benchmark of the class. So the platform will automatically generate new questions, or repeat the questions, explain the questions, and give them similar questions till they master this skill that you are looking for. So it's very important that you enable your students to gain this profit by using these technologies. It will enable personalized learning by adapting content to individual needs, improving comprehension and retention. AI-powered simulation and virtual labs such as PhET increase engagement by making abstract concepts very tangible to students. So it is very important for you also, if you are in a school that has limited resources, and you said, my school, they don't provide any cooperation or any outside resources, you can use the online resources. PhET is a very rich virtual lab, and you can use all the tools inside this lab in order to make the science more engaging and very interesting experience for your student. Also, AI provides real-time feedback, helping students correct their mistakes, as I said, quickly, and improve the learning outcomes. It also streamlines administrative tasks, freeing up teachers to focus more on instruction. So when we provide the teachers with the AI tools, we are giving them the way to teach smartly, not hardly, to be very to have more focus on preparing the students to have better learning outcomes than doing all the hard work, preparing the lesson plans and the annual plans, and making many different versions of one exam or one worksheet. So the teacher will save the effort, the teacher will save the time, but she will, or he will, going to use it in order to build more knowledge in the students, focus more in the instruction, and be more effective in the immersive classroom environment. The teacher will be also a learner side by side with the students. So the learning process will be a joint process between the teacher and the student. And in this, we will have a very immersive, totally immersive classroom where both student and teacher are learning, and the education process will be improvement, will hit an improvement. AI also fosters critical thinking by presenting real-world problems, while also promoting inclusivity by supporting students with diverse learning needs, such as offering speech-to-text services for those with disabilities. Overall, AI and machine learning can create more efficient, engaging, and inclusive STEM education. So let's look at this drill now and think about the learning theory and the SAMR model, the constructive learning theory and the SAMR model, because I believe those two theories are very important in order to give us a wider picture about the integration between AI, ML, and STEM in a digital classroom. So this theory emphasizes that students learn best when they are actively engaged in meaningful experiences. Do you agree or disagree? Thumbs up. So if you have a class full of students and you are always using the way of lecturing them, giving them only worksheets, not engaging them in a real practice, using that where they use their hands in doing the activities by cutting, pasting, building, using outstanding, not ordinary tools and recycled items, maybe, in order to be engaged in a real world problem solving opportunities. I remember one time I went to attend a class of capstone class to one of my teachers, and she asked the students about finding a problem to solve, and that was the students were 8 to 9 years old. It was a grade 3, and one of the students he said, I am bothered with the mosquitoes. I want to build a robot to kill the mosquitoes all over and the house, because my mama, she uses all kinds of all kinds of ways to prevent the mosquitoes from coming to my room, but still I am suffering from this problem. Look at his small problem and his big way of thinking. So he has chosen a real world problem, and the teacher supports him, and in fact to draw a sketch of the robot in his imagination with his group, and to put steps for understanding how to solve this problem by what is definitely defining the problem, what is this problem means to him in a personal level and on the community level, and how it's going to, if he build this robot, how it's going to solve a bigger problem, for example. So this is what we are talking about. We are talking about engaging students from early age into a classroom where they express their thoughts freely, and they think about real world problems and solving opportunities. Can he do that, or he can do that? Is it a real problem or not real problem? Let's vote over the problem. By leveraging AI-powered adaptive learning platforms, virtual simulations, and interactive STEM tools, educators can create dynamic, student-centered experiences that promote understanding, critical thinking, collaborative problem solving, key principles of constructivist learning. So this is what we are talking about here on this theory. And it's very important that we apply this theory and in practice. We just want the title. So this is the title for what you are doing as a teacher. And we appreciate that all the teachers, they are doing a great effort inside the classrooms. We want the system to support the teachers by implementing those smart tools inside the classroom that will save the effort and the time for the teacher. The other theory I am interested on presenting for you, and I know all of you know those theories, is the SAMR model. In fact, the SAMR model explains how technology transforms learning through 4 levels: the substitution, augmentation, modification, and redefinition. To start with the modification and redefinition levels. So the AI and the EdTech go beyond simply digitizing traditional teaching methods. It's not about using the smart boards. It's not about using PowerPoint presentation or Prezi. It is about enabling students and changing the way the students learn. So we want the students to be engaged in a creative and in an outstanding way, and they have to be engaged in the problem solving by using the AI, the machine learning, and the EdTech methods. For example, using the VR glasses, using the virtual reality application, the HP Reveal, which make the students shout out of amazement in the classroom. Modification. The AI-powered tools reshape traditional tasks to enhance learning. For example, intelligent tutoring systems like Current Learning and Madhya adapt lessons to individual students' needs, providing personalized feedback and scaffolding. In STEM, the AI-based coding platforms such as Google Teachable Machine, also Scratch, also we have the coding.com. They allow students, the Python, Tinkercad, they allow students to train machine learning models without programming expertise, encouraging hands-on experimentation. So it is very important in the modification to choose which tools are are adaptable in your classroom and to your material or to your subject, and put them on practice. And there are many platforms that provide you with the free, easy to access editions of their services, where you can use and integrate your lesson to robots, to coding, and merge between them in a very smart way. Redefinition, also the AI and the EdTech enable entirely new learning experiences that were previously impossible. Virtual and augmented reality tools such as the Z-Space immerses students in interactive simulation, such as dissecting a virtual frog or exploring the solar system in a 3D model. It is very nice for the students to see and to we enable the students to see, like there is one application. It's very nice for the teacher to ask students to download it on the iPad so that they can see the body parts very clearly. Also, they can see the 3D model on the animals. I guess the teacher, she can reflect the 3D image on the wall or on the ground in order to make the students interact with it. So the AI-driven platform also, such as Labster, allows students to conduct complex virtual science experiences that might not only be visible in a traditional classroom, but also they can be additional to this traditional classroom. So even if your classroom is traditional, and even if your school is not highly equipped or AI-driven school, you can apply those applications by yourself. You can be the change that you want to see in the future, and you can shape the future of your students by applying such incredible platforms inside your teaching. Also, the AI-powered language learning apps. We have many AI-powered language learning apps. One of them is Duolingo, and it provides a real-time speech recognition and feedback, offering a personalized immersive learning experience. If you do this, what is the impact of doing it? By implementing the AI and EdTech at first, at these transformative levels, educators move now beyond being passive in the classroom to be more engaged, to be active in inquiry-based education, fostering skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, and collaboration, essential competencies for the future workforce. Let's stop at our second reflection. And let's say now, which classroom are we creating for our students? Are we giving them the skills to thrive, or are we holding them back in the system built for the past? Take 1 minute, think about it, share ideas if you like. And for this reflection, it is very important to consider your current situation. Think about your classroom, your school, your company, your platform that you are running, your future classroom if you are a startup teacher. Is your classroom give your students the skills to thrive, or are you holding them back? Are you preparing them for the future, or are you putting them in an old scenario? The second reflection also is about this very important, a very important question. And I want you to thumbs up and thumbs down if you agree or disagree. The future belongs to schools that embrace AI and EdTech, not just to keep up, but to lead the change. Do you agree or disagree? I'm seeing some thumbs up. I have 187 like in the meeting, so we should have a shower of thumbs up and down. So what do you think? Yes. Yes. Thank you, Regina, Anita, Anahet, Drizia. Thank you very much. Yes. Nada, Marwan, Hajar, Marwa, Ibrahim, Haneen. Yes. So if we all agree on this, if we all agree on the fact that I'm going to go back. The future belongs to schools that embrace AI and EdTech, not just to keep up, but to lead the change. So from now on, you put the intention and you start acting. You lead the change. You are going to be the doer. You are going to start acting on this change. I want you to take a look at some statistics that I gathered from one of the research papers, and it is about high-tech education schools worldwide. Most of us, they might use some internet here and there in the school. So as the statistics show, on 2023, the internet connectivity, 40% of primary, 50% of lower secondary, and 65% of upper secondary schools globally are connected to the internet. So are you from the 40%, 50%, or 60%? Now you can start and demand for internet connectivity, because you can't start using any application, any website, without having a good internet connectivity inside your classroom. Number two, I know some teachers, they use their own connectivity in order to provide such a creative classroom to their students. I really appreciate those teachers who are the doers. Statistics about high-tech education schools worldwide. Number two, household computer access. The number of people who have household computer access is 46%. They have computer in 2020. I guess nowadays it might be up to 60 something, 65 or 75, let's say. Most of the houses, they have a computer. Statistics also said that the EdTech market, and here is the boom, the EdTech market growth, the global EdTech market is projected to reach 340 billions by 2025, which means there is an expansion, a big growth in the market of EdTech. And if you don't follow the wave of the EdTech, if you don't teach the way these students are willing to learn, you are not going to catch up with the new generation. Digital learning in higher education. Also, the statistics shows that over 70% of colleges plan to launch online undergraduate programs in the next 3 years. So the education is going to be 70% online. Even nowadays, the colleges and the schools who are applying the on-site education, they have transformed some of their lectures to be online. So all of those statistics are ringing the bell for us to think wisely about how we are teaching. E-learning market. The global e-learning market is expected to reach 400 billions by 2026. So in conclusion, the integration of AI and ML in STEM education offers significant potential to enhance teaching and learning by overcoming challenges such as data privacy and digital divides and the need to educator training. These technologies can provide personalized learning experiences, improve student engagement, and streamline administrative tasks as well. In fact, if we want to change, we have to start changing by now. And I am going to tell you in the end the story about how we changed our system to be more adaptive and to be very smart in using all these platforms and the minimum charges. With careful implementation and a focus on ethical consideration, AI and machine learning can transform STEM education, equipping students with the critical skills needed for future success in an increasingly technological world. The future is for the creative economy. The numbers are talking about creative economy. The numbers are talking about using technology in education. The statistics shows that the education is going to be after 3, 4, 5 years. It's going to transform to be basically online. Maybe the AI will going to take care of some of the teaching resources, but the teacher is there in order to choose and select what is the best for the students and the comprehension and the understanding. So finally, how effective was the session in enhancing your understanding? In the end, I want you to tell me what challenges you are facing in implementing the AI and machine learning in your educational setting, and what improvements or additional topics would you suggest for future settings? I'm very glad that you have attended this session. I think I talked very fast, but we can open for a question and answer. And on the chat box, I'm going to open the chat box, and here we go. So, Regina, in Bahrain, most of the schools are equipped with technology. Excellent. Even the public schools, I guess they have some funds. This is great. Sadly, some schools okay, are not applying this. I know some schools might not apply this, but you as a teacher, you can lead the process of change. You know, change starts from within. So if you decide to be a high-tech teacher, you have to now the internet has many resources for you to educate yourself, and you can choose and select whatever you want and whenever you like and from wherever you like, and you can educate yourself first, then choose the best tools and platforms to move this and to transform this knowledge to your students so that you can make your classroom and your teaching way smart and attractive, engaging to your students. Technology is not that developed. I am surprised in Germany, technology is not developed to deliver knowledge and skills to pupils. My advice to you Alex, is to start by yourself again. Don't depend on the school system. I know not all the schools are supportive, but we as educators are supportive. I can choose any platform and educate myself in it and use it as a tool for the students. Include it in your preparation, include it in your exams. There are many platforms that have a bank of questions and where you can do. I am very glad for Dr. Len. Thank you very much. I'm very glad that I had met those incredible teachers who are very, full of amazement and enthusiasm to apply technology in their classroom. I wanted to talk more, but I think this is the end of the session. Can you explain more about the form?
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. So many.
Okay, can I answer Noran? Okay.
Yes.
You can about the Lobster platform or application, you can download the application, make there is two versions, one free, free user, and one that you have to sign and pay. You can use the free platform, the free version, and you can choose and customize the things according to the version that you use. For example, if you want to make a science class, you can choose what tools they have in order to apply it to your lesson. I also advise all the teachers to log in and see CISO. CISO is an amazing application. It is free and it is there as a platform. There are many platforms. Even you can make your own platform, teachers. You can go to Google, make Google site, put your own customized tools and amaze your students and make them enjoy unforgettable adaptive learning experience. Thank you very much. I totally agree with you. Thank you.
Yes. Actually, we still have time for questions and answers, and I have some questions for you also. But first, I want to thank you for sharing with us your expertise and knowledge in this area. I myself am passionate about STEM as well, and also all of the kinds related to data analysis and data visualization, learning about technology as a technology developer myself. And I feel that because the world is changing, there are a lot of new ideas, and sometimes we also hear contradictory ideas.
Yeah.
We are still
Yeah.
figuring things out. So I just want to share my experience. My daughter is 6 years old, right? She lives in the US. We are in a very good school district, and she goes to school. But I actually want her to interact with the teacher more. I want less technology in the classroom. They start to integrate technology in the classroom also, and I was amazed to see her starting to learn to code. Just a very basic concept of coding, transferring one form of data into another.
Yeah.
So that's really interesting. So I want to make that comment. But perhaps in the model, we also think about the age of the students and balancing the different activities. It's not just
Yes.
about interfacing technology, but it's about interacting with the environment and other people. So I was just wondering, I mean, in that model or the vision for the future, we also have to put students or teachers somewhere in all of these kind of imagining of the future. What do you think about?
I believe, Len, you are talking in the name of all mothers. So you're taking the parent side, yeah. Because most of the parents I saw, they said, Rania, you are advising us to have a balance between using, the digital tools and devices. And you said, don't let the kids sit on the devices for a long time because they have a bad side. And you are applying a school, you are leading a school that they are AI and high tech driven. So the balance is there because when the students are using, for example, the coding, as you said, or in the school, they are integrating with technology, but the teacher is there. And we don't make the teacher passive. So the teacher is the leader of the education, and she is the leader in the classroom. She is the monitor, the supervisor who leads the students, and she put time for every activity. And this is the right way of applying technology. It's not about only giving the platform and let the students do whatever they want. It is about guiding them through the process, educating them actually about why it is good to use this in comparison to why it is bad to sit for a long time playing, for example, video games. So it is here and there where we have to find the balance between all these facts, and we have to convince those little learners about them, because they are very stubborn, but they are very adventurous, and they like to go through everything. So it is our actually duty to prepare them for those future careers also. If you don't educate your daughter about coding, all the future careers that we expect we're not talking now about 2030, actually, we're talking about 2050 and beyond. And when we want to prepare the students for 2050 and beyond, God willing, so we want them to be equipped for a future that we can't now imagine. I once asked in one of the workshops, asked the teachers that, can you imagine the world in 2040? Flying cars, some said, maybe a doctor robot, some said small houses, or spaceships all over the city. The cars are going to be different. The shapes of the things we're using, there will be no equipments made of tools. Maybe all the tools will be made of glass, or there will be transparent. Maybe I can contact you like now through the laptop, but in the future, maybe we can contact only by clicking on the eyeglasses. You don't know what will happen. So for that future, those generation, they need to be well equipped with both ethics and education and the knowledge of technology. And that's why coding is very important. It's the language for the new era. I am very supportive for coding, actually.
Yes, thank you so much. And I want to share a little bit also. I talked with a math professor at Carnegie Mellon University here in Pittsburgh, which is a leading one in robotics and computer science. And he has also coached math to Olympic teams in the US and China. And he says that with AI, maybe the way students learn math will change. They're not going to learn the traditional way through a fixed curriculum anymore. They're going to learn from an AI tutor. Yet
Right.
I have another professor who teaches AI as well, but then with all the buzzwords about AI and machine learning and things like that, students still need to understand the very basic concepts of math and statistics. So the way she teaches is that she makes students go through data by hand, because this is when the constructivist and experiential learning come into play. You
Yeah.
actually to learn to understand the very basic concepts of math and science in order to create something bigger. So I just want to share that, in the sense that, again, as teachers, we can also balance the high-tech approach, but also really get students to the understanding of the concepts that they are learning. And this usually stems from experience, right? How we count things that we see in the environment. So it's just kind of exciting in the sense that it's a balanced approach. I appreciate.
We need to think about the balance approach. STEM is not only about coding and robotics and AI. STEM is about integrating all the sciences, integrating the science, math, art, language, technology, engineering inside one, model or one template, where the students, they can learn inclusively. They can learn everything in connection to the real world. And by finding this balance, I believe the teacher is going to find the correct way to pull those students and push them toward knowledge in a good way. Inshallah, there will be many sessions in the future, and we can talk more about how to integrate those materials. Somebody is asking about the robots coding using the AI. Dr. Nellie, this is outstanding, but you have to be careful, because you have to ask the AI whether the code is correct or no, and then you copy it and you apply it. Actually, the AI will make everything easy, but you have to use it wisely and smartly. I am a fan of the AI.
Yeah. So since maybe we still have a few more minutes, I also want to mention your mentioning of data privacy and also the teacher's role in analyzing the data. And I can see that it can be interesting and exciting, but a challenging task for teachers also to look at a huge amount of data. So I kind of just want to comment that it's true that when we actually look at students' data, then we discover so many insights of what the students have learned and maybe need to improve. Do you have kind of any suggestions in terms of how teachers can go about looking at data and analyze data to understand students' learning?
Yeah, it's if the teachers, they want to use the data. Hello, I can see your daughter. Yeah. Very nice. Nice to meet you. If the teachers, they want to understand or to use the tools, first they have to understand the level of the students, and in order to meet the expectations and to fulfill the learning outcomes. So some of the teachers ask me if I recommend a course for math teachers about STEM. There are many courses about STEM education, and you can contact me in LinkedIn. I can send you all the materials about STEM education. There are STEM.org also, and the STEM, I think 21.com, something like that. There are many resources, but my advice is to read research papers that are on Springer and on Google Scholastic. It is more beneficial to get the information, the accurate information, from the research paper that are published on the internet. So you can read. The more you read about STEM, the better understanding you are going to get. And true, it is through the holistic approach of teaching we can teach inclusively and creatively. I believe that. And I am reading through the questions very quickly. So you can also go to, okay, Gemini. Also, Gemini is good. And what about DeepSeek? Did you try DeepSeek, Dr. Nell and others? I tried DeepSeek lately, and I made a paper about the comparison. I'm writing it between OpenAI and DeepSeek. It is amazing, but it's still not that. It does not reach to the level of ChatGPT. What I think, this is my opinion. There are many other, defenders of both, but we have to wait because, yeah, there is no audio and there is no also analysis for I think the pictures still not there, the images. But we have to wait because they are updating it day by day and it's good. It's getting amazing. Yeah, it is open source, correct.
I just like to jump in and say that DeepSeek has already been approved by the German university system. So there's something good about it. I
Yeah,
guess.
sure. Yeah, here and there. We have to wait in order to judge carefully the cons and the pros between both sides, between both tools.
Yeah, and I mean politically, it will be a competition since DeepSeek,
Yeah,
China,
this is a business, by the end.
Well, thank you so much for all of your ideas. I think that this is a really useful exercise in terms of thinking way into the future. And here in Pittsburgh, we are also asked to have moonshot projects in terms of thinking way into the future to plan projects and students learning. So
Yeah.
thank you again. We have 5 minutes left, but I think it's good to give everyone a break and we will come back in 5 minutes for the next session. So thank you, Rana.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, everyone, welcome back and thank you for staying here. Again, let me draw your attention towards something very important. We only ask you to rename yourself, not to write your names in the chat box. Okay, because once we have the report after the conference, we get the names that you are using right now with your email addresses. So make sure that you're not naming yourself with the word user or only your first name, because you want to get, the best certificate of attendance. So anyway, we're starting in a minute. Our speaker will join us in a minute. Again, you don't have to write your names in the chat box. Okay? Okay, so let me share the screen.
Oh, Mo, we hear the echo.
Okay, let me stop this. Oops. No. Okay, so now no echo, right?
Yes, perfect.
Very, very good. Very good. Okay, so let me share the screen, as I said, in order to introduce our next speaker.
And first, a bit of rules and regulations just to remind all of you that joined us just a moment ago.
Yeah, again, guys, one last time, you don't have to write your names in the chat box, just to rename yourselves. So, everyone, hello again and welcome. And let's welcome our next speaker. Actually, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are 5 sessions to go. We still have 5 sessions before the end of the conference. So, everyone, again, welcome to Educast International Conference. And it's about shaping the future of education by exploiting advancements to shape the future of global education. So, this is me, Mohammed Nabil, the host of the conference and the founder of Educast International. And I'm here joined by Blanca Polak, Dr. Ron Moraine, and Dr. Lane Fu, the moderators of the conference, who are doing a really great job. And we are also joined by a wonderful speaker who is here for the second time in a row. Everyone, please welcome Penelope from Spain. Penelope Pareja, right?
Yes.
So it's yeah, exactly. Okay. Because I don't know Spanish. So everyone, please welcome her. And I promise you that you will have a really energetic session by someone who is really enthusiastic about teaching young learners. So this session is entitled Co-Designing Learning Spaces for the Future. So let me tell you some rules and regulations before we start our next session or introducing our next speaker. Please use the chat box to make comments. Write your questions at the end of the talk using the Q&A section. There is a button below. You can click on it and drop your questions, and we will try to do our best to answer all of them. If your questions aren't answered, so please forgive us, because we are dealing with a huge number of participants at the same time. Only ask relevant questions to the topic of the presentation. Please be respectful and polite. Don't write harmful or offensive comments. Don't share links or personal information. Guys, always know that we're here to share knowledge, to provide teachers with the best learning experience ever. We're here for you. We're here to help you. You will receive certificates of attendance a couple of days after the conference ends. And regarding the recordings, the conference is being recorded and live streamed on YouTube. So we will drop the links of our social media platforms, including our YouTube channel, so that you can access the recordings of the conference later. Everyone, please welcome Penelope from Spain. And
yeah, let me tell you a bit about her, reminding you that, as Mo just mentioned, you can get back to Educast International Conference 2024 and find her talk, because that's her second time with us. And Penelope is a bilingual educator with 15 years of experience, transitioning from secondary literature teaching to a passion for early childhood education. A dedicated and energetic primary years program certified teacher, she currently teaches primary years program, first at an international school and advocates for learning pioneers. Committed to professional growth, she mentors and leads workshops on inquiry into practice, visible thinking routines, and learning walls. Today, she decided to teach us and share her experience in co-designing learning spaces for the future. So, Penelope, it's so great to have you another time, and stage is yours. I cannot wait to hear from you.
Thank you, Blanca. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm going to start sharing my screen. And as Mohammed said, I'm quite passionate about what I do. So you will see that the session is going to be quite practical, that it's going to be about how we can make the learning spaces made by and for our students, and lots of other things. I mean, you will see. I'm going to start sharing this. And as I said, it's going to be very practical. We are going to have 6 sections and then questions and answers, because I know we are here just for, sharing and basically being teachers who love teaching. So we are going to have a little introduction, a little bit of theory, but only a little bit, because I assume we all know the background and the backup of what I'm going to present. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about how we can use the spaces around us, both around our classrooms and around our school of learning spaces. Then how we can turn our classrooms into a learning space, how we can co-design it with the students, no matter the age group, and then some conclusions and question and answers. I'm just going to try and go straight to the point. So it's basically a very fruitful session with lots of discussing, because that's what I would like. Okay, for those of you who don't know me, I believe that co-creation and student agency are at the heart of lifelong learning. And as I was working on cooperative learning, on making my students agents of their own learning, making them independent, I decided last year that it was time to dip my toes into co-creating our learning space together. This idea had been at the back of my mind for a long time, but as a teacher, because at the end of the day, I'm only a teacher who loves teaching, I did not have the courage or the opportunity to make it real, to make it possible in my class. It was just when I saw that I had the opportunity that I decided to throw myself into it and do it. And now I'm sharing this screen with you. That was a little introduction. No, now, if you want to do like I did, obviously you have to do some research before. And my research was with 2 names that they are like in my top 10 list, which is, of course, the first one is Kath Murdoch, and then Trevor McKenzie. From Kath Murdoch, I mean, she's basically like God in my field of expertise, but from her, I took cooperative learning. Why did I take that? Because cooperation is what makes the design of learning spaces possible. So cooperative learning helps students, trains students. Basically, they are trained, they are getting used to interact with their own knowledge. And with the content they are working at in class, in groups, in small groups of 4 or 5. And they can also view that experience from multiple perspectives. By teaching our students how to interact in groups, we make the knowledge development better and more focused and also more meaningful, but also we make students to be aware of how difficult it is to develop knowledge or to acquire that learning without interaction. That will help them become adults that can work in teams, that can be group leaders, basically they have the skills to negotiate, meaning to negotiate knowledge, to be able to develop products. And they also, we learn that they work better in a group. Cooperative learning, as I said, works much better in small groups. From 3 to 4 would be the ideal number. But obviously, that's the training of this experience of co-creating a learning space, because we co-create the learning space as a big class group. Then Trevor Mackenzie, that was about Kath Murdoch. From Kath Murdoch, I took the cooperative learning, bits and pieces. From Trevor Mackenzie, how to design a PYP classroom. Basically, PYP stands for Primary Years Program, as Blanca said. And by knowing how to design a PYP classroom, I know what I want my students to co-design with me. So in the classroom, we have to cultivate curiosity, give students a voice and ownership of their own learning, co-design, that's why I took this from Trevor, collaborate, change of roles and mindset, because they change from being students to being facilitators and to facilitating their own learning, and also a change of mindset and roles for us as teachers, because we are not the focus anymore. The focus is on the students, so we have to change our mindset. We give them a purpose, we engage and include every student, and it promotes equity. So as I couldn't give you only one book from Trevor to get a theory of backup from this session, I've chosen his sketch notes. This one is called Ways to Honor Questions in the Classroom, and you have little bits and pieces that you can put in your classroom. And I like it because it's designed for a small place. You will see that my classroom, my learning spaces are quite big. I'm very lucky. My school is quite big. But I always try to take into account people who are not working in a place like the one I'm working at, who are not as lucky as I am. And there you have, it's true, you have a very small space. So you can see that even with the teeny tiny space you have, you can design a PYP classroom. Then I chose these other two sketch notes, how to empower inquiry spaces and the 10 characteristics of the inquiry classroom, because it's something that you need to have on the back of your mind as a facilitator, because your role will be facilitators, and to guide your students in what you expect from them as co-designers. So on one side, you have how to empower inquiry spaces. You have the cave, the watering hole, the campfire, and live. I encourage you to find these sketch notes. They are free. They are on Trevor's page. So you can just Google Trevor Mackenzie and you will see sketch notes and you can download them. I have them as posters in my class and they are great for inspiration. And also they are really cute. So, and then on the other side, you have like 10 tricks, 10 characteristics of an inquiry classroom. Basically, is what I've said before, what I said in the previous slide on this one. They will tell you to cultivate curiosity, to give students a voice, to co-design, to collaborate with them as peers, not as students. You are co-creating, don't forget that. To give students a purpose, because when they have a purpose, they have a motivation. Engage and include, because every student will have valid ideas, and that will lead to promoting equity. So this is the theory. Okay, that was the theory. I promised it was short and straight to the point. You don't need anything else. Here you see pictures of my amazing school. This is the school I work at. One of my workmates presented yesterday, Miss Lucy. I am so lucky to work with her. So she would be familiar with these pictures too. These are parts of our school that are learning spaces as well. The first one is like a free learning space. The second one is part of the library, and the third one is part of the library too, the lighthouse, which is one of the favorite ones for my students. They love reading there. These learning spaces are very special because they were co-designed by students and teachers. My school was redone last year, and we were given the chance, a little team of us, I was part of the team, we were given the chance of making proposals for the, the refurbishing of the school or whatever you want to call it. And then we were asking some of the students too. As I said, I'm really lucky because this is brand new and I feel I'm very fortunate to work there. We use these learning spaces for inquiry, for looking at books, for making questions. We use them for presentations. They can present their work to peers or to other classes or to parents. Parents can come and do activities, chats, talks, workshops there. So it's like very open, it's like very friendly. And as I said, it was co-designed by a little team of us and by some of the students. Here you have more learning spaces. This one here is the school hall, and we use it for storytelling, for working, for reading, for chilling. They have little tables where they can chat or we can have meetings with the parents. And then the other picture, the one in which the children are making like a structure, those are my students this year. And that's the football field. And that's an example of how to use and promote spaces around us as learning spaces to promote inquiry. I'm very lucky, as Mohammed said, I live in Spain. So we have lots of sun. And for me, it's winter now, it's cold, but for some people it won't be cold at all because it's like 10 degrees or 12 degrees. So I can do lots of outside activities. That's something good that came from pandemic. It changed my mindset because I was forced to do lots of outdoor activities and now I'm used to it. So I designed lots of activities, taking learning spaces outside to promote inquiry, making the outside of my class, the football field, the steps near my school.
I can't stay till 7 o'clock, Stefan, here. They want me to stay till 7:30.
So the thing is that
I told them, yeah, that's what I said. I can't do it.
I'm hearing a voice.
Yes, just a moment.
I'm not going to tell them everything.
Ron, could you mute your microphone? Or this is the question that you are addressing to Penelope? Oh, it wasn't for you. So Penelope, apologies for that. We have like so many people around.
Talking on the phone, yeah.
I'm still hearing it. Okay.
Yeah, we will torture you with questions at the end of the session.
Okay,
Please
I promise to keep it short, but I was hearing a voice in my head and I'm like, I haven't got that yet.
Do your best. Apologies one more time.
No, it's really funny. Okay, so going back to the picture, I'm now one of the crazy teachers that spends most of the time outside with my 20 to 6-year-old ones. As Blanca said, I teach year 1 of primary one. So it's hard and rewarding at the same time. And well, you will see later. That's for later. So this is an example of a use of a learning space to promote inquiry that doesn't have to be, a brand new school like the other photos I've shown you, because I'm pretty sure that everybody's not as lucky as me. Okay, then we go back to the classroom as learning spaces. Here you have my little monkeys discussing and just, commenting what they want to do. So how can we start making the classroom a safe learning space? I've already said it. They have to be safe. It has to be neutral. It has to be like set up, but in a neutral way. Nothing is like completely done. You have to take into account, again, I'm going to say it again because I think it's very important, that you have to change your mindset. And you have to bear in mind that it has to be organic and changing. That means that you cannot have a Pinterest perfect class for the whole year. It will change, it will grow, it will evolve. It maybe go backwards, it maybe go forward. So you have to relax and just go with the flow. You have to establish a basis for when they arrive. Things do have to be set up. Then you can do a negotiation when you feel they are ready. You can direct the students, but you have to give them agency. If things get a little bit wild, you have to assume it. I'm saying a little bit wild because with 6-year-olds, we can end up with the class looking like Disneyland. You have to make them feel part of the process. They have to feel that they are equal to you and valued, and give them a voice. If you do all that list, those are the basics, you will get a student ownership and lifelong learning. Because if they learn in a place they have made and they have like designed, they will feel better, they will learn more, and they will be owners of their own learning. And that's my belief. I've seen it. Here you have them deciding. This is the day we decided what we wanted to change and how we wanted to have it. We had a little bit of discussion. We had a little bit of negotiation. And I will show you how we did it basically in a minute. And it took us like a week, the process. Okay, first of all, you will see later why I'm just showing you these photos when you see how we did it. I have to say that this was back in November. They had been with me September, October, and half of November. And why did I wait 3 months to do that? Because it was primary 1. They had just arrived to primary from infants, from early years. They were not ready. They were adjusting. So they needed to adjust to me, adjust to the rhythm, adjust to how the class was. And then start working in teams, start working in groups, because sometimes they call it teams. And once they felt confident with the cooperative learning, once they felt they were okay with working in groups, once they had learned the dynamics, and once they felt that the classroom was their home, they would be ready for the next step, which was the design of the learning space. You see 3 pictures in the middle, 2 children talking and deciding what to do. It's the same conversation as we saw in the previous picture that took a week. Then you see like a little empty table and a library. That's the section they use for inquiry, the inquiry corner. And then you see the phonics corner. That was more or less set up when they arrived. They had the little trays with resources, they had some tables, but it was like a scheme of a class. This is an inquiry corner completely done, with books they brought from home, with teddies, with essential agreements, with everything. Yes, inquiry corner. The inquiry corner is a special place in my class in which we put resources and materials, but you can ask in the questions later if you want. It's a thing I made up during pandemic, and that it's quite great for our class. Okay, this is the center of the presentation. This is basically what I used to promote the co-design of the classroom. When we were confident and comfortable and we felt like that the classroom was our home and I was like family for them, we felt we have a family, I did a whole class assembly and we worked as a whole class group. And I presented this as a worksheet for them to discuss and to have a debate about co-designing the classroom. So I told them that I needed help. So I made them, equals to me. They could help the teacher. And then I needed their help to make the classroom nicer for us. And I wanted them to make a list, voting and deciding as a group of what they saw and they liked about the class and about things that they wanted to change, that they didn't like, or that they thought that were not working. Because sometimes children do surprise you and you're making mistakes and you don't realize, or things are not the best way to promote learning, and you don't realize until you see it from a child's point of view. Sorry. So this was the basis of our discussion. Okay, this little worksheet I made. It's based on the visible thinking routine. I see, I think, and I wonder. Sorry, see, think, wonder. But it's a simplified version I use, which is I see and what if. So what I see, what if we change it? What we think we can change. It was a very, very simple visible thinking routine for them, combined with the co-designing, with the cooperative learning approach. And this is what I got. This is a sample of what I got. I am a teacher, a co-teacher and a teacher. That means I am tutor and I have one class, but I co-teach another class. What did they see? They saw the sticker charts place. We have little sticker charts for individual rewarding. The sticker charts place, the place of the water bottles. That means that they wanted to move the sticker charts from where they were on a wall, and they wanted to put them on top of the box where we leave our water bottles every day. Why? Because they wanted an empty wall to put some things and make like a learning museum. I will explain that later if you want. So we moved all the sticker charts. That means I moved them, but I say we because we did it together. We moved it to another place, and that was quite a great idea because I had an empty wall and I hadn't thought about it. Then the pencil question routine, which is a question routine from Thermal Mackenzie I use in my lessons, the inquiry corner. They didn't want the pencil question routine in the inquiry corner. They wanted it on the learning wall. So I moved it and I put it inside the learning wall. And it has worked very well in my classes as well. And then things that they wanted to change. They wanted to change the recycling bin place because that's a bit silly, but it was okay because I had the recycling bin near my whiteboard and they wanted it on the other side. So we moved it. The library place. The library was in the inquiry corner and they didn't like it because they didn't have a space to sit down and look at books and investigate and take notes or just experiment. So we put the library separate into corners. Miss Raquel, Doña Raquel's trolley, which is a trolley my co-worker who teaches Spanish uses, they wanted to change it to the phonics area. So we put it in the phonics area. The floppy phonics freezes, they wanted to change them. So they wanted to be hanging from pegs. That was quite a lot of work for me because I'm quite short. So, but I did it. And then on the learning wall, they didn't want a common inquiry circle. They wanted a ladder to climb and then monkey boards to play, like, you know, imaginary ones, you will see that. But that was okay, so I changed it. And they learned better because I had designed the classroom. It was a unique adventure because, as I said, it took a week. One day we were discussing as a group. The next day, we were still discussing as a group. Then we were writing down ideas. Then we were copying the ideas because they wanted an individual piece of paper for each one of them. So they were copying the ideas on the piece of paper. And then we were changing the class. And then we were testing the class and see if it was working. But by the end of the week, we had our own learning space designed by us and for us. So it was great. I mean, for me, it was a unique experience. As I said, you know, my summary, classroom changed and they were the ones taking action. So as they were the ones taking action, they felt more motivated. They understood better the purpose of each part of the learning spaces. Different classrooms have different outcomes, depending on the students' choices. And it was a greater sense of belonging. It was great. Now they feel they are part of the process. And now, I mean, now, no, by that time, you know, by December, the classroom energy was much more, you know, powerful. It was great. It was great to see in such little students. And especially being able to share it with you now, because I don't know about you, but some people don't believe that having when you have little students, you can do these things. And they are capable if you give them the tools they need. They are very capable. They don't have boundaries. They don't have fear. They are not like adults. They don't have that sense of being scared of making a mistake. They don't have that. They are fresh. So here you can have you have an example of different classes, different outcomes. You have the class that decided to have a ladder on the learning wall and the monkey bars. And then you have an example of the other class who wanted a road to follow the road of learning. Both of them decided to have the pencil question in the middle, the pencil question routine, but different classes, different outcomes, different corners, different reading styles, different learning styles, different children. Same teacher, but different children. And I promise I will be short and I will give you time for the questions. So this is my time for the questions.
Yes, we have lots of questions,
I know.
Penelope. Thank you for such insightful presentation. We've just been talking with other attendees that simply I would love to be in your school if I had been given any chance to get back to my old school times, because it looks not only promising, but so cozy. It feels like home. And this is like so open space for any development that, wow, you are really lucky, as you said, to have
Very
this
lucky.
chance to work in such environment. However, not everyone has this opportunity. So I wanted to ask you, because, sometimes certain institutions struggle with funds, however, they can focus on applying for any subsidy, any grants. Not every school has this chance. So from your experience and perspective, how we as teachers, together with stakeholders, principals, we can co-design learning spaces in low prep and low cost way?
Well, I've been there too. I've been in other places, I've been in other schools. So I've always tried to get my way, eventually. As I said at the beginning, if you take, for example, one of Trevor's sketch notes as a model, if you have a little class and you cannot have a learning wall, you can have a window. Even a window could be a learning wall, or a door, or one of those, notebooks, big notebooks you have can be a learning wall for children, or you can hang things from pegs and make a display, or make a little corner with a peg and some fabric. I mean, we teachers always get our own resources. Even though if we are in an amazing school, we have that defect in our genes. We end up buying things, getting things from home and taking them to class. Looking at things people are going to throw and saying, no, don't throw that. I will put it in my class. So anything can make a learning space if you are a resourceful person. Now, with the help of internet, you can go to Pinterest, for example, and just get nice ideas with a cardboard box or with a couple of pieces of paper. And even if you are in a small school, but you have, for example, an interactive whiteboard, you can have a digital learning wall, or you can have a digital corner that changes with one of those free programs. The possibilities are endless. And even though I have that amazing space, I end up doing the simple things. Last year, for example, I had a display outside my class, and it was made by bits and pieces that my co-worker was going to throw. And I said, no, don't throw it. I will reuse it. And I end up stapling everything on the wall and doing it. And I have an amazing learning space, but I felt that I didn't want to throw those things away, and I wanted to make something simple for the children. So sometimes simple is better. Just keep it simple and use any space you have available.
Yeah, sure. As you said, teachers are very creative. I perceive as educators and teachers sometimes even way beyond of artists, because very often we are wearing so many hats, being an academic, sometimes a parent, a good friend, a teacher, a mentor, and an artist, because and very often we are forced kind of to find something from the scratch and create something from the scratch. So we might encounter certain problems with funds. How about some suggestion for large number of students per one class? For instance, someone gave the example of 28 to 32 students, especially with a small class. If I'm understanding it correctly, in terms of small class, it's about the size of the class. So what would you say? What would be your suggestion?
Okay,
Many
I have
students,
20.
small class.
I have 23 students in my class. And that's a big number for what we are used to have, which is like 16. As I said, I'm very lucky. But last year I had 16, this year I have 23. And my class, it's already packed and it's a big class. But I do lots of activities with my other class, and that means I have 44 children usually in my class. So I'm used to it. someone was saying like some of the pictures were like Montessori style. That's my trick for having learning spaces, taking them outside the class if they don't fit. I don't know if someone was mentioning as well, being in a school in the woods. If you have a free space outside, do outside activities. They can have a little folder and a piece of paper if they need to write, or they can have like a teacher-led activity, like a big activity they can do together outside that is meaningful, and then they can go back to the class and in a reduced space try to put that into notes or into drawings if they are small, like to have. So you have like an exit ticket or like some kind of take away from the class or taking pictures. But I would recommend changing the space or like making the activity adapt to the little space you will have.
Wonderful. Thank you for this extensive answer. Based on your experience, can you share us some challenges that you faced while you were trying to design or co-design learning space in your educational setting? Because I guess it barely happens that everything goes smoothly since the very beginning, yeah?
Well, yeah, I've given you the final product, the final, aha moment in which we designed the class, but obviously it's a long and hard process, and it's hard to get there. So challenges could be children that are not used to work in teams because cooperation hasn't been trained. So you have to be the one training them. Also, another challenge can be co-workers or people that work with if it happened. Yeah.
Take the risk and leave the comfort zone, kind of. So in terms of taking some risks, I believe that any kind of educational environment should be based on dialogue. And sometimes this dialogue can be risky because we, as teachers and educators, professionals, we might perceive certain educational patterns, approaches, syllabus differently than, for instance, parents. So from your experience, what would you advise all teachers when they have to collaborate effectively with parents in designing or co-designing such spaces?
That's the question. It's not a question, that's the question. Because I know parents are demanding all over the world. And obviously, as parents, we want the best for our children, but sometimes what we want is not the best. So how to find a middle path? I've learned with all the years of experience I have that the best thing is to be open, to be completely open about what you're doing, and to show them everything that you are doing, to make the classroom an open space for them to come if they want, or send lots of pictures. We have a safe school platform in which we can put the pictures and it's only accessible to parents. So the pictures of the children are only there. And I found out that since I've decided to be so open and just to show everything I do, it's been better because little by little, even though if they feel hesitant or they don't trust a lot what you are doing or the process or the way you're teaching, if they see both the examples and that you are open and you see that the children are learning, that they are happy, they will feel confident and things will go smoothly. So I think the best is to be open, completely open about what you are doing. And if they want to come, you receive them and they come to class. For example, we welcome our parents in the different units of inquiry to talk about the things they do or their work or tell a story. So we are completely open to them. And that I think that gives them the trust in us they need in the process.
Well, entirely agree with that. Can you share us also some, let's try to pin down for a moment, because you told us about many benefits of such learning spaces. Let's pin down maybe your stories before being in such environments and maybe after. Any impact that everything that you are doing right now brought on learning? How would you differentiate, compare, like earlier and before? What has changed?
Before they learned, because children learn, but it was more automatic. I think it was less motivating for them. It was less meaningful for them. And they learned, they got the knowledge, and eventually next year, maybe they will forget. But now they are learning, and I can really see them enjoying what they do and being happy and wanting to learn more. So I think the learning is deeper and bigger than before, and also more consistent. It will last longer. It impacts them more.
Thank you for that. The last question I have, because today we also had a talk about neurodiversity, and this is a kind of area that we are still learning. There's lots of research and scientific study made on that. So in terms of creating and co-designing such spaces, but in with students of diverse needs, what would you advise?
Well, I've been there. I've had my cases in class, and I would advise not to do it if you haven't been consistent in trying to integrate those students in the group. Integrate them, according to their needs as well. Because, for example, if you are into cooperative learning and you have a student who has problems because it's too rigid or doesn't get on well or doesn't feel confident, with working in a group, you have first to teach all the other students that being different is okay, and that we have to embrace those differences and try to make it possible for that student to work with them. Once you manage to establish that balance, then you can go for the co-designing. That's why I was mentioning Kath Murdoch as cooperative learning source. Because if you don't teach students to cooperate and to collaborate, and thus to integrate students that need to be integrated, and to make those students realize as well that they have something to offer to the group, and to promote that equality, you won't be able to co-design the learning space, because it will end up in complete chaos. And it won't be a controlled chaos. If it's a controlled chaos, it's okay. But if it's just chaos, no. So I would recommend that, to have like a training period of cooperation, collaboration, building a sense of teamwork, a sense of family, as we say it in my class. We say we're a family. So they are safe, so they feel confident, and they will feel that even the littlest contribution can be valid for them. And they will feel empowered.
That. Yes. Enough said. Penelope, well, thank you so much. We would love to ask you tons of questions. However, we have pretty tight schedule, and we really want to take care of all participants' needs in terms of rest. So we will have right now a little bit longer break. Maybe for you, it's a great time for lunch, maybe late lunch or maybe breakfast, no matter what, enjoy it. Remember that everything is being recorded. So even if you are late with like 10 minutes, the world is not going to end, because we take care of keeping every record of that. So thank you, Penelope. Hope to see you very soon in any of our Educast journey and quest. So thank you one more time for today. And your attendees, as I said, we will have a little bit longer break. So that's a great award for all of us for being so meticulous in learning. 15 minutes. And after 15 minutes, exactly 15 minutes, we are going to have another talk. And I will right now share the screen with you. So if you don't know about the upcoming talks, you will find it now. So see you in 15 minutes.
And we're back. So, hello everyone, and we're back again. Thank you for staying here. We still have we still have 4 more talks to go. I know it's a long journey, but I'm sure that it's really beneficial. Full of information, full of knowledge, full of different practices from different contexts. So again, on behalf of the Educast team, we would like to thank you for being part of Educast International Conference 2025. And yeah, of course, yeah, we are about to get back on track again. So let me share the screen in order to introduce our next speaker. Just a second. So everyone, if you're still here in the chat box, could you please drop number 1 in the chat box? Number 1, quickly. Okay, amazing, amazing. That's great. That's a good indication. So let me share the screen. And here we go. So again, welcome everyone. And our talk is entitled Digital Storytelling, AI-Powered Classrooms by Yosra Ferchichi, who is a colleague and a friend as well. So we would like to welcome her and thank her for being part of this conference. Before we introduce her, let me tell you some rules and regulations before the presentation. So please use the chat box to make comments, write your questions at the end of the talk, only ask relevant questions. Please be respectful and polite. Don't write harmful or offensive comments. Don't share links of personal information. You will receive a certificate of attendance, 2 certificates of attendance, 1 for each day via email. I mean the email address that you used to register to attend the conference. And regarding the recordings, the conference is already being streamed on YouTube, which means that everything is just there on our YouTube channel. We will drop the link of our social media platforms so that you can get access to the recordings whenever you want later. So, our wonderful moderator, Dr. Ling Fung, will be introducing our next speaker. So, Dr. Ling, could you please do this?
Thank you, Mohammed, and thank you, Yosra, for being here. It's my pleasure to introduce Yosra Ferchichi to you. We know each other through our work with TESOL International Association, so it's good to see you here. Yosra Ferchichi is a PhD candidate in English linguistics and a CELTA qualified TESOL trainer with expertise in cross-cultural studies. She is also a certified transformation and ICF coach and an accredited auditor for quality in educational programs by Alexo. Active in ELT since 2009, she currently teaches at a private university in Tunisia. Previously, she served as media and PR manager for TEFL Kuwait and is steering committee member of TESOL's CALL IS, Computer Assisted Language Learning. Passionate about professional development, she founded the Ikigai and Kaizen podcast and chaired TEFL Kuwait's Partnerships for Sustainable Education, SIG. Welcome, Yosra, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ling. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you very much. And without further ado, I'm really very passionate about sharing what I know and exchanging, many insights with our colleagues present today with us. So as mentioned, today's presentation will be dealing with digital classrooms, but we're going to deal with many other aspects along the way. So I'll start first by sharing my screen and let's start. So I hope you can all see my screen a little bit, okay? So digital storytelling, AI-powered classrooms. Nowadays, a lot of people, they're talking about AI, digital storytelling, using AI in the classroom, outside of the classroom as well. So today we're going to have a journey into a classroom, which is mine, and also other colleagues' classrooms where we use AI effectively and creatively. So we're going to start a little bit by talking about the approach that I use in my classroom, which is the active learning approach. And of course, let's say the approach is based on PBL, project-based learning. Also, we'll start by why digital storytelling and why I have chosen to talk about this today. And with few strategies, how to tune in storytelling to many age groups. So today we're going to see, let's say, digital storytelling, not only, for earlier classrooms, or maybe middle school learners or adults, but it's going to be inclusive as much as I can. Also, I'm glad and honored to have some of my students' projects with me today as case studies. And I'm really very grateful to their collaboration, creativity, and without them, I wouldn't be the teacher that I am today. And also, we're going to talk more about skills, because everyone, we do have access to AI, we do use it creatively, but we're going to see to what extent it's more of developing skills in this process. And to keep it, let's say, equitable all over the world, I'm also going to talk about a framework which I'm using right now, which is the UNESCO's framework, and how every teacher can tune in his or her lesson to this framework. And also, we're not going to talk only about teachers as well. As I said, there is also a framework for students. So tune in to see how students, they evaluate themselves, the learning process through what we call the learning outcomes for every lesson and every project. And finally, everyone, we cannot really forget to talk about sustainability and how to maintain this over space and time, not only for this generation, but future generations, for, a safer world, and let's say, for all the good aspects to humanity. So I'm going to start with a video, and I apologize really if the sound will not be clear, but I want you, while watching this video, please pay attention to the dynamics of this classroom. And let me know, do you recognize some of these classrooms? Are they the same in your classroom? Yes or no? And let's see it together. I'm sorry for my internet connection. It's a little bit slow, so you will see the video a little bit, maybe loading slowly. So what do you notice about this classroom? So have you ever been in a situation where you're in this classroom and your students, they're just looking at you this way, and you kept on saying, does anyone understand? What is this? Does anyone has the answer to this? And you had this look from students. If yes, please type it in the chat and say yes or no. So I had, in my early beginnings, before, coming across a lot of teacher training, some moments where students, they were just, daydreaming sometimes. But basically, at that time, I had that aha moment, and I said, so as a teacher, I do not want to talk that much, but instead I want my students to do it. So I really believe in this quote, in this motto, as my teaching, philosophy in class. So instead of just talking too much, so showing is better, than just telling. Because if you tell, students may forget. But if you teach them really hands-on through projects, involve them, really, they will learn. And myself included, as a learner, I really learned this way. So now, if you have your mobile phone next to you, or you're using your laptop, please go to menti.com, and you can type the code you see on the screen. So together, in one word, how can you describe active learning? So I've been describing active learning the way I know it myself. So I'm interested in knowing, what do colleagues present today with us perceive about active learning? Is it kinesthetic learning? What is it exactly according to you? So I will pause my, my presentation a little bit to switch to Mentimeter. In the meantime, please, I can see some words really popping in, like fun, active learning. So if it can be one word, what can it be? Involvement, motivation. And sometimes people, they have confusion between active pedagogy and active learning. So today we're going to see the difference between different layers of active learning. It's participation. So let me check maybe the chat. Some colleagues are typing in the chat. It's motivation, productive, involvement, authentic. All right. Thank you so much for everyone who really contributed either to Mentimeter or in the chat. Thank you. So let's dive in now about some of the aspects that are really used in my classroom and some of the other practices that have been inspired too through my students. So if we can summarize maybe active learning in the sense, so this word cloud can really include more of the words. Some of you've typed some of them in the chat, others in Mentimeter. Thank you, everyone. So I'm going to start by the first aspect, that I'm using for my active learning lessons. I do believe in the flipped classroom, as I said. So it's good to prepare, a perfect lesson. That is really amazing. You can be proud of this, after your students have met their learning needs by the end of the lesson. But I'm sure that many of you here flip their classrooms, and we all know, I'm not going to define it here today, what is flipped classroom. But basically, have you noticed if whenever you flip the classroom activity, would you be having like more better results? Students reaching out to you is like with more ideas. Even the rapport and relationship between you and your students, they have a better communication style with you because they do believe that you involve them in the lesson. So since here we're talking about involvement. And to define it, the flipped classroom, it has many ways of really letting students learn their own pace. Once you flip, for instance, you let them really research and search about things, before the classroom. And then once in class, it's just instead of just reading the text, passively and getting a boring lesson. So students, they discuss, they really give feedback to each other. And of course, this is a very, very fulfilling learning environment, and this is thanks to students' feedback that I've received and from all colleagues in their classrooms. So some of the aspect for active learning. And I'm going to tell you why I'm linking active learning to digital storytelling today. So for active learning, the active learning method here, it kind of it's basically improving student problem-solving skills. The emphasis is more on the analytical skills, more than just, memorization and passive information. It's like, the traditional style in the first video that we saw at the beginning of our presentation is like the teacher is like doing a transfer of knowledge, a transfer of skills, asking questions, and making sure they get the right answer. But with the active learning method, there is no right and wrong, let's say, approach, no right and wrong methodology, let's say, as soon as it gets, the results needed. And some of the techniques, as I said, collaboration, partnership, since it's based on projects. So especially if it's not English, for instance, if you teach physics or math, a lot of demonstrations and debates can happen in this process as well. And as a teacher, it's really helps students, achieve the best version of themselves. So talking about active learning, and as I said at the beginning, so active learning might be sometimes confused with active pedagogy, even because I'm based in a French-speaking environment. A lot of my colleagues, they tell me active pedagogy, and they use it interchangeably, you know, for adults and children, which is not the case. So we all know that pedagogy, it has a particular age, you know, age group. In dragogy and in pedagogy as well. So as you see from the framework, you know, going up onto the pyramid, you know, we seek more of learner autonomy, maturity. You know, adult learners, they don't want really to be ushered towards, let's say, the right answer, if so. But instead, the project-based learning is like a simulation for them to real-world scenarios. For instance, I teach engineers. In my English language classroom, they do really simulations of some case studies they might encounter for real once they graduate as future engineers. So it's good as a teacher to go less with the control issues that teachers have and structure the lesson in a way students have more of that autonomy towards level 3, let's say. Next, of course, since we talk about active learning, so I'm going to link all of it later on to digital storytelling in the sense. So it's not like teachers, they just present to students a curriculum, a course, and this is it, and it's imposed. But the learning happens in the sense interchangeably. It's like the teachers, they do really tell students why they're learning this. They ask, and students, they do know this, and they assess the content. And as teachers, we go back to edit accordingly. So it's like not a single loop learning. It's not a one-way road. It's like a highway with a double loop learning approach, which means like we do present info, we actionably plan them, and afterwards we assess the results. And we evaluate and assess accordingly, and we do the cycle once again. So now I've mentioned, you know, digital storytelling, but why do you think people tell stories? Myself included today through this presentation, I'm telling you a story, which is my story as a teacher implementing digital storytelling in the classroom. But as you can see from the photos in here, so many of us, sometimes we do need to tell a story, sometimes for social purposes, maybe for psychological reasons, for the need to identify with a particular group sometimes for entertainment, you know. Once you gather with family, friends, you know, even students themselves, so they do tell stories, and everyone has a story to tell. And it has evolved over time, you know, as you see from, you know, the campfire circle that, you know, sometimes it's like the oldest person in the tribe telling the story, until nowadays what we have with AI. And today, we're diving into the digital aspect of this. So what makes storytelling digital in this sense? Is it the tools? Like, are they only for the tools that we use, that we just call this digital storytelling? And so these are all questions. Please feel free to answer them in the chat. So do you think now students, they do really like storytelling, digital storytelling? And if so, what kind of approach as a teacher you can really follow to meet the learning outcomes of the lesson and, let's say, the course overall? So I'm going to start by sharing, first of all, some of the examples. And then through those examples, I'm flipping the presentation itself. We'll dive into the frameworks later on. And feel free, please, in the meantime, to type your insights in the chat. So I'm going to start with some of the, let's say, approaches, some of the, let's say, projects that I worked with digital storytelling. It was through, you know, referring back to previous stories that students already know, and then rely on their mental agility to imagine a different version of the story. For instance, what do you think can be the story of this photo? Or who do you think it can be? Let's check in the chat. Mary Poppins, yes. So it all started with this photo. And, starting from this photo, we started reimagining stories. From Mary Poppins to Alice in Wonderland to The Old Man in the Sea to Kalila and Dimna, and adding some characters to Kalila and Dimna, to those who know the fables of Kalila and Dimna, to the race of rabbit and the turtle. And here we imagine a different version of the turtle, And, all of this happens. First of all, this was intuitive, all of it. But then as a teacher, I came across, the framework that I'm sharing with you today, which has been developed by the UNESCO's as a guide for generative AI in education and research. I started to tune in and refine all the content based on their recommendations to applying PBL in active learning, and especially for digital storytelling. So for instance, in this sense, I'm not going to read all of that, but I'm just, basically rely on the advantages and the challenges of this. Sometimes students, they can prompt ChatGPT or any photo generator to generate a photo like this. Other times, as a teacher, you can guide them from the beginning to develop their own process. It's like they discover, for instance, your approach, your model provided to them. They implement it, they reflect on this, or then they create their own model. Other times you let your students really experiment with this. And by letting the chatbot be like a coach to them. And by a coach, I mean not really copy and pasting the content and delivering it to the teacher. That's not the purpose. Actually, to avoid this happening, so every lesson can be based on Bloom's taxonomy with AI in the sense, you steer the background knowledge that students know, for instance, about fairy tales. You contextualize and tell them why we're doing this approach. For instance, to elaborate a story with a different end, and why is this? To kind of encourage more of that creativity and imagination for them. Then you apply effectively the process. You let them work in groups, analyze. Especially in my case, I had software engineering students. They created their own chatbots. So they fine-tuned, even through machine learning, the chatbot, prompt itself. They evaluate it, and finally, they can share results with you in class as a teacher. Another tool that can be basically, very useful, and this tool has been evolving. Now we have version 7, V7, of what we call the pedagogy wheel. It's not it's pedagogy wheel. And as you notice the pedagogy wheel, if you see in the circle, in the middle, there's the Bloom's taxonomy verbs. And as it goes wider, you can see some of the applications, info apps that can be useful to you as a teacher and students. First of all, as a teacher, you can plan your lesson and fine-tune all those activities with those apps. For instance, if you need your students to remember, use those, some of the apps in the green area. If you want your students to really apply, some skills in the lesson, use some of the pink ones available in the pink area. And of course, this is a tool which is available for free. You can really explore it. It's very useful. I always keep my pedagogy wheel next to me when I plan my lessons. It makes things easier. And you can even add some of the apps, because phone apps are really proliferating today, and we have more than one app and that is being released nowadays in the market. And in here, a big hello to Eduling for her app, for my friend and colleague. So with digital storytelling, also, the cultural aspect is important, because especially if you're teaching students at a multicultural environment, and more than this, we're global citizens. So the cultural aspect is always present. For instance, some of the activities that can be done is like If you're teaching students, some cultural aspects, you can ask your students to really imagine some of the ancient civilizations in the past using ChatGPT or any, photo generator. We have so plenty of them, like Ideogram, like Copilot. So just such, but not limits to only one chatbot, let's say. And here, for instance, if you can guess who is the person, if you type it, please, in the chat, I will be very, very happy. So I'll give you, a few seconds to try to guess maybe. The first one is obvious, it's Egypt, pyramids. But this one is really relatable to my culture and Dido and the history of Carthage. So because I'm based and I'm born and raised, I'm a Tunisian. So I've also implemented, this in my classrooms. So students, how can you really think of Carthage, ancient times, and maybe how you see Egypt or any other ancient culture in the future? So this is really to use their imagination and let the students, experiment. Feel free really to give them that freedom to explore that through AI. And basically, all of this happens now that we call like a storyboard. So we're going to explore a little bit one of my students' projects. They called it time traveling. And they created a story through a carousel, let's say, in a storyboard format. And they called it time traveling. So they started the story through the forbidden mistake that all know it, that Adam Eve. And, they started, with the hook. And Adam really confused about time and space and came across a time machine. What do you think can happen next? So this is a question that students ask themselves. So I presented this project. Well, what do you think, please, in the chat, could have happened after Adam came across this tool? Is he going to travel to Egypt, Tunis? Where exactly? So the students, they really dive deep into, the history of Tunisia over the past and all the, the colonization for us happening and how the country's culture has evolved, ever since through until independence and the revolution nowadays. So it was an amazing project. And, some of their learning outcomes for them is like reimagining a future version of Tunis. And getting more into working with each other was another, takeaway they talked about. So some of other activities from my students, creating games. They create online games as well. So another student shared this work with me about creating some of the characters. He uses his video games as well, and he creates what we call a storyboard to the video game. So I'm just going to scroll step by step. So you're free to maybe explore this if you want. My students' work is available online, and this student, is keen on using elements like nature, fire, air. So, and as coders themselves, they do really create these characters in games. Also, as teachers, we can talk about digital storytelling. And this is another story that I've used in one of the teacher training sessions. Creating fun stories about teachers ourselves, and it was about a teacher who always came to school, arrived to school very, very late. And the Chronicles of Miss Tardy, she was always late to class. So talking about digital storytelling goes from just photos to AI videos as well. So some of my students, they have animated. So I'm just going to mute a little bit to avoid having, a voice dissonance. So they have animated those photos, and they had recorded themselves, narrating the story that I have created through the script. And here you can notice like some of the aspects, with AI, even when they animate this, it doesn't really look like, a real human being. And that was according to their feedback as well. So we're not going to watch the whole video, but students, they had fun working on this project. and, you know, especially editing the project itself. So moving on to the next slide. So the procedure is as much important as the content. So it all starts with prompting, generating, animating here for videos, narrating this, editing, because students, you know, they're very, very, you know, demanding themselves when before they submit their projects, they make sure they edit, they ask for feedback, what can I add? They ask each other. Finally, they share the final product. And then, so we were so proud of this, you know, final. It was last year's project, and we watched them all together. Some of the websites that I recommend, and as usual, this is not limited only to those websites. There are plenty of them. This is, you know, for different age groups, as I mentioned. So this is maybe for early childhood. So Lego is providing as well what we call story starters. Canva is providing as well an AI story generator. Of course, you can provide as a teacher, you know, a template to your students from a sample story that they can write. For instance, creating photos and writing a short caption to each photo. And if it's a video, they can write even the duration and they animate this. This is, let's say, a blank template that you can provide to your students where exactly they have to add the different sections. Also, digital storytelling included not only, as I said, photos, videos, but also podcasts. And since I'm presenting at Educast, so I'm also inspired by what my colleague is doing with Educast. I'm not sure if everyone knows my experience with the Kaizen experience and Ikigai. I've used AI myself last year, and I had a conversation, you know, and recorded this. You know, it was the beginning. And later on, we went into applying this in the classroom. I hope the video will be displayed in here. So you can watch, of course, this is shared. Sorry, excuse me. This is shared with the approval of my students, where we conducted, you know, this activity, and they prompted ChatGPT, you know, and recorded this. So, and it all started like this, but it evolved afterwards, you know, into a podcast that they shared on Spotify, talking about their interests, talking about their hobbies, talking about AI itself and their academic life. Finally, students, you know, they have evaluated their learning outcomes themselves. You know, by the end of the course, students, they were encouraged into, you know, kind of extracting those learning outcomes and key learning outcomes. What did they learn from this? Why they're doing the digital storytelling project? Some of the websites that they have used and adopted. So I'm just going to scroll a little bit because, you know, I need to really focus a little bit on the AI framework and the competencies. So also my students, they really, you know, I modeled an example for them so that a project should be conducted in a sense, we do use AI, but we should be very careful of copyright and respecting other people's intellectual property. So they have created and labeled and licensed their own projects with Creative Commons. Also they created their own e-magazine. Also, they created their own Discord server where they have presented and listened. So this is to exchange, you know, and improve some of the listening skills and speaking skills. So they took turns listening to the podcast and sharing feedback in a Discord server. And we do know that, you know, students nowadays, they do like Discord so much. And they talked about sustainability in not just like goals or labels, but they do really apply it hands-on. If we talk, for instance, about creating a sustainable environment, for them, Discord, for instance, was a sustainable environment. It's a safe environment where they can ask questions. For instance, even for homework, you know, asking questions about guidance, listening to other podcasts and getting to know how should they do their homework, for instance. Also, they've written haiku poems. So I'm sharing a little bit some of the work that my students did. So this is going to be a little bit quick. So this is the e-magazine. They're really critically applied the SDGs, as I said, and I've written some of the articles. I'm sharing my student Sarah's article. Also implementing, you know, this hands-on. So here coming to an important aspect about students, you know, assessing their learning outcomes. So this is what I called intended learning outcomes, which is ILOs. So as a teacher, I created myself like a matrix. And this is handed also to students. So they had to tick, for instance, according to the lessons learning outcomes, which assignment really ticked a box in that learning outcome. And this is was very insightful to them. It's like they're not just learning something, but they're you know, coached to think about the learning process, learning to learn. It's very important nowadays. And as I said, we're more into developing skills in the sense we deal with human beings, and myself included. I rely a lot on their mental agility. I'm happy to find out that if I have students, you know, having that open mindset to experiment, and if they're keen on using technology, I ask them sometimes to model by flipping the activity in class, a demonstration, for instance, how to create a video game. So they really like this so much, and they do it wholeheartedly. Talking about STEM education, you know, and I moved on from just STEM to STEAM by including arts. You know, for our STEAM, it stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Mathematics. I've also collaborated with many colleagues really through interdisciplinary projects in which English was part of them. And all of us, you know, we're implementing something called here in the sense, the AI competency framework for students and for teachers. So now I'm going to talk about this, and this is really very important. Because using AI without restrictions can be scary sometimes and risky. It's like we should use it, but we should take consideration of many aspects. The human aspect, the ethical aspect should be there. And of course, respecting the human intelligence and the many intelligences, we're going to see as many as they are for students. So we really should be thinking that instead of just having a kind of, you know, imposing, you know, knowledge on students, having a communicative, you know, approach with them, discussing things, you know, how can I, for instance, change this activity into a better one for next time? And this is through feedback. It's really very important. So as you notice that this framework recalls some of Bloom's taxonomies as well, like to understand, apply, and create. So in this sense, we can use this framework, you know, together with Bloom's taxonomy, and they intertwine in many aspects. And of course, this is the benefit to all students and teachers, you know, equally. So also for teachers, as I've mentioned, and maybe my colleagues, you know, in previous presentations, they did talk about professional development and how important it is for teachers. You know, things evolve, and so should we. We do evolve through the support of, you know, the community, through the support of whatever is being available to us. For instance, like these frameworks nowadays, they're really helpful. It's just instead of just really, you know, doing things intuitively, it's, you know, high time that things get organized in the sense we harmonize this, so that we get approximately same outcomes for students. So talking about, you know, some of the AI competencies, And some of you, of course, might know NLP in the sense neuro-linguistic programming, but also AI and NLP exists in a natural language processing as well. So how prompt engineering happens in the sense when we type a sentence into the chatbot, you know, the chatbot is programmed in the sense through machine learning how to operate, how to analyze that info according to the data which has been inserted into that chatbot, you know, and so that the chatbot is trained in the sense it generates a particular result. So this happens through what we call NLP, natural language processing, which is very similar to our natural language as humans. But we do all know that the language that AI reproduces is far away from being a natural language to us. So the core functions as well of NLP is like it's based on integrating computational linguistic aspects. But it's also very different from our NLP, the one we do know use it as human beings. So talking about this language, the natural language processing, we cannot also forget to talk about LLMs, which are the large language models infused into AI. But what's an LLM? An LLM is a type of artificial intelligence that understands and generates a human-like text by processing what is already been there, you know, as data inserted. So, for instance, some of the assignments that I conducted with students relying on LLMs is that I flip the activity. I generate a text, you know, from AI, and I ask students to humanize it. They identify what are the aspects, you know, that are existing in that text, which are, you know, once you read them, you know that it's ChatGPT or any chatbot. And instead of that, they had to rewrite the story using their own language, and then they imagine an alternative ending, for instance, to the story. They can add more characters, or even they describe characters using some of the vocabulary that they can generate from the chatbot. This is a sample, you know, activity that I conducted with students. They liked it so much because most of the time, you know, students, what they do generate the text, they humanize it, they send it to teachers. Now, we do know this, so let's flip this. So here is a text by AI. How can we humanize this? So that was fun, you know, and students, they were not expecting this, but they enjoyed it. And the final results were shared in the projects that we saw previously. So talking about machine learning, talking about AI, of course, I'm just going to wrap up. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, I just want to remind.
Thank you. So future trends, last slide. The future trends of digital storytelling. We cannot really forget about, you know, we talked about AI, we talked about videos, magazines. Now we have VR. So VR, there are virtual worlds, you know, and some of these apps, you know, we can, as teachers, explore many aspects through VR. And of course, this is just the beginning. And finally, we make our students, you know, basically aware of many aspects while using AI, which is respecting each other, fairness while using information, respecting, you know, privacy of anything available online, and you know, ethically address this. So thank you so much. So I'm just going to, you know, to thank everybody for tuning in. I'm sorry if I went beyond my time limit. And this is just the end of my presentation. Thanks to everybody who's been following us. Thanks to my students. Thanks to colleagues. Thanks to Educast. And I'm sorry, Ling.
No problem. Actually, you're right on time. We just want to have some time for questions because the audience actually put a lot of comments in the chat and some have questions. And I also have questions for you. Great presentation. So many interesting ideas. I like how you led us through active learning to project-based learning. And in this case, you showed us a lot of storytelling projects. And, you know, I'm a big fan of concepts like active learning or engagement, project-based learning, task-based learning. So I want to ask you this one first question. How can AI-powered digital storytelling enhance student engagement and language fluency?
A lot. So according to my experience and to other colleagues, students, even Ling, when they really they're shy, they don't want to really to participate in class. So once you involve them with storytelling, basically, not only digital, sometimes with basic storytelling, everyone has a story to tell. And when it comes to language fluency and language learning, it gets them, more well at ease, because using AI, for instance, as an AI speaking assistant, they can learn new vocab. They don't feel, if they feel shy with a normal human being, they know that AI is not going to judge them in a sense. But basically, they should learn that not all information conveyed by AI should be trustworthy. So they learn to evaluate this in the process as well.
Yes, absolutely. You already showed us some examples of what students have improved by through those projects. So I also like those examples of projects, because project-based learning is also related to task-based learning, right? A project is a long-term project with a lot of tasks. So what I can see is that students learn a lot, but they also need a lot of guidance. And so my next question is that what are the key challenges that students face while integrating AI into active learning and into their projects?
Some of the challenges, as I mentioned, thanks for the question. And some of the challenges is that some students, they're keen on using AI themselves, thinking that we teachers are going to teach them something, is outdated. So I've noticed that students, they're very motivated. They even suggest other examples. Miss, look, there is another website they can do this, with a better quality, whatever. So it's like students, they never stop really surprising me with good examples. It's like sometimes we do have challenges as teachers, but it's lifelong learning, continuous.
Yes, definitely. Students have their own creativity, but sometimes as teachers, I feel like I still have to walk them through a process in terms of giving them feedback. So there's still a lot of scaffolding in that process of teaching students to complete a project. I also love your ideas of having students self-assess, right, their learning outcomes. So that's really great. I think I see a question from the audience that I would like to ask here. At what age do you think students should be using the generative AI tools?
I think safeguarding is really important. So if, underage students, they're using AI, I really believe that they should be doing this. For instance, if it's at home with parents, if it's with their teachers, there are many websites and platforms, Ling, that they do have like filters that we can use, for instance, video generators that won't generate some obscene words or something for students, but, it should be used with caution for young learners. Saying that there's an age, I do believe that for anyone using the internet, there should be, adults, basically. Mm-hmm. And if they're using it, let's say below the required age, I think someone else should be there, an older, mature person with guidance. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I think in the US, the age of digital consent is 13 in most states, but I know in Europe it's 16. So parental consent and guidance is very important here as well. So let me see if you there are more. Another thing I want to comment is that as I listened to your presentation, I can see the usefulness of storytelling activities. And in the age of AI, I see a lot of AI generated images there. So what seems to be appealing to me is all these beautiful images, and sometimes they are really different and they are really novel. And novelty usually encourages engagement. So that's kind of really interesting in terms of using AI to generate novelty and engagement. But for teachers who want to implement storytelling in a non-digital way, I do think that it's possible, right? Pen and paper and asking students to draw pictures and all those kind of things. What's your thoughts on that? What are the alternatives to all the AI generated images?
I'll tell you, myself included, I like drawing and painting so much. So I remember one of the workshops I conducted with therapeutic art coaching. It's like participants, they have to draw really with pencils, and they have to color their own photos, their own, artwork. And so I do encourage really reusing authenticity, because AI is there. It remodels and kind of regenerates already existing artwork. And this is why we should talk about copywriting as well. For instance, I've used some of Van Gogh's, artwork in some of the Alice in Wonderland and maybe The Old Man in the Sea. It's good, but it's really scary in the sense people can use it in a different sense. Who can really protect, those artists, copyright and rights to kind of distribute this without their approval. So in the sense, I do encourage creating something authentic for you, as I said. Painting, drawing, even, something simplistic. It doesn't have to be perfect. They can use AI as a coach, and it's mentioned in one of the framework is like the chatbot can be used as an art coach to someone. For instance, they can take a photo of the let's say the artwork itself and ask AI, how can I make it in this sense? So what should I add as elements? So this is how AI can be used in a healthy, let's say, way.
Yes, I totally agree with you. Sometimes I have my students draw, right? If I want them to tell a story about something that happened to them in the past, I ask them to draw pictures. I ask them to cut up the pictures and then turn it into a task. So although I'm a technology developer, also some of these activities can be really beneficial. So thank you so much, Yosra, for your time. The audience also asked a lot of questions about PowerPoint and other ideas. Do you want to share any contact information or how they can follow you? And
of course. So I was asking about your approval first, so I can type my email in the chat, and they can reach out to me anytime, and I'll be very happy to help in any possible way. So this is my email. Thank you so much. And thank you, Educast, and dear colleagues, panelists, Lynn and Blanca, Dr. Nellie, Ron, and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks to Dr. Lane for moderating this, professionally and in the most, in the best way. Okay, so everyone, thank you for being here with us and being part of the success of the biggest or one of the biggest global gathering for teachers. So again, we're at the Educast International Conference 2025. We still have 6 more minutes before we start our next talk. So I think that you need a short break of 4 minutes or 5 minutes before our next speaker. Okay, so 5-minute break. Stay away from screens, but don't go anywhere. So we'll be back. We're very tired, but we're trying to do our best to provide you with the best learning experience. So we will be back in 6 minutes. And we're back. So everyone, again, we're back. Thank you for being part of Educast International Conference 2025. The conference is about shaping the future of education by exploiting advancements, AI and educational technology. So everyone, let's welcome our next speaker. And again, let me remind you that the journey is about to finish. It was long, I know, but it was full of, insightful presentations and wonderful speakers. So everyone, let's all welcome Nathan Waller of Macmillan Education, the one who has always been there as a support for Educast International in conferences, in training, and in everything. So we would all like to thank him for being part of this for the third time in a row. So everyone, this presentation is by Nathan Waller, and it's entitled ELT Publishing, the Hare or the Tortoise. So some rules and regulations before we get into the introductions of the speaker. Please use the chat box to make comments, write your questions at the end of the talk. Only ask relevant questions to the topic of the presentation. Please be respectful and polite, and we already know that you are. Don't write harmful or offensive comments. Don't share links or personal information. Regarding the famous question about the certificates, you will all get certificates of attendance in a couple of days after the conference. Each day has its own certificate with the names of the speakers. And regarding the recordings, we are already live streaming on YouTube, which means that everything is there on our YouTube channel. And I'll drop the links of our social media platforms in the chat box right now so that you can get access to our YouTube channel and watch the recordings later. If you want every separate recording of every session, they will be uploaded and edited in a week, as I guess. So everyone, let's move to the next slide and introduce our next speaker. Is Nathan Waller, who is the lead teacher trainer for Macmillan Education in the MENA region, with a background in child development and social and cultural anthropology. He has 15 years of experience in education, starting in early years education and special educational needs support in the UK before teaching English in Oman, Egypt, Qatar, and Vietnam. He also worked as a teacher trainer in Malaysia and IELTS examiner in China, finally moving to Dubai in 2016 to work in educational publishing. So everyone, please welcome our next speaker, Nathan Waller. Hello, Nathan. How are you doing?
Good evening. How are you all? It's so lovely to be here.
We're good.
Thank you very much for the introduction. You're reminding me how old I am there and also how long I've been. My God, it's nearly a decade. Wow. Okay. So nearly a decade. Great. But yeah, thanks so much for the invitation. Should I share my screen?
Yeah, sure. Now you have, now you can share the screen.
Shows it's just my screen or shows
now we see
just the
now we
presentation,
see
right?
no we see the notes. Could you please stop sharing and reshare?
Share the other way. Second.
That's okay.
And slideshow. Do it this way. Better? Are you still there? Hello, did I lose you?
Mo, you are muted.
Ah, that's why.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, we can't see the screen.
You cannot see the screen?
No, we cannot see it.
Oh.
Stop sharing it and reshare it again.
Moment. I see, I need to do it this way. There you go. Now, play from the start. That's better.
Yeah, that's better.
All right, my fault. I unshared but didn't share the screen. With Zoom.
That's fine. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction and a very warm welcome to everybody who's been here. And I think, well, just a huge round of applause to the whole team. Mohammed obviously has put in a massive amount of work to make this conference the success that it is. I'm sure we'll see a lovely show of hearts coming up. There they are. but also to the other guys. I know Ron, and there's been quite a few people in the background who have been working really hard to make this happen. So a big thank you to those, and also a big thank you to all of you, especially those of you who have persevered and stuck with the program and devoted so much of your time over these last 2 days to join, I mean, really an excellent array of fantastic speakers over these last 2 days. I've been dipping in and out. There's been some fantastic presentations, some really good speakers. So yeah, thank you to all of you for participating, for being there in the chat box. Hopefully you're going to participate a lot in this session as well. I'm going to try and make it as interactive as possible. So my title, ELT Publishing, The Tortoise or the Hare. So, I mean, if you think about, I'm going to admit that this presentation, I'm not a spokesman for the ELT publishing businesses. Of course, there are many big publishers and small publishers, but this presentation is more a reflection, I think, of my observations, having worked within the publishing industry for, as I said, almost a decade now, on some of the changes that have happened over the years, where we are, where we might be heading, and how perhaps publishing fits into all of these changes and all of these types of discussions that we have in ELT. So I'm going to reflect on the changes within ELT, and we're going to do that collectively. In this session, we're going to become a collective consciousness and work together. But I've done that by threading it through this idea of a story, the tortoise and the hare. So if you're not interested in my musings, hopefully you'll just enjoy the story as we go along. Of course, we've had 2 fantastic days of professional development here with Educast. I work for Macmillan Education, as he mentioned. And if you want to keep your professional development going, we have our Global Teachers Festival happening on Monday. It starts. So you can do 2 more weeks. You can turn 2 days into 2 weeks of professional development. And I will put the link in the chat box if you want to go and register after the session. In fact, after the other 2 sessions, keep this link, come back to it, and you can explore the festival. And there are a whole variety of topics going on. There are some around vocabulary teaching, grammar teaching, critical thinking, inclusivity, neurodiversity, the sustainable development goals, a whole load of things going on in this festival. So yeah, exactly. Susan and Sarah Hilliard are part of the festival itself. And again, you can, I've got my LinkedIn QR code at the end. It's not working? Okay, if you can, oh, sorry, I know why I put the wrong thing. It's Macmillan English. That's my fault. See, typing it fast. There you go, macmillanenglish.com/GTF for Global Teachers Festival. So go to that and you can explore that in your own time. So today we're going to weave this presentation through this story, as I mentioned. And it's going to be the hare and the tortoise. I'm sure you all probably know the hare and the tortoise. Still isn't working. Okay, go to Macmillan Education on Google and you can find it's on the homepage. The Hare and the Tortoise is a classic fable, which is a traditional story which usually emphasizes a moral or a value. And in this case, The Hare and the Tortoise, it emphasizes this idea of being slow and steady that wins the race. And this is one of the classic Aesop's fables. I think there are a lot. This is classified as 226, apparently. So anybody not heard of The Hare and the Tortoise? I'm sure you have. If you haven't, we've got the story and you can find out all about it today. So I've taken this from a course book, fairly old course book. If you look at the artwork, it does look like it's quite old. I think it's probably about a decade old. And we can do this story together. So one day, the hare sees the tortoise on the way to school. Look at the tortoise. He has short legs and a heavy shell. He's very slow. I have long legs and I'm very fast. Look at me, tortoise. Bye. And I've blanked out the response from the tortoise. Anybody we'll make this nice and interactive. Anyone got a response? Let's keep it clean. What might the tortoise say to Mr. Hare? Give a second. Anybody got any comments? You're probably trying to think of something. What could he say? He might say, wait for me, lucky you. Or he could be a bully, yeah. So he could be saying, be nice. Again, we're going to talk about these types of things in a little while. If I were you. Nice, good. Poor me. Oh, really? Poor me? Maybe not. Wait for me, I'm coming. See you on the other side. Maybe he's bullied and depressed. We're not sure. We don't know how the tortoise feels. But I like these ideas. We're certainly starting to think about feelings within the story rather than just using the story as a method to teach particular types of vocabulary or grammar. I will use AI, you will see. I love that, Yosra, yeah. One day I won't need to be fast. I will outsmart you, which maybe we'll see later. There's a bit of a twist in this particular version of the coursebook story. You'll see in a little while. So I'm going to pitch some questions to you guys, and I want to kind of gauge what you guys feel around this idea of publishers, what we create, what we do, because we don't just make coursebooks, we do lots of other things. For example, the Global Teachers Festivals. And I muse on this a lot. So I always wonder whether or not publishers are the innovators, whether we are kind of driving improvements in classroom teaching, or whether or not we are responsive, whether we're traditional. So I'm going to ask for you guys, do you think publishers, do they innovate? Do they drive? Or are they traditional and they're responsive? Things change within the field of education, and then we react to that. Okay, think that we innovate. Innovators. Reactive. Okay, good. I think there's going to be a mixture, probably, of ideas. Okay, good. We got a couple more, maybe. Maybe we're driving innovative. Okay, for a lot of people are kind of leaning towards the innovative. I was going to set this up as a poll, but it takes too long. Nice just to get some feedback in the chat box. So a lot of people are kind of leaning into the innovative. I think probably there isn't a clear cut. I don't think we're one or the other. My personal opinion would be that there's too much interlinking, I think, between the world of publishing and classroom practice. For example, if I think about a particular secondary or high school product that we produce, the author is a practicing classroom teacher. So there's going to be so much overlap and so much publishers have enormous influence, but sometimes they're too big to change. Yeah, they can be too big to make decisions. I guess that could be true. Innovators, yeah. But I think they definitely have advanced a lot. It's interesting to see what you guys feel, kind of, because there's going to be a variety of people here from a variety. Some of you might be using course books from publishers. Some of you might have very strong opinions about publishers. Some of you might be working the world of publishing. Some of you might be authors, for example. Good. Okay, so it's nice to see where people are kind of at. These are kind of big, broad questions that we're engaging with at the moment. And I've got a second question kind of related to this. Maybe you do use published material. Maybe you've chosen that yourself. Maybe you work within a particular school. Somebody chooses the course book for you. But again, something that interests me is why do so many, because so many schools and teachers and students around the world do look to and rely on published material for the teaching and learning of English. Why do you think that might be? And this is, again, I'll give you a few minutes because you might have some ideas around this. No material in particular lessons? Okay, see, there's a whole variety of approaches. Well, I'm going to try not to get too far out from the middle. For structure, good. So I guess one of the main reasons a lot of certainly big institutions, big school chains use it is to create structure within their planning, within their curriculum departments. People rely on their expertise. It's very hard to create material. It is. I've seen lots of places that do try to create their own materials with a mixture of success. They can create some very excellent materials. But if you've got 10 teachers all teaching the same level and the same, following the same curriculum. If they're creating their own materials, wildly different classroom experiences for teachers. So we can create a little bit of structure, as somebody said. Quite a lot of things coming in now. Yeah, they're usually based on frameworks. They can be very systematic. Harmony, good. Yeah, good. Okay, so lots of good ideas. So there are lots of good reasons. Then there are probably lots of good reasons why some people choose not to use them. If we think about very traditional course books, perhaps they were a bit too rigid. Perhaps they didn't include some of the ambitions of teachers and students, so as somebody mentioned there in the chat. So there's pros and there's cons. And this is just, again, a second broad question to try and get us to think about, well, what do publishers do? Why do people use them? But I want to think really about kind of changes. Before we do that, let's have the second page of our story. So we've got to the school. They've decided to have a race. Ah, here's the tortoise at last. He's very slow and I'm very fast. Well, let's have a race and see who the winner is. Ha ha ha. A race with you? Oh no, don't be silly, tortoise. The hare and the tortoise get ready to start the race. 1, 2, 3, go. Now, in this case, I'm thinking very much about the hare as our innovator. I'm thinking very much about the tortoise as perhaps a slightly more traditionalist approach. And we've got our school setting, of course. So let's move on to number 3. I want to think about how things have changed within the field of ELT, and I've picked 50 years. So I went back to one of the earliest IA TEFL. This is probably one of the biggest international conferences that there is. And I went back to 1975, 50 years ago, and I looked at the theme, the keynote. What was it? What was the theme of that particular conference in that particular year? I wanted to kind of compare what was going on, what was being talked about 50 years ago in comparison to the one of 2025. And it was quite interesting. The theme for the conference was teaching reading skills. So I think we would probably know and agree that 50 years ago, there was probably quite a very traditional approach to professional development within the field of ELT and various forms of research that were going on at the time. So people are already starting to kind of flood the chat box with all the different things that we would see now that we definitely wouldn't have seen 50 years ago. One of the interesting things about IATEFL 50 years ago was it was completely forbidden to show any published content within the presentations that people were giving during the conference, which I found really interesting. So there's been a massive change, especially, of course, AI we're going to move on to, but I think there's been lots and lots of other change. Good, more student-centered now, technology, interdisciplinary subjects, new methods, good. Autonomous learning. Someone says it's been a complete 360-degree change. Phonics has come out, new technologies, good, internet. I'm trying to scroll back up to see what I can see. Yeah, more materials, more methods, gamification, good. There's the whole things, and people can keep plugging your ideas in there, and we'll keep coming back to reflect on them. I think there's been a huge amount of change. In fact, not just in 50 years. If I think about course books from 10 or 15 years ago, there's been a massive change. And in fact, the story that we are doing, this Hare and the Tortoise, comes from a course book that is actually, I think, probably 11 years old now, maybe slightly, 11 or 12. And if we're going to look at the kind of comprehension, the kind of follow-up questions, the activities that were built around that story to see how those might have changed over time. Good project work, AI, technology sources, a lot of variety, I think. These aren't questions that I need you to answer, but these are the kind of questions that frame or wrap around that last question. Kind of food for thought, more for me, and relating the next section to this question of how things have changed over time. I'm going to be looking at that through the lens of rather than perhaps slightly more broad. But I'm also going to think about, well, how does that help us to think about how we create classroom activities? So we can perhaps make this next section as practical as possible as well, because of course, we all want lots of tips and advice and ideas and just kind of, I guess, delve into my mind about how I might approach some of these particular topics. So things for me, I think, how has published material for teaching and learning of English changed over those 50 years? And we'll look at an example of that. And then I think really what are the priorities now? And perhaps what are the priorities going to be in the future? Where are publishers at and where are publishers perhaps looking forward? I'm kind of planning ahead for the next steps, I guess. There's a whole lot more. Before I clock on, I will look at these. There are traditional colleagues. Yeah, okay, good. Nice. CDs have moved. I don't see CDs in any course books anymore. Traditional recording, they got, of course, ChatGTP. Lesson planning has probably changed a lot. Digital material, good. Okay, great. So let's keep some of these questions in mind. So I've got 8 topics. Of course, this list is definitely not going to be exhaustive. You can think of new things you can add to this list. You can add to my ideas. Like I said, this is a collective consciousness that we're creating, but I'm going to create the framework of how I think that things have changed over these 50 years, and we can keep adding to them. And what I want to do is decide whether or not we feel like each of these boxes, the publishers are innovators or responsives. I don't think that's a word, responsives, but we're going to use it anyway. So the first one, I think, as somebody mentioned, for sure, is classroom approaches. I think compared to 50 years ago in 1975, there are now a wider variety of methodologies that are being used. Of course, we have more traditional PPP types of methodologies, which are still very popular, I think, in ELT classrooms. Certainly in the region that I work in, we see a lot of people using traditional PPP methodologies. But we now have things like TTT. We saw in Yusra's presentation about project-based learning. They were talking about task-based learning. You've got play-based learning. If you think about it, the idea of play-based methodologies became really popular in the 1990s. There was lots and lots of very famous books written on the benefits of play in the 1990s. Yeah, project-based learning, which I'm going to look at. But this idea of recreating the classroom as student-centered spaces, I would have said that many years ago would have been very teacher-driven, a lot of rote learning, a lot of memorization, a lot of teachers standing at the front, projecting information that students had to learn, even in an English language classroom, probably not hugely communicative, although I'm sure there would have been some communicative activities that would have happened naturally, I'm sure. I wasn't around in 1975, so I am unable to tell you whether they were or they weren't, but I'm sure if anybody has done any reading of studies, I'm sure it would be probably quite traditional in 1975. And I think the modern classroom, we have a lot more variety of methodologies. Yeah, and perhaps in some places, they still could be very, very traditional in Iraq for sure. And I want to look at an example, because obviously we're talking about published material or published content, but we'll also look at other things that the publishers do as well. But when it comes to classroom methodologies, yeah, we do see someone, Ron, you mentioned project-based learning. And here, this example of a project that you would find, and many of the more modern courses include a lot of project-based learning because it allows us to focus on these additional skills, life skills. You'll see lots of things like creativity, structuring those projects to make it very easy for students to engage with a project and collaborate and practice those skills through those types of activities. The other thing that's definitely changed is coursebook content. So we were looking, as I mentioned, at this story of the hare and the tortoise. If we look at the kind of comprehension questions or the kind of follow-up questions, so if I look at that unit and it gets to the reading, they just plunge straight into the story. The teacher 10 or 11 years ago would say, today is going to be a reading lesson, where they would do the story, children would read it, and they would probably answer these questions. There's 2 sections to it. if we look at the first part, of course, the 3 first questions are closed questions. They're all yes and no answers. And the third, even the fourth one, who wins the race? I would say if you were thinking about Bloom's taxonomy, this is still very much a kind of remember. You could argue maybe that there's some understanding, but really the teachers probably told them the answer and they just need to remember whether it was a hare or a tortoise. That did win the race. So, okay, perhaps not too complex, the first section. And the second part, the read and reflect. Again, this could probably be done in quite a simple way. There's a bit of practice of the grammar there. They get to choose a favorite character, but there's not a whole lot of support for the teacher to really take this and take their students, I think, to the next level. This is 10, 11, 12, perhaps years ago, if you were teaching this particular course book. The emphasis very much is on the teacher to add to. And of course, teachers back then probably were very competent at adding, asking questions. Maybe they would have done, as we heard in the last presentation, maybe artwork. Maybe they had to draw their favorite. Maybe they had to label with the words that they know. Maybe they had to act out the story, which is one of the activities from the story itself. But let's look at perhaps a more modern course book. This is one that's come out more recently. And if we look at reading, it's no longer called reading. It's now called story time. So there's a different focus automatically. But we now have this idea of doing something before you read. So now we're having students practice other skills, things like prediction skills, thinking more broadly about what's going to happen within the story. What does the title mean? What's going to happen? Who's in the story? Who do you think you might see? And then we've got lots of other things going on there as well. So, okay, we've still got listen and read, but now we've got this question about where's Benny? So they've got something to focus as they go through the story. They're giving a point of reference, but acting out the story is, again, they're very much the same. They've got the story, and again, we're going to talk about that in the next section. But we've got things like better representation. We're thinking about inclusion. We've now got a variety of different, perhaps ethnicities of characters going on. And I think stories within course books have definitely improved in terms of they're definitely not so much pieces of reading that have been kind of shoehorned into a unit so that students have access to a particular grammar point or to practice a particular grammar point. They're very much designed for the units now, I think. But also if we look at the follow-up activities, so now we are being directed to the activity books. So activity book is no longer additional, just extra practice. It's actually related to what we'll be doing in terms of the story itself. So we've got to think about the story, right? Yes or no. So we're not got questions now. So again, you could argue that these are yes and no because they're closed. But if you're thinking about differentiating your content, if you're thinking about getting your students to communicate and to collaborate, we could definitely differentiate this easier than we could with the previous activity, where it was just a closed question. Because, for example, I could put my students into pairs, maybe one stronger, one weaker, and I could ask the stronger student, okay, I'm going to show you the statement. There are storybooks. And I want you to change that into a question, which you're going to give to your partner, and then the partner has to answer the question. So you've got this extra element of students collaborating, working together. There's an additional communicative element to that. They're not just writing yes or no in their course books, all as a big group, which again used to happen a lot in the 1975 classroom. It would have been everybody. There are storybooks, everyone would kind of collectively say yes or no, and then the teacher would ask them all to write yes or no, and they would move on to the next question. Now you can give your students way to interact with this. They can change the structure of the sentence from a statement into a question and ask each other those in order to put that down. But then we've got this additional activity afterwards. So we're now thinking about different endings for stories. And this is now integrated into the book. It's there to help teachers to get students to push this idea of Bloom's taxonomy further up the pyramid. So now they have to choose a different setting and they have to draw that. And again, they could turn that into a communicative activity by getting them to present, perhaps in small groups, if you're worried that it's embarrassing for them to stand up in front of the whole class. Some of them could do it in front of the whole class. Some of them could do it within small groups. Maybe they could pick one and then join a group that's all doing the same thing. They could all collectively do it, compare what's in their gardens, practice old vocabulary. There's lots of scope for you to be able to really get the students to practice and recycle language from previous units, and also enact some of that creativity, communication, and those other types of skills as well. This is kind of the difference for me in terms of the difference between older units. Certainly this is just one aspect of it. This was just the reading or the story element of that unit, and how things have perhaps changed and are more, perhaps a little bit more supportive, I think, these days. So yes, I think there's now a more integrated approach to not just knowledge and not just skills, but if we think about the project-based learning, it can actually be calls to action. If you think about Harry Waters and his session and sessions that he's done in the past around the Sustainable Development Goals, this can inspire them to take the language outside of the classroom. Coursebook content, of course, is not just what's on the page anymore. You have all sorts of content related to the course. Could be on-the-go practice apps, for example, if you're teaching teenagers or adults. These things now exist that are related directly to what they're doing in class. We mentioned life skills. I just mentioned lots of things, but you can also have, for older study skills as well, weaved into and integrated into the unit and the learning that they're doing. And other of these kind of future enabling skills, not just seeing English as something that you learn and will use in the future somewhere outside of the classroom, but that these skills are all interrelated, and they will help students to succeed at university, to succeed when they enter the world of work. Humanistic approaches, and there's been a huge shift. I think in 1975, there probably wasn't very humanistic approaches to classroom learning. If I think about, I wasn't, as I said, around in 1975, but my parents were, maybe slightly before that. But yeah, there was a lot of things like corporal punishment in the UK. So I'm pretty sure well-being wasn't high on the agenda of the 1975's teachers. Not all of them. I'm sure there were some excellent teachers, but now, again, very much integrated into the unit. So if we go back very quickly, we have this part at the end, explore the story, and then, okay, who helps Alice? But when I help someone, how do I feel? Yeah, so we've got this social and emotional aspect, and we're helping them to understand that rapport in the classroom, building positive relationships, self-awareness, all of these social and emotional skills help them in their learning. They're not just nice skills that we want them to learn along the way. I mentioned representation. There's a lot of excellent improvements in terms of representation, inclusion. We mentioned how to differentiate. There's lots of differentiation activities. If you look through things like teachers' books, you'll find lots of ideas for how to teach to mixed ability classes, how to, like somebody mentioned about dyslexia. So there's lots of support, I think, now for teachers on these particular types of topics. And we've looked at a couple of examples in the time frame that we have. And again, if you think about the project, let's go back to the one we just looked at. Yes, it's very structured, but you have all of these other things now. So we hear things a lot, things like multimodal, multi-literacies. We've got things here about inspiration and again, representation, thinking about a hero, got personalization. We've got self-reflection. So we've got self-assessment, which probably wasn't done very much in the past, or certainly wasn't integrated into perhaps course book materials. Again, communication, we've got the classic 4 Cs, creating, communicating, collaboration, a lot of thinking skills going on in the kind of beginning. Thinking about the topic, thinking about how it relates to yourself, all of these types of really important skills that students can learn. I love project-based learning, as you can tell. And then you have all these other things around things. For example, in primary, there's lots of things around wellness. One of the new products we have is Learning Learns. And before every story, they do a mindfulness activity. So there are mindfulness activities suggested there. So it says, do this mindful activity for a couple of minutes before we get into the story. So you're not just launching a story onto your students, you're getting them to get into the right frame of mind to be able to think about and enjoy the story. The enjoyment of the story is a big part of that interaction with your students, for them enjoying it, understanding it, thinking about it, reflecting upon it, thinking about it within their own lives, their own contexts. All of these things help them to make sense of and then absorb the language on top of that as well. The next one I got was global citizenship and SDGs. There would have definitely been no mention of the SDGs in our 1975 IA TEFL conference, because the term SDG wasn't even created at that point. But if I think about a lot of the work that I'm doing now, certainly in the Middle East and North Africa, a lot of it kind of driven by our Advancing Futures initiative, which is around encouraging conversations around the SDGs, how to integrate the SDGs into the classroom. So connecting learning to the real world, but not just teaching them about culture. Again, we used to think, well, we're teaching them English, so we need to teach them about English culture. And I used to see this a lot in early textbooks. You would have, a section on British culture. We'll talk about food in one particular part of the unit. Now we think much more broadly about kind of cultural inclusivity, but not just connecting to the real world, but helping students to think about our place within that. How are we connected to others? How are we all interconnected? And of course, we now know that the students are using not just the internet, we know they're using AI. So thinking about how we can have conversations around that and how we can inspire them to be better to themselves, to be better to each other, and how to be better to the world around us. And then we've seen lots of really good, I think, examples throughout this conference in particular on that. And in the Global Teachers Festival, I know there are also some really nice sessions on how to integrate the SDGs into the teaching and learning of English. Food is a very common part, and it's not that these things aren't important. They are. Comparing, thinking about different types of cuisine. But I think that we can drive that further. One example of that is to look at where food comes from, who eats what, and how do we eat it, and all of these types of things. It's all quite connected, and it gets students to develop those critical thinking skills, and perhaps pushes them deeper into the topic. Let's look at some examples of perhaps what publishers have done around global citizenship and the SDGs. One really, I think, fantastic initiative, and it was the first one I'd ever seen, was from a secondary product, a high school product, depending on whether you say secondary or high school, which was the virtual classroom exchange. So in this particular product, Gateway to the World, if you were using this coursebook, you had a platform that you could go onto, a virtual classroom exchange, and connect with students who are also using that coursebook in other parts of the world. So if I'm in Egypt and I'm at a school and my school uses Gateway to the World, I could connect with a school in Croatia, or I could connect with a school in Mexico. And the two teachers would connect first, and they would choose one of the projects, because it was all designed around the project within the unit. And they had to present their projects. So students in Egypt would present their project to the guys in Mexico, and then they would switch and they would present it back to see how not only English people they think the same, they have different ideas, we have some commonalities, but how they think about problem solving, because a lot of those projects are designed on kind of problem solving for real world issues. For example, it could be around water or land or the sea, or how we use the oceans. So the Egyptians were students, teenagers, of course, thinking about that within their own context. And when they present that to the guys in Mexico, they think, I've never thought about that idea in my context. What happens if we was to use that here? And again, this is this idea of sustainable development, sharing, working together to solve kind of common problems, but looking at that through particular cultural lenses. So I thought this was a really nice way to kind of promote global citizenship, because it gives students that extra confidence. Wow, I'm actually using English because I have to, because they don't know Arabic and I don't know Spanish. So we have to use a common language to present our ideas and get new ideas as well. So I thought it was a really nice initiative. And I think I would like to see a lot more of this in the future, certainly within published work, but also outside of published work. So this is only if you're using this particular product can you access this virtual classroom exchange, because it's related to the projects which are within the So if you think about the project I just showed you, your students would have had to have done that project to be able to present it. So this is why that only schools that are using that particular course can access that. But maybe they can in the future think of ways to expand that out, to have that more generic, I guess, not necessarily connected to a project within a course book. For example, if I think about advancing futures, so if you go to the Macmillan English website and look for advancing futures, your students can also feed into that. Actually, it's a similar kind of idea. They can put anything they want on ideas for how to create a better world, basically, into that particular platform. So look for advancing futures. You can Google that and look that up. That's just one. I want to move on because I've quite a lot to get through and I've only got 5 or 10 minutes left. Global citizenship, now you'll find that very kind of tangibly within the units. Again, getting students to work together, to come up with ideas, to think about how people have similarities, how people have differences, and how we can work together. It could be the improvement of readings. I mentioned that in the past, readings were quite often shoehorned in. But like, we really want to practice this particular grammar point, and this reading kind of lends to that, so we'll use it. Now it's also very much around getting students to think about the world around them. In this particular unit, it's around what happens to your jeans? Where do they come from? Do you throw them away? Do you recycle them? Do you upcycle them? All of these types of things, getting students to think deeper about the world around them. And even within the stories, we've been looking at the hare and the tortoise. We could have done this story. And again, it's getting them to think about the consequences of our actions, which is very much around sustainability. Sustainability really for me is being very conscious about the consequences of the actions that we take in the world around us, and not visible, but also less visible consequences as well, the kind of wider consequential. And then projects. So again, I was mentioning the exchange. This could be one thing that students have been doing. So they've been working perhaps for a couple of lessons on their project. This one is all around recycling, for example, and they're given it step by step. So they perhaps watch different recycling initiatives from different parts of the world. They think about that, they plan out, they create their own, and then they have to present that. And it could be broad. It could be thinking about recycling in your kind of community in general, but it could also be, how can we improve recycling within the school? Or how could I be recycling within the classroom? So we think about these kind of growing spheres, and a teacher can kind of pick where they feel like their students can really kind of create focus on that. They would then create this project and they would then present this to a class somewhere else, and they would then share ideas. And this is, again, promoting that global citizenship and the SDGs in a really nice way, in a very structured way, I think, for students. So we've got quite a lot around the kind of teaching, kind of what content we use, skills, kind of extending that out around global citizenship. I think another area that publishers do a lot of work in, certainly for me, because this is where the bulk of my work is in teacher development and support. And I think there's a huge amount of opportunities for teachers to access professional development. Of course, the internet has massively helped with that. COVID has probably even pushed that along quite a lot. Things like this, so the Educast conference that we can access for free. So it's not always, I can only develop professionally if I've got the money to be able to afford to be able to go and do a master's or my Delta. And even with those things, there's been a lot of change over the last few years. You can now do your CELTA online. You can do an MA in professional development online. So I think now teacher development is viewed differently. I would say it's more continual than it's probably ever been in the past. And I'd say it's also probably now becoming a lot more inclusive as well. I think teacher development, again, like teaching itself, was probably a very top-down initiative, certainly within the world of publishing. Experts or authors would come and deliver content to teachers on new methodologies or new coursebook content, it could be. And then they would take that on and deliver it in their lessons. And now we have this, I think, and I'm really kind of proud of this, really, is this more kind of bottom-up opportunities, I think, for teachers to get involved, not just be the recipients of teacher development programs, but to actually get involved themselves. There's a lot more discussion, there's a lot more inclusion around teachers being able to share their expertise. And we've worked really hard on this. I certainly have been trying to do a lot of stuff on promoting this bottom-up approach to teacher development. And seeing expertise in cultural contexts. I don't know whether that's because I did kind of social and cultural anthropology, that I think of things in terms of bottom-up, in terms of expertise within particular cultural contexts. But I'm not sure that was in the world of ELT really widely regarded in the past. And I think it's become a lot more prominent now, which I think is a really good thing. And we can see that on a kind of global level kind of feeding in. I think about our new voices. So Macmillan, in September 2024, they invited teachers from all across the world to be able to submit into a new academic program called New Voices, where people could, if they'd never presented before, get support with doing a presentation in a Macmillan event. And we've done several of these at a more local level as well. So I think this area has changed. Research, I'm not going to focus too much on this because we're running out of time, but I think that research from 1975 to 2025, again, is massively different. Techniques are far wider, far deeper. The way that people conduct research and where and how they conduct research, of course, allows us to have a much richer insight, I think, into what happens within not just the classroom, but what happens within, I guess, teaching and learning more broadly, I think. Again, people, if we're thinking about that topic of teaching reading skills, researchers would have, picked several classes, studied them, created a journal article, and then presented that at the conference. Now we have a lot more, and again, this is probably anthropology, a lot more integrated approaches, a lot more qualitative research happening, and a lot more discussion around that as well, I think, which is a really good thing. And the reach of that with the internet and ease of travel from then till now, I think now we can have cross-cultural studies and all sorts of things going on. And it can also be connected to our professional development. So, for example, Macmillan have the Insights Index, and we have a local one in MENA Insights, where we try to make sure that the activities that we are creating, that we're investing in, are informed by the teachers who are going to be receiving them. And people can get involved with that, and there are various benefits, I think, to people's professional development from doing that as well. Okay, which brings us to the last one and the last few minutes. Before we do that, we've kind of missed out on our story a little bit. We've kind of jumped ahead and talked about a lot of different things. I'm going to try and go through some of the comments in the chat box, but I've also blanked these out. So we're coming towards the end, and I said that there was a twist to our story. So let's go to number 5. The hare runs very fast. As we remember, the race started, and he laughs. Ha ha! Look at the tortoise. I have time to... Anybody want to hazard a guess what he has time to do? Make sure you guys haven't been falling asleep while I've been... Take a selfie. Love it. Yes. It's time to read, sit and rest, to have a nap. Think of people thinking about the more traditional story. Have a look at the story. We're thinking about critical literacy here. We're engaging at a deeper level. Do sports, have a nap. I have time to win. I have time to cook. Nice. Watch a TikTok video. Good one, Petra. Think about what's in his hand. Reach the goal. No, he's never going to reach the goal because he has time. In the traditional story, yes, he decides that he's so arrogant that he decides he's going to relax. He has a little sleep under the tree. But now he does not sleep. The hare sits under the tree. The tortoise walks by. He's very slow, but he doesn't stop. Go now. Yes. Again. Yes. Great. Ha ha. Look at the hare with his computer game. This is my chance, says Mr. Tortoise. So again, this is the twist that's, of course, technology. And again, we can have a conversation with our students around whether or not maybe they do this. Maybe they get distracted posting selfies, or maybe they find that they zombie scroll. They have an addiction to scrolling too much within their iPad or their phone, and what impact that has. We're not paying attention to what's going on around us, maybe. Again, nice thing to talk to students about. And of course, so that then leads me to the last box, which is, of course, technology. And our last question that we're going to ask. Of course, technology includes AI, which is the question I'm going to ask about. But this includes a whole range of other digital and technological advances within the field of education, but also socially, I guess, as well. But we now use digital products, digital services, digital tools to not just deliver content, we use it to assess. I was an IELTS examiner, and where I used to do face-to-face speaking tests and write handwritten writing tests, both of those things are now done completely online in the context that I used to do it, which I find fascinating that they can now do speaking tests through Zoom. I don't know how they control whether or not they've got posters behind the screens. I have no idea how they control that. And they can submit texts into automated marking systems. So there's all sorts of ways of using digital tools to deliver and assess teaching content. We also use digital tools to adapt, to be able to differentiate, as we were mentioning before. Again, we could have come up with some ideas around how could we have used digital tools. So we now have that story in an animation. So some students could be doing it with a paper version. Some students could be doing a different activity using the animation. We have a recording. They could just listen to the story and then have to imagine it themselves. Again, this is a skill that's probably being lost a lot for students, this idea of imagining what we're listening to, because they're so used to having this visual stimulation when it comes to content. So we can use digital and technology to adapt for different learning needs. Again, if students have dyslexia, for example, there are tools that we can use. If they have ADHD, if they have autism, there are tools that we can use to help our students engage with our content so that it's not just directed at each and every person in exactly the same way. So let's move on to the question itself. Question is, how will AI, this is a food for thought question. We don't have to answer this. How will AI change the future of publishing? I hear a lot in conferences that I've been to in this year and last year. And there's that kind of classic question, how will AI replace teachers? I think everybody kind of agrees that no, it won't. But I hear less conversations around how AI will change other aspects within the field of education, publishing being one of them. So how will AI change the future of publishing? Some sub-questions behind that. Well, will publishing become replaced? Will AI be able to create content and deliver that content? And how would it do that? Who would be in control of that if it wasn't a publisher? All of these kind of questions, I guess, maybe need to be addressed in the future. I'm not sure. I'm not the person that's responsible for that, perhaps. Someone saying it will reshape the publishing to be more creative and catchy. Yeah, absolutely. It probably could. Another question, will authors become replaced? If people can generate content, the big question is, well, what's the need of an author? Now, that's a very extreme question. I think authors, just like teachers, will probably not become replaced. But the way that they create, the way that they author, perhaps will change over time, certainly from our 1975 very traditional coursebook authors. Again, we've seen things within publishing. Very often you don't just see one author on a complete course. Now there's lots of authors doing different pieces, and that's put together like a puzzle now, I think. So that's one change. Will AI deliver training? We're thinking about teacher development, professional development. Again, very much delivered by people at the moment. How will AI change the shape of teacher development, professional development, courses? We can access courses online. Will we need other people for that in the future? Will AI be able to control it? Will it be virtual reality? Will I just go into a classroom with other teachers? I don't know. Will other people come in as an avatar? Who knows what will happen with these types of things? But the big question, I think, that probably most people think of is, again, when it comes to publishing, should we rush into AI? Or we're going to relay this back to the analogy at the beginning. Does slow and steady maybe win the race? It's very we can be very eager to be, okay, we need to jump on this. We need to incorporate AI because we're worried that somebody else might do that. But actually, what are the implications? We're thinking about sustainability. There are consequences, of course, to all of the actions that we have. And these are as yet unforeseen. So this is just food for thought from, I guess, things that maybe I think about as I interact within the publishing industry and within the field of education. Let's see what some of the people have put. Was there anything else? Let's finish our story, and then I'll read some of the comments. And of course, we're getting to the end. So the tortoise walks and walks. The computer game ends, and the hare stands up. Oh no, look at the tortoise. Quick, I want to win the race. Hooray! Well done, tortoise. You're the winner. Now I have time to check my emails and play a computer game as well. We won't answer the question. Does the tortoise deserve to win? He waited to do his emails and he won the race. Of course, there are lots of things. I think maybe this sounds like I'm trying to say that we should be the traditionalists. I'm absolutely not saying that. I just liked the analogy for this idea of innovation versus tradition, I think. Doesn't mean one is better than the other. There are, of course, pros and cons. And creating a balanced approach, I think, certainly to how we innovate, where we innovate. There's been a load of great innovations as we've looked at. These things have really helped the classroom experiences of a lot of students around the world, and it will continue to do so. And I'm sure AI will become an integrated part of that. Should it be the only? I think absolutely not. I think a slow and steady approach to the incorporation. I think as long as it's driving communication, collaboration, thinking about these SDGs, thinking about how students can be better, then I think that's absolutely a valid reason to use AI. If we become, as I heard somebody mention the other day, if we're just becoming teachers who are teaching them how to become better prompters, to be able to answer questions or find information, then perhaps we should think about more deeply how we're using AI in the classroom with our students. That is my LinkedIn. Hopefully you've enjoyed perusing my mind and joining me on this exploration of thoughts and ideas and historical and cultural applications and changes within education over time. Hopefully it's given you some things to think about. Hopefully there was a little bit of integrated practical elements in there as well, thinking about various aspects of teaching and learning that we do all the time. Now we might be able to change some of those things and again focus on the experience of our students. But again, thank you very much from me, and again a massive thank you to the Educast team for putting on such a wonderful conference. I hope you guys have all enjoyed it, and I hope you enjoy the last couple of sessions. Stay there, stay with them, hang in there till the end, and I'm sure it'll be fantastic. Let's show a lot of support for the guys coming up.
Thanks a lot, Nathan, for this wonderful talk. You've done a great job, and you even ruined my questions. You already answered them a couple of minutes ago at the end of the presentation.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, I really would like to thank you for being part of this. But there is a question by one of the attendees about the books, the title of the book. So I think the catalog of 2025 is already released, right? So could you please share the link of the catalog with the people in the chat box if you have? Yeah.
I will. I know the next person is probably going to want to start, but I will hang around for a few minutes and I will post the link to the catalog so they can go and have a look.
Exactly. And also the link for the teacher festival, so that other people, can register and attend and develop professionally and learn from the best in the field. It's such an amazing lineup there, guys. So you have to attend it and benefit from it. So Nathan, again, thank you for being part of this. And yeah, thank you for this wonderful contribution to the conference.
Yeah, and thank you everybody for being here, and thanks to all of the guys. I'm scrolling back up through the chat. Thanks for everyone who's taken the time to kind of give their ideas and share their opinions and share their thoughts. There's some really nice, got some nice comments in here as well. People attending conference. Yeah,
thank you, Nathan.
Okay, so again, everyone, thank you for being part of this and thank you for being patient till this moment because I think you've been here for over 10 hours, Blanca, right?
Yes, it's more than 10 hours, 10 and a half
10,
just to be meticulous.
yeah, we're about to, yeah, so it's about to become 11 hours. So right now we have another wonderful speaker who was part of our first conference in 2023, Monica Salvo from Argentina. So everyone, please, let's welcome her. And I will share my screen in order to introduce her. Of course, I'm not the one who is going to introduce her. I
Yeah.
think Dr. Ling. Dr. Ling or you, Blanca?
We can share, so I can quickly remind our attendees about rules and regulations. Maybe somehow there is someone who joined us recently. So please do your best as you have been doing since yesterday's early morning and use the chat as much as you can. Write as many comments, as many questions, ask relevant questions. We will try to cover all questions with the end of Monica's session, as many as it's possible. In terms of safeguarding, we just want to remind you about being respectful and polite. So just doing what you've been doing so far. Thank you for that. Don't write harmful or offensive comments and do not share links of personal information. Famous question in terms of certificates. An editable PDF certificate of participation will be issued for you. If you registered and you are with us for the second day, you will get 2 certificates. Recordings, we are right now live on YouTube, which means everything is being recorded. And the same as 2024 and 2023 conference. So feel free to catch up with the rest. And now I'm going to hand over to Dr. Lin Fun, one of our wonderful moderators, and she will introduce Monica. Everyone, have fun. It's second to last talk.
Thank you so much, Blanca, and welcome everyone to our second to last session here. My daughter is butting in, but let me introduce Monica here. The title of the presentation is Affective Neuroscience in Action, the Power of Emotions in the Classroom. Monica is a graduate teacher of English at a sworn public translator. She holds a postgraduate degree in Human Resources Management by Universidad de Belgrano and is a certified and accredited language coach. Monica is also a mindfulness practitioner, graduated from University of California and holds a diploma in social and emotional learning from San Diego University. Over to you, Monica.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for that very nice introduction by you and your daughter. So hello there. Hey. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, Educast, for inviting me once again. I'm Moni Rodriguez Salvo. I am in Argentina, South America. I am a passionate teacher and a teacher trainer. I have a lot of experience helping organizations worldwide and helping schools and teachers worldwide find their purpose, reconnecting with the joy of learning. So I hope that we have, during these 40 minutes, a lot of interaction, a lot of ideas shared. I will start sharing my screen in a second. But I want to ask you something, because we are a lot of people here. I am so happy that this conference is such a huge success. And this is thanks to all of you, all right? So I don't want to feel lonely over here, all right? I will be interacting with you in the chat. I have my chat box open so that I can see all your comments in real time. But I want to make an invitation. I want to invite you to do something. Are you ready? Are you ready for that? I will be sharing with you today the power of effective neuroscience in action. I know that this has been 2 very long days with a lot of knowledge, with a lot of great ideas, great speakers, and so on. But I want to make an invitation. So whenever you listen to me saying something that resonates with you, that it's a good idea, that it's something that you consider is useful for you, something that you consider represents you and you resonate with something I'm saying, I will ask you to go to our reactions and click on the heart. All right, because precisely today we are talking about effective neuroscience. We'll be talking about something that has been already developed throughout the conference and is the power of our social and emotional development as teachers of English. So every time while I'm sharing the ideas that you feel that you like an idea, I want you to go into the heart. Yes? Can we try it? So can you all go and send me a heart so that I know that you are there and that I'm not alone here speaking on my own? Yes? Okay, so here is my email address in case you want to contact me and in case you want to expand, all right, what we are going to talk about today. And I want to start with this beautiful concept that I learned is from Africa. That is a concept of sawabona. Sawabona, or I see you. And I would like to say at this moment, before I start my presentation, that I see all of you. And that if I had to, in only one phrase, summarize the message that I would like you to walk away with today, it's this idea of reminding ourselves of the importance of seeing our students, the importance of actively listening to what they have to share, the idea of looking to them into their eyes and realizing the importance of their life stories, the importance of everything that they are as human beings. I do believe in the power of bringing back humanity into our classrooms. Okay, so the idea precisely today is sawabona. Let's see each other, all right? Let's interact. We are very, very active in the chat. Thank you for that. That's really very, very important for all of us. Let me just open it so that I've got it handy and I can see you there. So thank you so much. Let's get started. This is a compass for our session today, all right? We will tap into 3 different authors because I love, and as a teacher myself, I love learning all the time. I love discovering researchers. I love discovering the work of great authors. So today I will share with you 3 authors, 5 practical tools that will go directly into the classroom, right? Because I want you to really leave this session with hands-on ideas that you can start, of course, adapting before you adopt them for your students in your classes, wherever you are, because I know that our audience is very much global and we have you guys joining us from everywhere around the world, right? So 2 theories of learning. That's the last part. We will talk about the social brain. We will talk about the framework of implementation in terms of why emotions are important, right? Why emotions play a key role in terms of deep learning. What are those ideas that are related to social and emotional development and why those impact the way our students learn? And of course, they impact who we are as teachers. I think that one of the things we should remind ourselves all the time is that we should speak more about learning and not so much about teaching, okay? Because we need to remember that nowadays, student centricity is absolutely essential, right? So let's get started because I have a lot to share with all of you, my dear colleagues from around the world. First of all, a little bit of framework. I am a specialist in social and emotional learning. I have been working with schools and organizations around the world for more than 8 years now, helping them have better connections with the potential of emotions and social development in the classroom. And this is precisely because, my dear teachers, I want to remind all of us once again that we are not only English teachers, we are educators, okay? So if you like this idea, remember to send me your heart so that I know that you agree with me, that you are resonating with this. We are not only English teachers, we are educators, which means we are helping our students prepare for life. And of course, we do it through what we are extremely passionate about, that is English language teaching, right? But our role has far more opportunities. It goes far beyond just teaching grammar and vocabulary. It's about helping our students reach their best potential, tap into their passions so that they become better human beings, more empathic, more oriented towards constructing peaceful solutions, right? More oriented towards connection, human connection and human understanding. And this can happen. And I can tell you this because I've been doing this with a lot of teachers for many years now. This can happen in your classroom, every single class. And you don't need much time for that. I will talk about that later on. So a little bit of social and emotional relevance, okay? This is one of the great resources I want to share with you today. This is from Rethinking Learning, a review on social and emotional learning for education systems. It's by UNESCO. It was released in 2020, and it is very much aligned to what we know as the Sustainable Development Goals, right? We know that what we teachers do impact many of these goals, but most specifically, goal number 4, quality education. In order to bring social and emotional relevance and importance into educational agendas worldwide, this document was released. And I am sharing with you some of the introductory phrases, introductory quotes that might help us understand why is it that we talk so much about the importance of emotions in the classroom. We need to be creative in helping young people face the challenges of a world that is changing rapidly. That is precisely where emotional intelligence and social skills can become the best assets to navigate through those changes. SEL, that is social and emotional learning, can be described as that learning that helps our students identify and navigate their emotional landscapes, mindfully engage in learning, exhibit, show pro-social, empathic behavior for human flourishing towards a peaceful and sustainable planet. So this is, my dear teachers, a short reminder of why is it that we do what we do. We teach English to help our students become better friends. We teach English to help our students become global citizens. We help them through English to become better human beings. And that is what I am passionate about. And that's why I'm here today. Thank you. Thank you for all your comments there in the chat. So, first author. This is one of my favorite authors of all time about emotions in the classroom. And this is Dr. Mark Brackett. Mark Brackett is a member of the Yale University, and he has founded many years ago an organization that helps schools and students thrive and connect with the power of emotions. One of his most important work and research is on the area of emotional regulation. Imagine, dear teachers, how important that is in learning. Regulating our emotions as teachers is absolutely essential. And of course, for our students, for the learning process, this is pivotal. And Mark Brackett reminds us that regulating our emotions is not about suppressing or controlling emotions or adapting to someone else's ideas of how we should feel. It is not simply telling our students, calm down, be silent. We regulate our emotions to think clearly, to make better decisions, to create and manifest positive relationships, and to experience well-being. We regulate our emotions so that our emotional universe, our emotional system as humans, both teachers and students, play for our team, not against us. We all know that when we are deregulated emotionally, nothing good happens, all right? And this is, of course, because from the point of view of neuroscience, when the intensity of an emotion is really high, we cannot think clearly. This is what Daniel Goleman used to call or coined the concept of taking over, right? Emotions taking over the brain and in a way suppressing our capacity to think rationally and to think clearly. So this is the first author I want to bring to all of you. I am a fan of Dr. Mark Brackett. I had the opportunity of meeting him at the end of last year at a conference. So I was very, very happy to have a very good conversation with him and to share with him that we all teachers advocate around the world for a better world in terms of social connections and emotions. So first tool, this is tool number one. My dear teachers, this is for you the time to take down notes and to take and consider using this tool with your students as soon as you go back to classes. This is the charter. And it's all about the importance of agreements. One of the great challenges that we teachers face everywhere around the world is discipline, isn't it? Type agree if discipline is a challenge in your classrooms. Absolutely. And I think one of the problems with this is that we have understood the role of teachers as always telling people what to do, you know, and this is a problem that we bring also home. I also realized that because I am a teacher, I'm constantly telling my girls and my husband what to do at home. And so one day I decided to stop that. And I think that this is because we teachers in general have had like this unilateral communication with students. So I am bringing here the importance of agreements. And this is not only with your students. This is for everyone that you live with, your friends, your family, your mom, your husband, your wife, your kids. Importance of agreements. The charter is a collaborative document that helps us teachers establish productive learning environments. How? By agreeing on the things that are acceptable in our classrooms and things that are not acceptable. So together with the students, this is not something that we do. We build this, and in fact, I encourage you to ask your students speak most of the time. You build together how you want to feel at school, the behaviors that foster feelings of inclusion, feelings of emotional security, right? Working together to build the charter, I will share some examples now, will give you common goals, will set limits, okay? And will help you create an environment for learning that is conducive to deep learning and to long-lasting effects in terms of learning. So these are examples of the charter. So in this case, for example, the photograph on the left, this is a teacher, and they wrote down the charter with the students, the agreement, so that it is visible. Remember the importance of visible learning, so that it's visible in the classroom, right? The other picture is something similar, but students used Post-it, all right? So as you can see, we have the most important drivers, the most important values for this group that are spirited, united, respected, empowered, determined. And then students shared their actions that will represent those values for this class. So this is an agreement that you come with your students, and that will help you establish healthy limits. It will help you define what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, and will help you as a reminder of a common ground that you have come to with your students. So what you need to consider, I have been implementing the charter at schools for 2 years now. And I even implement the charter for teachers' rooms, so that the group of teachers at a school create their own charter, right? And it's visible there at the teacher's room, and it's a reminder of the importance, the impact, the meaning that we teachers create when we teach. But it's also a reminder of those things that are acceptable and non-acceptable within these environments. So of course, my dear teachers, you will need to have one charter with each of your groups, because not all groups, all our students are different. The type of agreements you will need to come to will be different from one group to the other, and they should, all right? So this is tool number one, the charter. You can give it different formats. As you can see now in this one, students draw themselves so that they could be represented, you know, around the text, around the agreements of the charter. In other cases, it's a little bit more creative, you know, and you can do it through images, collages, through music, through, you name it, okay? Thank you so much for your comments. I'm reading you right now. My dear Dulce, I am a gardener and you are the flowers. Well, remember, thank you for sharing that. Remember our beloved Dr. Ken Robinson, and he used to say something that I love and that marked my life as a teacher. Precisely, he said that we teachers are gardeners. Our responsibility is not to make the flowers grow, but to create the right environment for students to flourish, for those flowers to grow and develop, right? It is not our responsibility to do it for our students, but it's our responsibility to create the right environment for that to happen, right? So let me keep on going. Let me check the chat. Okay, that's a very good question by Eva. So how old should students be to participate in setting the classroom room? This is a very good question, because in general, we tend to think that we can do this with maybe primary school students, secondary school students, but I did a little bit of an experiment. I have to share this with you, and it worked out really well. And we created and we used the charter with kindergarten students, boys and girls in kindergarten. And of course, this was not written, okay, but we used different images. And so we talked about the importance of agreeing on what is acceptable and non-acceptable. We talked about the importance, and this was beautiful because those kids could express what made them feel good in the class. And that was very valuable information for the teacher as well. So we did it even at kindergarten, but of course not with written text. We used images, right? We used animals. We got creative so as to adapt it to different levels. So as you can see, you know, you can do it with all age ranges, basically. I am bringing our second author of the day. Dr. Mary Inmordino Young. Maybe you have heard of her. She has done extensive research on the neuroscience of the brain, especially for teenagers, right? So this is a little bit more for teenagers. And Dr. Mary Mordino Young is also very famous because she did a lot of research with Dr. Damasio, which you have probably heard of. So Dr. Mary Mordino Young, in her research, developed the idea of affective neuroscience, which is the topic of our talk today, right? And she discovered through her research the salience network. So what is this seesaw that I am sharing with you in the screen? We've got cognition and we've got emotion, right? So what is a salience network? We know nowadays that in the past, we used to consider cognition and emotion as two separate universes within ourselves, which is not true. Cognition and emotion are constantly interwoven in our brain so as to create who we are. But the salience network, my dear teachers, is the one thing responsible in our brain to establish what we care for and what matters to us. So let me share a story with you. When I was in secondary school, I was a pretty naughty student, I have to admit. And I was inquisitive, you know, and I used to ask all the time, I used to ask teachers the same question. And that question was, why should I learn this? Why is this important? Right? Why is it that this is going to help me out there in life? And unfortunately, pretty few teachers had a good answer to my question. So in general, you know, I was like engaged in teaching and in conversations that have to do with the relevance of what we are teaching for students. So, for example, for me, taking care of the environment is a value. Okay? Is a value. So when I go to the supermarket and I have to pick up apples for my family, my choice is to go for organic, local groceries, local producers, right? Which don't use chemicals and so on and so forth. Why? Because for me, taking care of the environment and helping local communities is an important value in my life. So this is my salience network in action. What I'm trying to say with this, we need to teach students through relevance. They will learn what they can see value on. They will be engaged in learning English, especially with things that are important in their world. So we teachers need to be master creators of a bridge, you know, between what we have to teach and what is important for them. Okay? So it's really very important to share, you know, to share why whatever we are teaching is important. If you are teaching past simple, right, as an English teacher, you can say, okay, past tense or tenses in general will help you tell the story of who you are. Tenses will help you make a storytelling of your narrative in life, of who you are, who you were, and who you would like to become in the future. That is completely different from telling students you need to learn grammar, okay? Grammar is important for communication, all right? But that doesn't mean much for students. So it's really very, very, very important to activate the salience network in students. Why? Because relevance creates disposition for learning. What does this position for learning mean, my dear teachers? What do you think it means? Anasha says that this little boy saying, I don't need English, I just want to be a footballer. You cannot be a footballer if you don't speak English. So, see my point? If you had that little boy, let me just go a little bit ahead in the example. If you had that little boy sharing that is his passion, as a teacher, you know that your connection thread with the language and that boy is football. So you need to bring football on your board, your teaching board, on your class every time you can do it, because that is what will ignite this position for learning, which is nothing less than intrinsic motivation, the only motivation that is relevant for deep learning, because we learn what we care about. And Dr. Mary Mordino-Young says something that is really very important. Whatever we are feeling, we are thinking of. And whatever we are thinking of, we are learning. So this is showing us the chain of connection between cognition, emotion, and real, meaningful learning. All right? Okay, I need to move forward, my dear teachers. Okay, this was me with Mary Mordino-Young, all right? Because I also had the pleasure of being her student a couple of times in my life, and that's why I'm sharing her work. Another tool, goal boards. We need to guide our students on how to achieve things in English, okay? So, our goals, this is what you can tell your students. Your goals are an important part of who you are. If you have a dream, if you want to become a footballer, you need to have your goals and you need to define them. So you will create a picture or collage that represents your goal. You cannot use words, only images. You can also paint it, you can bring some music, but no words needed at this time. Okay, you can pick a big goal that you want to achieve during your life, becoming a footballer, or a smaller goal. I need to pass this English test. Okay, and you help your students create a goal board that will be a document that will be on the walls of your classrooms so that they are reminded where they are heading, right? What is their objective? You can do a goal board with English. What would you like to do with English, right? And then you go with the if-then plan. Yes, of course, this is very much vision boards. It's very much, but it's a simpler version of vision board so that you can adapt it to different ages and age ranges, right? So then you go to the if-then plan. So first of all, goal. What's your goal? If or when I do ta 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 ta, then I will achieve. Why? Because students also need to become aware that learning is a process. That is not magic, all right? That you need to do things in order to achieve something bigger. And this also taps into life skills because we are talking about accountability, right? So this is a thing that works marvels in the classroom, and you engage your students and will give you a lot of information about who they are. Because my dear teachers, we cannot connect with the humanity of our students if we don't know who they are. So one of our most important roles should be to get to know our students, all right? To get to know their passions, to get to know what they care about, to get to know their worlds. I call this concept stepping into your students' worlds. We are always dragging our students to come into our adult educators' syllabus, exams worlds. We need to take a step into their worlds so that we can truly connect. with them. Let me move forward. Oh, we have a game. We have a game. Do you want to play a game? Let me just go back. Are you ready for a little game? Type yes if you're ready for a little game. I know you must be tired, so let's play a little bit. Okay, there will be an image on the screen. I want you to type and share with me, what do you see when I share with you this image? What do you see? Go to the chat. Maybe you don't see anything. The first time I saw this image, I have to admit, it was just black and white spots here and there. Okay, as Angela is saying, black and white spots, nothing. Okay, shadows, a tarantula, a bee, sports. I love this. You see how creative we teachers are? Do you realize? It's unbelievable. Unclear. I love that answer. Map of the world, phases. Okay, all right. So stop there. Now I will show you another image. And then I will go back to this one. All right, so there will be a new image, and then I will go back to this image. This is image number 2. And now, many of you were right, okay? Let me share with you again the original image. Probably from now onwards, every time you see this image, the only thing that you will probably see is a bee. Why is that? Because I have just created a memory in your brain that didn't exist before. I have just, created something new in your brain. So when we saw this image the first time, maybe it was just, black and white spots. But then I saw the bee. And now every time I look at this image, I see a bee. This is a concept by the third author I want to share with you today. That is Dr. Lisa Feldman Barrett. Okay? And Dr. Lisa Feldman Barrett says the following. Take down notes. Our brain works on 2 different principles. And the most important principle is anticipation. Okay? Anticipation and prediction. Let me give you another example. What are the emotions and the feelings that our students feel in general when we say the word test, when we say assessment, when we say, my dear students, we will have a test next week? Okay, have a look at all those emotions in the chat. We all feel like this in many cases, right? Why? Because our previous experiences about tests and assessments maybe have not been the most positive. You know what I mean? They panic. It's even terror. I agree with you, Corinne, in some cases. We all feel that way because throughout our educational life, we have lived experiences associated with tests that are not positive. So our brain for next time is predicting based on a past memory. Are you with me, my dear ones? So what would happen if I told you that Dr. Lisa Feldman Barrett discovered that we can change those patterns of anticipation? For example, if you help, exactly, Corinne, if you help your students relax, if you help your students do some mindfulness exercises before or during the test, if you share with your students that a test is a learning opportunity, and that we have to do it because those are the systems that we live in. But it's something that will help them grow and learn and develop. What would happen if we created an environment the day of the test with some music, with something that makes them feel a little bit better? Because stress is not bad, not always bad. They need to, get trained in these stressful situations because that's what life is about. But we can change those predictions. This, my dear teachers, is one of the most important messages I want to leave today from the aspect of affective neuroscience. We can make better predictions in our students' brain about what learning is about. You know that we all have our favorite teachers, those that we will always remember because they helped us, because they were nice, because they were approachable, because they were demanding, but at the same time comforting with us. Be those teachers. Be those teachers that create new anticipations in your students' brains. Create positive bees in your students' minds. Okay, that's my message from Dr. Lisa Feldman Barrett. And the social brain. I will go a little faster. Another idea, the choice board. Voice and choice is essential for our students' growth, for our students' development, and for our students' accountability. So this is an activity that I use today with my students. There is a choice board. This is just an example, okay? We were reading, a book, a reader, and they had to show me that they read it and that they knew the story and so on. So I gave them 4 options. Number 1, they had to create a comic strip, or they could do something with music about the story of the book, or they could write a letter, right? Or they could whatever, but they could choose how they would show me that they read the short story, that they had read the reader. Okay? So making our students accountable through voice and choice is extremely important for students' agency. And if we think about the education of the future, I think that one of the key drivers will definitely be student agency. Another idea, paired sharing. This is the SAMR model. S, this is active listening. This is about helping our students work through conflict resolution. This is about helping our students become aware of the other person. This is a social brain in action, okay? The SAMR model. Number 1, sit square. If you are having a dialogue with someone, sit still in presence for the other person, not looking at the phone, not looking outside. Sit square. Oh, be open. Try to reduce the filters of judgment about whatever you are listening to. L, listen, but active listening. This is what we call lean in listening. It's not listening like this, right? Just waiting until you finish so that I jump at you with my ideas. It's listening with open minds and with open ears. E, eye to eye, look into the person's eye. And R, repeat, reflect, paraphrase. Whenever the other person says something, recheck on what they said, because this is one of the most important sources of misunderstanding. And if we do the SAMR, we would have a great model for our students to look into each other's eyes, to listen actively, to open up to engagement through diversity, through embracing differences, and understanding that you do not necessarily need to agree, but you can always learn something new from another person. All right, this is the SAMR model. And this I got and I adapted this idea from this book, which is a great book. It's called Thrivers by Michelle Borba. I also had the pleasure of meeting Michelle last year, and the work that she has done with students is amazing, right? So that's another book recommendation, because I know that we are all book lovers, right? We cannot heal the world today. Maybe we can't, but we can always begin with a voice, a gesture of compassion, of kindness, a heart of love, and an act of kindness. So thank you so much, dear teachers, for being here. It's a pleasure to be part of this conference once again. Thank you for all the comments in the chat. I didn't have time, to read everything, but I will stay here and I will start answering some of your messages. And I think it's time for questions, isn't it?
Wow, thank you so much for your presentation. I feel like it has been so wonderful and so clear that I'm speechless. But I can see that this is a wonderful close to the ending of the conference, because you have shared with us some of the most important things that we need to keep in mind in terms of teaching and learning, in focusing on meaning and value and intrinsic motivation. I can see that those are really important topics. And I also appreciate that you shared some very specific ideas and techniques that teachers can use. But from my experience, I know that from implementing an idea and applying strategies in real life is actually not that easy. Do you have any suggestions in terms of taking an idea and then apply it consistently? What does it take?
Yes. And this is a great question, because we teachers have this tendency to think that whenever we are focusing on developing human skills, we are kind of stealing time from English language development, which is not exactly the case. Because I always say it is not about what we teach. We have a lot of systems designed for what we teach, right? We've got programs, we've got international exams, we've got textbooks, we've got syllabus, we've got all the systems. What makes a difference is how we teach it, right? So this is what I do in my model with schools worldwide, and we are taking 15 to 20 minutes a week to take the opportunity to take and to have conversations with students about the importance of emotions, about how the brain works, about how the brain learns. And these are skills that they will take for life. So it's just 15 minutes a week, Why? Because it's not aiming at the big thing, but just knowing the importance of emotions and social developments and life skills developments in our classrooms, and setting aside a little bit of time every single week, consistently, through watching a video. Nowadays, as I was listening to the previous presentation by Macmillan, we have wonderful textbooks in English. Most of the textbooks have great opportunities to develop collaboration, to develop the social brain, to look at the importance of understanding and embracing differences. So it's just about paying a little bit of attention and exploiting those resources from the perspective of effective neuroscience. And as I always say, we just need to be present. It's our presence that makes the difference. It's how we teach. The what is in the systems that we all use, and we are very much used to using them. But what really changes a student's life is how we teach.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And,
Lynn, feel free to ask. I will wait with my question.
Yes. Oh, I was just going to make a comment that I appreciate the suggestion in terms of doing something consistently, right? Even with your last technique, it's not easy. It's a wonderful idea, but it's not easy. So it needs practice.
It is not.
And that is what matters.
That's the point.
practice and doing it consistently. And they say that maybe it takes
Practice.
30 days
Exactly.
to form any new habit.
And helping our students acquiring and getting the tools on how to do it better. You know, these are skills that are developed. Of course, it's a challenge because active listening is one of the things that we struggle the most with. But we need to become aware that we can equip our students with how-tos, and we can offer our classroom as a safe setting for them to practice and to grow these capacities that are needed in life outside the four walls of the classroom. And I say, like real life out there.
Yes, thank you. And I know Planka is passionate about neuroscience also, so she may have some questions for you.
Yes, however, I wanted to ask about something practical, not something that I'm a true geek about, so cognitive neuroscience, because since yesterday we've been covering all these ideas about using AI technology, not only to develop our students and ourselves, but also to save time and bandwidth. And you know, maybe someone is going to have tomorrow's classes or in next 2 or 3 days. So let's try to equip our attendees with some practical and ready to use ideas. So Monica, can you share a real example of how you implemented some of the ideas you mentioned, or maybe something else? And in a nutshell, to pin it down, that's for the sake of using it in next 2 days by our attendees.
Okay, I am working with a school in Peru right now, and we are working on a program because I've been working with them for the last 2 years. Now we are working on a program on how to integrate artificial intelligence into English language teaching. So let me give you an example of how this connects with affective neuroscience and social and emotional learning. These teachers learned, as you colleagues have been doing during these 2 days, how to incorporate artificial intelligence, which is going to save them loads of time in terms of class preparation, in terms of what happens in the classroom. So we focused on using that time for teachers to prepare themselves on social and emotional teaching so that they could share these type of activities with their students with the right framework, with the right research, and so on. So through the incorporation of artificial intelligence, they've been saving time, a lot of time in planning, for example, and we have been using that time with the teachers for them to learn more about social and emotional development and to work on the tools, practical tools that they will use with their students in class. So this has been like, like a full circle in a way, into incorporating artificial intelligence in a meaningful, controlled way and using the saved time so as to develop these type of skills. And the same happens in a class, you know. We can take the time in class to work with our students about this and to use artificial intelligence as a co-pilot, you know, in all this. But we need to remember that human skills cannot be replicated by AI yet. That's why the relevance of social and emotional development for our students is pivotal for their life skills in the future.
All right. So I just wanted to fish out one of wonderful questions by our attendees. In a nutshell, could you give some advice for implementing SAMR in an online teaching environment? I think this is absolutely important question because nowadays we either cover sessions, online sessions, either entirely or at least some of them.
Yeah, absolutely. The way I do it, because most of my teacher trainings, in fact, are online because I am working with teachers from around the world. So one of the things I do is I make extensive use of breakout rooms. Extensive use of breakout rooms. And the way that I work with SAMR there is when I can identify students that are stronger in these skills, I use them in a way as advocates for the different solar models and different modeling of these capacities. So they kind of jump into another pair or another group of students breakout room, and they contribute and they mentor in a way on those skills, because that's something we teachers cannot be everywhere, right? We always manage to do it somehow, but it's physically impossible.
Yes.
So inviting, students that are stronger in these skills as advocates and as mentors so that they can help us, and so that pair learning also happens, which is absolutely essential.
Another great idea for breakout rooms.
Mhm.
Monica, thank you so much for being with us, for sharing your wonderful experience and knowledge. We will wrap it up because we also want to take care of cognitive load of our attendees. That's why even if you
Absolutely.
don't feel drained so far, let's use these 5 minutes to stretch yourselves, air out your room,
Absolutely.
hydrate, and basically, prepare for the last session. I just wanted to let you know who is a newcomer to Educast International, that we created the first special interest group in the world, in fact, that is covering all variety of topics connecting neuroscience, neurobiology, cognitive neuroscience, neuropsychology. Last year, we had a great talk with about the dyslexia and the science behind it, with practical tools from one of the leading experts about dyslexia. And this year, we are also going to have multiple workshops and webinars. So if you are interested in learning how we learn, how we can support our learners and ourselves, because we also learn all the time. So just join us and try to follow everything what we do. You will meet me and other wonderful speakers, and we will develop together even more. So 5 minutes short break. One more time, Monica, hats off. Thank you so much. And we will see all together in 5 minutes.
See you. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. See you, Monica.
Thanks,
Have
Monica.
a great end of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great.
Bye. Okay, everyone. So here comes our final session, our final talk of the conference at Educast International Conference
But Mo,
2025.
didn't we say for our attendees about around 5 minutes break? If
I
someone already
know.
ran from the office, maybe let's give them a chance to join back.
Yeah, I'm just telling them that there is another talk, okay? Because some people get confused, by the break. So everyone don't go anywhere. Just 4 minutes, because I already wasted 1 minute. Okay. And then we will get back to the last talk of our conference. Thank you.
Mo just came, so it's a sign that time's off. We gotta get the ball rolling.
I'm always here. I've been here since 6 o'clock a.m. yesterday.
Yes, I think we've been here and there since what, October?
Oh yeah, since last October, yeah. So everyone, thank you for being part of this massive success. I would like to thank every speaker, every attendee from all parts of the world for attending the conference and for interacting with all the speakers and with all the other attendees in the chat box. I hope that it wasn't a waste of time, because we know that time is the most valuable thing that human beings have. So
And we cannot have it more. Exactly. We cannot
exactly
multiply it. And I don't know how about you, but I guess that you've been attending many conferences and webinars, and some of them, yes, they fly fast. However, they not necessarily offer this kind of community spirit and collaboration, all attendees really discussing and connecting. And we do hope that, after the conference, you will catch up on your social media, and one day maybe you will see yourself face to face. Who knows?
Exactly. That's what I'm planning to do, to be honest. Guys, we're planning to host Educast international conferences on site in different parts of the world.
Yes.
So let's move to our final talk. The last talk of the conference, the last talk of Educast International Conference 2025. We've made it. So everyone, let's welcome our last speakers of the conference. They are representatives of Kumar University in Kurdistan, who are partners to this conference. So let me just share the screen in order to introduce them. I think they have been there in the backstage for almost an hour. They were watching the previous session. So now they are here. So let me share the screen. A little bit slow because of I don't know how to tell you. So Dr. Muayad and Dr. Rawia, could you please stop sharing the screen for a while? I'd like first to introduce you, and then you can start sharing the screen. So everyone, hello again, and welcome to Educast International Conference 2025, the second day, the final session, the end of the show. And we have a session entitled The Ultimate Survival Kit for Educators in the AI Era by Dr. Muayad and Dr. Rawia from Kurdistan, Kumar University. Regarding some rules and regulations for the end of the conference, please use the chat box to make comments. Write your questions at the end of the talk using the Q&A button. Only ask relevant questions to the talk, which means that you'll be asking questions related to AI. About safeguarding, please be respectful and polite, and we know that you already are. Don't write harmful or offensive comments. Don't share links or personal information. You will receive certificates of attendance a couple of days, let's say 2 or 3 days after the conference, because it's a massive number, believe me. Regarding the recordings, the conference is already being streamed on YouTube, on our YouTube channel. So you can access the recordings whenever you want on our YouTube channel. So I'll drop the link of the YouTube channel in the chat box in seconds. Moving to our speakers. Today, we are joined by speakers from Kurdistan, Dr. Muayad, who is a PhD, MA, and BA in English language and literature. He's Associate Professor of English. He worked as a Professor of English at 10 universities and several academic institutions. He is currently the Chairman of the Department of English at Kumar University of Science and Technology. He's also a Japanologist, course designer, composer, guitarist, poet, 3D designer, and video producer. He is co-presenting with Dr. Rawia, and she is a computer science academic and researcher specializing in multi-objective optimization, data science, and AI. She earned her PhD from University Putra, Malaysia in 2021 and currently lectures at Kumar University of Science and Technology, Iraq. Previously, she held academic roles at Jamatika University College, Lim Kok Kwing University, and the University of Baghdad. A certified consultant by IFAD Academy, Turkey. She is a member of IEEE, the Iraqi Computer Science Society, and the Iraq Virtual Science Library. She also serves as an academic reviewer for the IEEE Access and is on the editorial boards of the Mesopotamian Journal of Cybersecurity and the Journal of Applied Data Science and Analysis. So everyone, please welcome our last speakers of the conference, Dr. Rawia and Dr. Muayad. So guys, you can turn on your screens, you can share the screen, turn on your cameras and share the screen whenever you're ready to start.
Thank you very much for your kind words and presentation. I would like to thank the respected manager of the third Educast International Conference 2025, an event. I would also like to thank the organizers and the moderators of the conference. And I believe it's an event that is definitely now a golden opportunity that provides a golden opportunity for us all educators to boost our knowledge about education and also to take our teaching skills to the next level, undoubtedly. So thank you very much. And I would also like to thank the participants and everybody with us today for their time. And I hope this presentation will be of some benefit to you all. I would like to start by introducing you to the title, the Ultimate Survival Kit for Educators in the AI World. So this is a presentation that is, that addresses one of the important, let's say, elephant in the room questions that teachers and educators, or of course, human teachers, let's say, have to face today, and which is how to be irreplaceable in the future. How we as educators can be can still keep our jobs, because now with the AI, with the rise of AI, I'm sure that in the future, at least, it's going to be like we have our jobs on the line. So how are we going to like still engage students, not lose them to AI, and still be around? So this presentation is therefore an attempt at finding ways to render human teachers irreplaceable in the future. And this is, let's move on to the outline of the presentation. We'll definitely be focusing on the shifting role of the teacher, and we'll be also revisiting some assessments in order to make them compatible with AI. And by the end of the presentation, of course, you will get to know some recommendations for teachers on how to sustain their profession and also how to prevent students from misusing or abusing AI. So one of the biggest challenges of creating a presentation on AI is actually we cannot say while we're doing this presentation, we cannot say that AI cannot do that, because as we speak, someone might be developing AI to do exactly that. So this is one of the problems we're facing, but fortunately, this presentation is not about AI, and I would like to reiterate this point, that this presentation is exactly about about teachers, about survival, that's why we called it the ultimate survival kit for teachers. So our focus today will be on teachers and their coping mechanisms with AI rather than AI itself. And to begin with, whenever there's a if we move to the next slide. Whenever there's, sorry, the next one. Yeah, so whenever there is a new technology that bursts on the academic arena, such as AI today, educators always split into 4 groups in terms of their reactions to it. So if we move on to the first group, I would rather call them the villainizers. So these are people or educators who believe that AI is bad for education, it's bad for business. They advise against it and stand in its way. We do not recommend this view, of course, because it is anti-progressive. And the second group is the integrators. Now, the integrators are the educators who embrace it unquestionably and immediately start integrating it into their classes. We wouldn't recommend this view either because it involves, blind trust, and it also underestimates some of the risks that, or hazards of using AI. Now, the third group is what I call the experimenters. Now, these are educators who get initially skeptical as to whether AI is teacher-friendly or student-friendly or not. So they start experimenting with it to explore its merits and demerits. And this is, in fact, the soundest approach that we highly recommend. And finally, the last group is what I call the sideliners. Now, these are teachers who prefer to continue teaching as if AI does not exist. They sort of live in denial. This is not an effective approach, and we definitely don't recommend it for sure, because these teachers will eventually be left behind, and their teaching methods and strategies will soon be deemed outdated. But if you come to look at it closely, all these groups are like, streams that will eventually flow into the same sea of integration. So that's the key word. Integration is the outcome, the ultimate outcome of using AI. So when this is, here's an example from Plato. That's an interesting and funny example. When books were first invented, Plato, the Greek philosopher, advised his students against them. In his dialogue, Phaedrus, he stated that books have a negative impact on education. And well, according to Plato, it's because they weaken, books weaken the student's memory. But what happened later was of course, that, books were integrated into the learning experience and became part and parcel of the educational system. So unlike Plato, if we today see a student walking into a library, we would definitely feel happy. As we dig deeper into these attitudes, we find out that they spring from 3 basic uses of AI. There's the effective use of AI, and an example of that would be using AI to generate exercises, for example, for our students. And there's the misuse of AI, such as, for example, over-reliance on it. And there's the abuse of AI, as in using it for plagiarism. Now, why is over-reliance considered a misuse? Because it marginalizes our roles as educators, and it renders us indispensable, of course, it renders us replaceable. And so, in fact, we as educators are battling not AI itself, and this is something to always remember, but what we're battling is its misuse and abuse. For this reason, we should increase our students' awareness about these 3 uses. We can, in fact, never emphasize enough the hazards of misuse and abuse. AI has become the buzzword among students today. So everybody has a different view. Everybody's talking about AI. All our students are talking about AI, but many of them don't have an idea of what it is and what it can do. And therefore, we need to organize and supervise seminars for our students to teach them how to use it properly. So it's not just like how it could be used in the classroom, how it's like how to use it ethically. That's the most important point. So there should be an emphasis on ethics in such seminars. We also need to organize seminars for teachers to provide them with some tips on how to use AI while still maintaining, that's important, still maintaining the center of the learning process and how not to lose our students to AI. So that's one of the things is when we teach teachers how to use AI, it's like how to stay in the center as a teacher, how not to be replaceable. So use it, but don't lose yourself as a teacher. We also need to focus in such seminars and programs on how, sometimes AI is not really AI. So not all AI is AI. Students and teachers need to know where AI fails to achieve its goal as an educational tool. Examples should be provided of the misuse of AI in order to be avoided, to advise against them. So for example, we have this, Google AI recommending 2 to 3 cigarettes a day for pregnant women. Another example is, an AI image generator was asked to generate an image of salmon swimming down the river. And what it really generated was slices of salmon swimming down the river. And these are real examples that should be brought to light, should be taught to the students so that they should know how not to misuse AI. And another thing we should constantly do is battle this misuse and abuse whenever we find it, inside the classroom, outside the classroom, on campus, off campus, on ground, and online. In short, wherever there are students. So we should use what in the military is called the pincer attack, attack this misuse from all directions. So are we really losing our students to AI? Are our jobs on the line? These are some of the questions that everybody is worried about. Well, the answer is not if we make adjustments to our role as educators. We should invest in what AI is not. And that would be EI, so emotional intelligence. When AI reaches its peak of glory in the future, emotional intelligence will remain as the saving grace of mankind. So when would a student feel more rewarded, for example? I mean, we can ask ourselves this question and visualize this situation like an AI, which is ultimately a machine, right? Telling the student, you did a good job, you did a great job. Or when you as a teacher, you pat your student on the shoulder and say, you did a great job. So definitely we have more motivation. Like when you as a human teacher encourage your students and reward them, they feel more motivated, more encouraged, and that's what we call emotional intelligence, and we should invest in our emotional intelligence ability. And here we find some. I'm not going to go through these, but these are some of the situations where we can also, stand out as educators in contrast to AI. We should also remember that AI is at its best when it comes to one-on-one teaching. But when we have a group of students from different cultural backgrounds, that's where we humans excel at teaching. always try to let AI serve as an assistant in your class, not a substitute, not a replacement. Always maintain the upper hand in your class and never let AI take over. Another tip is you should adjust your role as a teacher. So instead of preserving your role as an information transmitter, if we move to can you please, next slide? Well, instead of preserving or keeping our role as information transmitters, we have to take on this role of learning facilitator. And we should also focus on critical thinking and creativity. Sorry, next slide, yes. We have to focus on critical thinking and creativity in our classes. And when it comes to creativity, it's not really just limited to art and humanity. It also works very well in teaching science. So for example, you can encourage your students to discover different methods of solving a math problem, for example. And that would really encourage them to think critically. We should also promote interdisciplinarism and eclecticism in learning. So you can make your students, for example, ask them to blend two theories from two different disciplines to come up with a new theory. An example would be taking feminism and psychoanalysis. This is what I did in my own class. And I asked the students to blend these two theories to come up with psychofeminism and then apply that to two different texts, make a comparative study. This is something that, even AI would feel like it's confused to do, right? I don't know. I'm not really that, I didn't try it with AI, but I never asked AI to merge two theories and apply that to two different texts, but I'm sure that would be a little difficult. And then encourage them to do some kind of assessments about their own assessments. So write assignments about your own assignments, and that would be would help them track their own progress. And also you can also use that to check if they are relying on AI or not. Different styles also of writing. Check your students' styles, keep track of their styles, compare their styles, their writing style in class assessments to their writing styles in homework assignments in order to check if they are relying on AI or not. This is another technique we use as teachers to see if our students are using AI or not. Next slide, please. And yeah, I talked about this, which is called reflective assessment. And try to rely less on PowerPoint, and because the more there is of PowerPoint, the less there is of you. So try to, I'm not saying don't use PowerPoint presentations, but try to minimize their use. And personalize your lessons. That would be the next slide. So personalizing your lessons means you make your lessons replete with personal anecdotes, class anecdotes. Ask students in exams about the issues they are encountering in class, or some kind of technical problems they encountered in the lab. And remember, always remember that your students have access to AI, but AI does not have access to your students and your classes. That is, not in its database. Test your students' meta-knowledge, not their knowledge. And what I mean by that is ask them, for example, how they solved a problem, not what the solution is. So this is a math problem. This is the solution. Okay, you got it right, but how did you arrive at the solution? And therefore, in your exams, always focus on the why questions. Sorry, next slide. In your exams, you always try to focus on the why questions, the how questions, and not the what questions. And also use scenario-based learning. So provide them with a scenario or a hypothetical, let's say a biology case, a hypothetical biology case, and then ask them how to deal with it. And you can also use what we call the LBT method, which is learning by teaching. So for example, at the end of each lesson, ask students to teach exactly what you taught them that day. And in this way, you will really come to know how much they learned, how much they achieved the learning outcomes of that lesson, and how expressive and how communicative they are. And finally, focus on testing your student skills, not their knowledge. So instead of asking them how to do something, let them show you how they can do it. And this is also one of the weaknesses of AI when it comes to skill. AI is very good at knowledge, but not at skill. So thank you very much for following me up to this point. And now I'll just give the floor to Dr. Rawia for the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muayad. Thank you for the organizer of Educast and the moderator. I would more focus on some tools and equipment that we are using for evaluate our student performance in the era of AI. We did some evaluation about one of the tools that is most famous in detection the similarity and AI generation. And we found out that in general, a student are quietly intend to use the AI for generating the academic assignments or performing their work. And around 40% of the students were used the AI for doing their assignment. On the other hand, we found also that the lowest and the highest percentage of generating AI within the Turnitin, it was 88% the highest level of using AI, and 12% were by the minimum percent of using AI generating. In terms of the similarity, still high. What we mean by similarity, definitely it means the copy-paste, direct copy-paste from the source, and it was around 83%, the highest level, and 17 in the lowest level. And also we have some evaluation for the tools itself, and where even some universities start not rely on. The AI model and the AI, what we call it, long language model, are moving very fast in a way that even Turnitin nowadays cannot detect if it's generated by AI or not, although they have these tools have been embedded in the Turnitin as one of the plagiarism detection tool. And the text in front of you have been written by an instructor. And what is surprising us when we used Turnitin, it's indicate that this paragraph have been written by AI, which is not true. And by the way, Turnitin itself, it said that there is a possibility of false positive and true negative. So that make us also wonder, what if we write with AI? So this is statements that have been written with AI, but it doesn't detect even it have been written with AI. Also, we have done some survey about the dishonestly and the using of the tools of AI, and we found that there is 36% of our respected lecturer have a concern about this issue among the student, which is, I think, is around the world. Also, we had some survey about if there is an strategy or way to prevent AI generation, and the most of the participant in this survey have been indicate to use an tools for detected. While this is with the current fast moving with AI, it's quite impossible to have a tool, direct tool to detect if it's written by AI or not. And this is also as an a survey result about how we can manage it and what is the best tools for preventing AI from use it or from dishonestly. With this survey and with this data that we bring it, we want to emphasize on one thing, that there is no direct tools can detect if the student have used AI or not, or they are used to prepare their assignment. But we can do, as Dr. Muayad presented earlier, we have different approach of and strategy that we can use it to eliminate the effect of AI and encourage our student to use AI, not let AI use them. So one of this one, we can replace the homework with in-class assessment. So we bring student back to the class, and the effective of discussion, presentation, one-to-one question, and also we depend on more discussion inside the classes, answering and review questions and suggesting some problems. One of the scenario that we can depend on, we also ask the student to use AI, but in this time we are asked them, let's say this is an practical approach, let's say 10-minute reading the chapter quickly, and then you try to have the first 20 problems solve it by your own, and then try again to back to the book, and then try to understand it by using some technical approach, and then try to use AI, and then after that compare your work with the AI result and see how the same result are reached, and what is the approach that you have followed to solve these problems, and why you reach to this approach, not the other, or why you reach to this result, not to other result, if there is any shortcut to solving the problem. Also, in terms of the writing-based assessment, we can also generate something called AI proof rubric. And this one, whenever there is a written assessment or presentation or some task will be given to the student, there will be an criteria to evaluate if the student are using AI directly and completely and rely on it 100%, or they are using AI as an assistant. So we can depend on how they write in terms of the idea analyzing, in terms of evidence, organization, language, style, voice, and citations. So all this we can add it as an criteria level and evaluate their own performance. This is another response that we have gained in terms of how the AI have been used in your class, how was your student solving their assignment, and we got some feedback about this one. Also, we want to share one of the tools that called ClassPoint. Before that, Monica have mentioned about the active listening and safe setting in the classroom. And to keep our students engaged and to make sure they are active listener, of course, we are aware about what we call it micro teaching. That the student after few minutes, they will lose their concentrations. So the only way that we can keep them concentrate with us with using the AI, one of the AI tools is using an interactive way of teaching. And one of them, this is the ClassPoint tool. And the ClassPoint tool, it's embedded inside PowerPoint. So you just simply can install it. And once you install it, you are going to have a different tools that can keep the student engaged with you. And at the same time, if they are open their tablet or their PC, they can on time, on real time, have and engage with the current slide that you are presented. There is different plan for this ClassPoint, and there is different features that will be provided. So it provide multi-choice, word cloud, short answer, slide draw, drag and drop, fill in blank, even audio and video. The student can upload it. And also it provide you an ability to generate questions from your slide by using AI. You can create different way of interactive teaching, like make it gamified or make it an interactive quiz. And also you can reward your student and have some level of competition between them, the stars that you give it for them as reward for their activities, the badge, the leader of the board of the class. And here is how you can create different classes and manage them. And in a while, I will show you an example of some of my classes. And also you can control your student, and you can reward them. You can also follow their progress per class. And then also you can see an individual performance of per student. And you can also reward them a star. You can see how much they are doing, just like it's more interactive for them, and see their performance within the time. This is the tool that is provided for you even when you are teaching, so you don't have to end the slide to open the website, or you end the slide to open your whiteboard to draw on. This is also a very effective tools if you are teaching online. Also, you can use the different type of explanation and interactive explanation, like draggable objects. This is an example of it. So you can simply drag and drop the items. Also, name picker. This is just like sometimes the student will be more active in a class when you make it converted instead of too much formal to an game, like it's a name picker, so they can more be encouraged and participate and get more attention inside the class. This is different way of creating an interactive quiz for you. And also you can have a different way of controlling those quizzes. And this is the full tools of the ClassPoint. And this is an example of ClassPoint that it can be read the slide for you by using AI. And once it's read, it will provide you the answer for your student, and also they can participate by through the class code. And it's simply they just need to log into the class code, and they can log in with their ID or their name, and then they can participate and answer on time with you. Before go with the more references, let me show you another things. that how the class look like. So this is your board or your dashboard for you as teacher, and you can see different classes that have been used and created per class, and those classes that have been managed before. And let me show you some examples of how you can monitor later your students, see how many stars they have gained from your class. Also, you can see the reports, and if there is an activities, you can go through the activities and browse their performance, and also you can reward them, or you can also delete or control or see the performance of the student. Another tools that also can be used by teacher, what we call real avatar. This is an real avatar, which is an AI tools that you can not only chat with, you can call and talk. And I don't know if we can make it live now, but this is already, I don't know if you know him or not. He is Andrea Angie. He's one of the great brain in AI, and he has the Deep Learning Academy. And with the collaboration with a Real Avatar, they have created an real AI that can you communicate with them by voice. So this is a great tool for you as educator or as teacher, by talking and gaining some ideas, some new approach, some new methods to improve and enhance your work. And as we mentioned earlier, that we cannot isolate our student from the real life. So within time, AI will be like Google, how we are using now Google for searching, for finding any new knowledge. AI, it would be like this tool very, very soon. And the development is far faster than we can imagine. It's not per day, it's per hours. So always there is new things. Even the emotional that we have talked about it, AI start talking and start working on it. So if you try it with Real Avatar now, you are feeling that you are really talk to human. And even they used his voice tone and voice pattern in a way that when you talk to him over phone, you feel that you're talking to a human. Although at some point when you said, sorry, we will talk later, he said to you, oh, don't need to say sorry, I'm just AI. But it still give you a feeling that you are talking to a human. There is some recommended books for how we are teaching in the era of AI, like Teaching with AI, which is I really, really recommend it. It is very informative and have a lot of suggestion about how we can teach in the era of AI, and what is the strategies that we have to use, starting from teaching, learning, and even from assessing our student. And there is a future of education, AI for educators, and actually many. The Coming Wave, also one of the wonderful book talking about the power of the AI, and also how AI works. And thank you so much for having us today.
Thank you so much, Muayad and Rawia. That was insightful. We have even more books to add to our teachers pile. So I think it will be high time to spend some money on even further development. I have a few questions. I absolutely loved all the metaphors, Muayad, that you used at the beginning of the session, and they reminded me about what Stanislas Dehaene writes in his book, How We Learn. To oversimplify it and just, fishing out few ideas, he states that AI systems can mimic certain aspects of our human learning, but they lack our brain's ability to generalize, adapt, and learn creatively. That's why we don't have to be so afraid of AI. Additionally, we can all find in the book this advantage of human learning because we are engaged emotionally. We provide social interaction and ethical reasoning, which so far AI systems cannot do. That's why we can sleep tight, I would say. However, we don't want to be in the opposite to AI. So, Rawia or Muayad, what would you say about how teachers and educators can teach their students the right way of using AI, the right way?
Thank you very much for the question and for your insights. I think the best way to teach students how to use AI is to provide them with examples, real examples, about how AI was misused, abused, and how it was used effectively in order to increase their awareness of these two, sides to AI. Like there are two sides to AI, the good side and the bad side, and we have to emphasize the good side and show also the bad side and what both would lead to. And of course, we can support our point of view with examples, with details. So basically, we have to increase their awareness about these two sides to AI and encourage them to use it effectively. Thank you very much. Dr. Rawia, probably.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muayad and Blanca, if I pronounce your name correctly. Actually, I agree with Dr. Muayad. And number one, if we want them to use it properly, we have to show them an example. So we have first to be aware about how to use this tool in proper way as educator, and what is the positive and negative part. So let's say when the example that Dr. Muayad gave about the salmon swimming and what the AI show result, can convince a student that we cannot rely on it. It still is tools, we can use it, but at the end it's machine. And this machine technically, because it's my area, actually it's learn from the data that we give. So as much as you feed the correct data and the real-time data to this machine, it's going to give you an accurate result. But still, it cannot be as creative as a human being. So we can use it as a tool, but it cannot replace us. AI is perfect, can be replaced any repetitive work. So the work that we are daily use it and it's wasting our time. So it's perfectly can be used in this term, but it cannot be replacing. So that's what we need to teach our student, that there is at some point they have to be a creative and learn new skills, because at the end they are prepared for the real life, and we need to prepare them for their real life career. So if they are really educated about the AI, they are going to use it in a proper way. But still, we cannot avoid them from use it, because if we agree or not, they are going to use it. So it's better they are use it with our supervised, with our guidance, and that would help them more.
Absolutely. I would agree with both of you. Thank you so much. Our attendees, I would highly recommend the book by Stanislav Dehaene, How We Learn. It will calm your nerves down if you are in fear of being replaced by AI. And I just wanted to pass this message from Nellie and other participants to both of you, Dr. Muayad and Rawia, because everyone's, apart from knowledge content, also enjoyed the beauty of your presentation. And Nellie wrote that, I like how your slides took me from fear to inspiration and a sense of comfort. Great job. So if you can spill the beans, can you share with us if you used AI, if yes, which tool you used to create this presentation, if it's not a secret?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Muayad.
All right. Well, we created this presentation from scratch without using AI at all. So zero AI in these slides.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you forgot something, Blanca, because he's a great graphic designer.
Yes, true.
Of course. I must have missed that when you were presenting both wonderful speakers. So apologies. Okay, now the mystery is resolved. And the quick question, so can you share the source? Where did you get the images at the beginning? Or maybe because of your act of creation, you designed everything on your own?
Oh, I have access. As a graphic designer, of course, I have access to image libraries and video libraries, stock photos and stock videos, and like millions and millions of them